infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the Nintenbyte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the Nintenbyte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, GameBird. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, Nintenbyte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Brian. Oh baby.
I'm ThunderStash.
I'm GameBird Classic.
Nintenbyte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Nintenbyte Podcast, Season 3, Episode 55. A little bit of a change up today. I'll explain it in a moment, but let's just go around and introduce who we have here right now. We're going to start with our special guests that we have, and we'll first start off with the lovely lady, SkySwordsAlisa. How's it going?
Hey guys, I'm doing good. Hope everybody else is doing good tonight. Excited to hear what Kiwi has to say.
Just remember, sometimes...
No pressure.
Sometimes,
Well, what about what we have to say?
yeah,
No,
apparently-
I'm only here for Kiwi.
Fair enough.
GameBird,
Me
look,
too.
You missed 2 of the last 3 weeks, and now they don't care about you anymore, man. I don't know what to say. People are...
Well, to be fair, I only showed up tonight for Kiwi also, so.
Probably. I mean, to be fair, I think since he first guested on the show, it's the only reason I keep doing the show, just to get to his next appearance. Speaking of the man, Kiwi Talkz, Reese Riley's here. How's it going?
Good. Thanks for having me back. It's been a long while. People have been DMing me ever since my last appearance saying, when are you going back on? When are you going back on? So there's obviously demand for it. So I appreciate inviting me back. It's always a pleasure to be here. Always an enjoyable experience.
Unique experience, that's for sure.
Yeah, unique is a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we run a one-of-a-kind show. It is what it is. Oh, man. Then we got the Spice Lord here.
Why is it spicy?
Eric Mohr.
Hello. God, I still can't believe we haven't cut that down yet.
Nope.
Nope, never.
Never. It's
Never.
classic now.
Yep. Not as classic as the next person, I'm guessing.
I mean, sure.
They tried to keep me down, but I'm still here. They tried to clip my wings, yet I still soar. How's it going, everybody? Happy to be here. The GameBird, ready to rock, ready to talk some video games with Kiwi, SkySwordsAlisa, and the rest of the gang. I feel like I haven't seen anyone for a very long time. It's been a very long time.
We talked about this on the last one you missed 2 weeks ago. It was like, it is kind of weird when you're a host, because when you miss 1 week, it feels like you miss half a month. Because it's 2 weeks then between shows. So it just gets, it gets kind of wild. Like you just don't realize it, how much that once a week meeting makes a difference. That being said, you know, when Birdman was telling us last week he wasn't going to be here, of course we were all elated and joyous, happy to try to find a replacement. We were able to find one, by the way. So shout out to the people who stepped up last week. But this is
they tried. They tried. They made an effort.
I recorded a voice clip of GameBird that just described how I knew he wasn't going to be on the show. That's about how the conversation ended last week, Wednesday, but when we found out he wasn't going to be on the show.
That's real audio.
It's real audio.
I was having a day.
It's having a day. Then we have the Stash Man. Technically, he has the longest sound effect for his intro. How's it going, man?
Love it, though. Hey, it's good. Happy to be here. Busy as always. Busy week. Lots of reviews. Big day today. Banner day in gaming. Honestly, though, really exciting day for Mina the Hollower, man. It's insane. You know, I was playing the game and I was loving it so much. And I was just like, you know, I wonder if it's going to be just me that feels this way. Like, I wonder if some outlets are going to like not get it, or maybe it's going to be like too hard for them and they're going to give it a bad review score. I'm a little nervous for Mina, but it's because I was loving the game so much that I legitimately wanted to see it do well, which is unusual for me because you guys know I usually don't care what the review scores are, because it's like, hey, some people aren't going to get it as long as I like it. That's what matters. But man, I was really happy to see those review scores today. I was like, holy shit. 93? I think it's at a 92 right now. I don't know if it'll change, but insanity, man. So I'm excited for everybody to play that on Friday. That's what I was doing a lot of last week. I put a lot of hours into that game. It's a long game.
Yeah, dude. Mina the Hollower is so good. Dude, that 92, 93, it's been like popping back and forth between. Well deserved. It is.
100%.
As I've been playing it for 2 weeks. I don't review games, but really good. And like having those reviews drop today and getting that verification, the vilification from other review outlets that yes, this is my experience, is what everyone else is experiencing. It's really, really good. Maybe one of the best games to come out this year. But then we got to see Dragon Quest 12 today. Just throwing that out there. How big a deal it is after 5 years. Finally see Dragon Quest 12. That being said, it wasn't all good news, I suppose. We're going to be waiting even longer for it, but you know, it's fine. At least it feels like they have a direction for the game now that they're happy with. So we'll talk about that. We have a whole bunch of Dragon Quest stuff to get into later because they had the Dragon Quest stuff today. We have Kiwi Talkz. We kind of every time he's on, almost every time he's on, we kind of have a topic just about him because he is one. For some reason, he just keeps dropping game leaks on our show. I don't know why. The guy just, I don't know. You're more like,
I don't know either.
Like, hey, everyone on Twitter who keeps grabbing like his tweets and making reports on it that aren't really reports. Look, just watch our podcast when he comes on. You'll get more actual leaks here than usually through his Twitter account. That being said, I have no idea. He's been teasing that he might leak some stuff. I don't know if he will. That's totally up to him. He's the one with the man with the knowledge. We're just poking the bear. But he also has an announcement he's going to be making today about the future of his channel and stuff like that. So kind of felt appropriate to have a topic there. And guys, obviously when we ask him questions, some of my questions are actually not even going to be about game leaks, just some of the interviews he's done. And because this is what he's known for, being an interviewer. I think over 150 dev interviews at this point. Crazy amount, including one with someone from Japan the other day, which was really cool. It had a nice little clip that I covered today about Eiji Aonuma. It was really nice hearing that the goofballness we see in the interviews. That's just kind of who he is. Like that laughing he does, guys. That's him. That's Aonuma. Anyway, so that's gonna be a fun topic. We're gonna be talking about the summer showcase season. So we spend a lot of time talking about directs and potential directs. We're not really doing that today. The next time we do that will probably be when it's actually announced, or if there's any like rumor or something like if Nate the Hate comes out and says a day, well then that's probably the day. And at that point, we'll probably do like direct bingo or something. But we're actually going to be talking about the rest of the summer showcases because there's a whole bunch of them. What ones we're most excited for, and maybe some of our expectations for the one that we are most excited for, be it whatever. Obviously, I listed down the big three, but there's a whole bunch of other showcases. There's the Day of Devs and indie stuff and PC gaming showcase and so much more than what I put here. I just put down the ones that I think will be the most popular picks, but we'll see. Everyone has their own showcases that they're excited for. And then we're also going to be, this is a really interesting one. This is a fan submitted topic one. What inspired us to be content creators and why are we still making content today? I think is a very interesting topic. It's one that we've never actually had on our show. I've been asked this in my streams before, but it's a lot different having like a group conversation with a bunch of content creators. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm actually curious because I don't know. All of our journeys are going to be different. So, yeah. And then the Dragon Quest stuff. That's what we got today. I'm Nintendo Prime, everyone. I guess I forgot to introduce myself. I don't have a noise for myself. I guess it's just the I'm Nintendo Prime bitch, right? Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. I'm Nintendo Prime, bitch. Just got to let you know who I am. All right. We got to do topic roulette, man. So, you know what? GameBird, would you like to go first? Would you like to have the honor after being gone last week?
Yeah, I'll take topic number 3. I think that's a fun one. And it lets me catch up on the gaming news as well. So I'll take topic 3. What's inspired us to be content creators, and why are we still making content today?
Okay. Let's go to Eric.
I guess we should probably get Kiwi Talkz in here just because don't know how long he's got. So
yeah, he doesn't usually stay for the whole show.
Right.
So yeah, okay, Kiwi Talkz topic. Got it. Gotta make sure we get that in.
Right.
So I think the first time we ever had that topic, we got it in for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Kiwi Talkz because we didn't do it first. But we've got it narrowed down now. We now know his general how long he's going to be around for. And then Stash Man, what would you like?
Well, I think it would be sacrilegious to choose anything other than the Dragon Quest topic.
I'm like, you're wearing the Dragon Warrior shirt. I'm like, you better be choosing Dragon Quest. All right, cool. All right, that leaves you with the summer showcase. Or no, summer showcase one, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what that leaves you with. So that'll be fun. That's a fun topic to end on. All right. So GameBird, what are we doing, man? What are we talking about?
All right. So, like I said, it's pretty self-explanatory. What's inspired us to be content creators, and why are we still making content today? As Nate said earlier, this is a common question that has never really been discussed in the group setting on the show. Fans are always wondering what's inspired us and why we do what we do. So let's start with, well, first, is there anyone who would like to jump in, or should I just start popcorning you guys?
I might actually jump in first because this actually ties in with my announcement, actually. So basically, it's become increasingly difficult for me to balance a full-time job with game developer interviews. And I'm finding increasingly that I'm getting burned out more and more and more. So I've kind of had a harsh realization that I am not going to be able to sustain what I'm doing. And financially, it's quite asinine as well. So just to give you an example, there are some interviews I do where I probably make about $10 in terms of revenue, and that's $10 New Zealand. That's not US. And so when you break it down with the amount of money the amount of time I spend trying to do one interview, it's probably the equivalent of like 70 cents or $1 an hour. So as a result of that, I will be reevaluating everything to do with the channel going forward. Everything's on the table, possibly just stopping interviews altogether or retreating from them somewhat, or I just focus on the big studios like Rockstar, Naughty Dog, etc. So I will make a definite decision in regards to that when I get back from India, which is, I don't even know when I get back, early July sometime. I've spoken to some game developers about it, and they've given me some ideas. One possible idea is Zoid, who is the senior engineer on Metroid Prime 1 and 2, and he also worked on Left 4 Dead and World of Warcraft as well. Him and I have talked about hosting like a live stream together, and to bring on game developers and do live streams. And that way you can have more interactions with people.
That's interesting.
And we'll cover like gaming news week in, week out, and then we can bring in guests and so forth. Because the stuff that takes up the most of my time is research and editing. So if I can alleviate that problem, then that kind of will help me quite a bit. And because it's not really like sometimes, just to put things into perspective, I'll get up at 5 a.m. in the morning, do an interview for like an hour and a half, get ready, go to work for like 9 hours, come back, edit. And at the same time, I'm like reaching out to other guests to try and get people on the show. So I'll have more of a definite answer come July. I was thinking about how to word it on Twitter, and I had a draft and I kept changing it. And I'm just like, you know what? I'll just do it on here. Much easier, can expand out what I need to say. But in regards to the content creation thing, the reason why I wanted to do it, or how I chose to do interviews, is because I wanted to learn more about the game industry from people who are a hell of a lot smarter than me. So that was the reason I wanted to do it, to learn things that I can apply to my life, both personally and professionally. And because by my very nature, I'm a creative person. I used to be in the music industry before this. So when I saw that the music industry was in a massive decline, I was like, I need to pivot here. And what are some transferable skills that can apply to this? So that was the reason why I decided to do what I do.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Sorry.
Have you ever thought about incorporating music back into what you do, and at any caliber, since that's kind of the roots of where, or it sounds like the roots of where you started creatively?
Yeah, I have thought about it. The main issue again is time, right?
Sure.
Yeah. If I could, I would. So that's why, like, when I first started out, I was actually interviewing a lot of music composers. And so actually one of the composers for Doom, The Dark Ages, he lives here in New Zealand. I've caught up with him a couple of times. And so I might be doing an in-person interview with him.
Oh, cool.
Maybe in a month or two. And by the way, with that being said, if I was to like phase everything out, everything that's still in the pipeline would still happen, right? All the interviews that are that are already.
You're going to bail on the current plans. This is about long term.
Yeah. So there's a number of different ideas. Obviously, I'm open to anyone else's ideas as well. But I would like to incorporate music more. I am a little bit skeptical about what's going to happen for musicians going forward with AI and stuff like that. I mean, musicians already get treated like crap as it is, right? And make very, very little revenue. So, yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's some big news to drop tonight. But it sounds like, you're still looking at avenues to keep on keeping on in this realm, which I think is really cool. I think you'll figure something out too.
Yeah.
You know, there's going to be that idea that feels like just right.
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this 6 years now. So there's that saying, right? Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Sure.
So like if something's not working, you kind of have to pivot and work things out. And another thing it's nice, but it's disheartening at the same time, is I get paid more per month from Twitter than I do from YouTube, despite the fact that I invest 10 times the amount of time into YouTube. And I'd prefer that did better, to be honest, rather than me just going on Twitter and posting my opinion about something and then, it does well. So, yeah. But it's also, like, I don't know if you have noticed anything, Stash, like Prime, you can probably give your thoughts as well. But, like, I've noticed a massive change in the YouTube algorithm over the last year.
It's always evolving.
Yeah.
When people get mad at me for some of my titles and thumbnail choices, guys, it's the algorithm pushing certain things.
Yeah. And with you saying that, so YouTube, for those that don't know, YouTube has this feature now where you can kind of, you can get AI to kind of give you an overview of the video itself, and then it can give you some recommendations on how to make it better. And a lot of the time, it will tell me to make a more provocative thumbnail, a clickbaity thumbnail. But the thing is, if I do that, then developers get angry. So I'm kind of stuck between this rock and a hard place.
Trying to find a balance where you can find something that feels like people might want to click, but not alienate the person you interview. It's tough.
Yeah, exactly. So you don't want to misrepresent them. I mean, I know firsthand when my tweets get misrepresented, right? So like, I don't want to do that to a developer. So
yeah, it's tough. It's tough out there. The algorithm is always evolving, and that's the thing I'll talk about when I go. But yeah, who wants to go next?
I'm going to call on someone who I think is going to have a very fascinating story that I'm sure everyone in the audience here tonight is curious about, the deep-rooted lore and the drive for this person to become a star and a Nintendo content creator here on Nintenbyte Podcast. Eric Mohr, throwing this question over to you, my friend. What's your deal? Start and don't leave any details out, please, and start from the top.
Nate just asked me if I wanted to do a podcast. I had no clue what a podcast was.
Sure. To be fair, he knew what a podcast was before the time Nintenbyte came out. We're talking like a decade back.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, what's
we first started the
podcast?
Nintendo Prime podcast. We started it in
what's podcast, Precious?
Yeah, right.
It was like 2015 or 2016. We first started doing the podcast, and I just literally randomly asked Eric, I'm like, "Hey man, you want to do a podcast about Nintendo stuff?" And you're like, "What's that?" I'm like, "It's a show where we sit down for hours and just talk about video games." Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
That was the pitch. Yep. There wasn't much more to it. Didn't know it would eventually lead to this show.
Right.
But...
And that's the reason we keep coming back.
Okay.
You guys.
There you go. And the audience too, of course.
Well,
Each and every one of you out there. Eric does it all for you.
And fellow content creators who like to be jealous, Eric's been to E3.
I have.
With a media pass. Without actually technically working at any media.
Yes, I did.
Weren't we at the same E3?
I think we were. We didn't know each other back then.
Obviously we didn't know each other. This is in 2017. I didn't.
We all were. All of us.
This is the one E3 I got to go to.
It's crazy too. Like, imagine if we all knew each other back then. Like, man, think of how sick the show would have been back during the E3 day.
Yeah, it's wild to think we could have all been within like 15 feet of each other in the line to play Breath of the Wild. You know what I mean? Like, that's like totally possible.
Yeah, it's really crazy, man. It's very
or standing next to each other at the urinals. You never know.
You never know.
Yeah, you never know.
Oh man,
wild man.
We were in line, so.
Well, yeah, Eric's YouTube journey, guys, is basically it's tied to me and Nintendo Prime and the YouTube channel. Pretty much, all Eric does is help host the show. He does do the clips on the Clips channel and stuff, so he does do work for the show because he co-owns it. But then he also does a little side work for me at times at media events, usually holding the camera, but sometimes playing and providing his thoughts as well. Getting sometimes gameplay footage when I'm not around of stuff. So
making sure we're on time to our meetings.
Yeah, he's Eric is very detail oriented when it comes to time.
I can when I need to be.
Yes.
Normally,
let's just
I don't
put it
need
this
to be.
way. Everywhere I've ever gone with Eric, he's constantly looking at his watch and constantly reminding me about what's next. Why? Because he knows I'm going to fucking forget.
There's that.
He knows. Hey, you're the one that set the meetings. I'm like, yeah, I put it on the calendar, but dude, because you realize once you get to the event, and if you're like the lead content creator for your channel, you're so engrossed in the conversations and the games that you're playing that you sometimes space out on like what you're supposed to be doing next. So it's almost like a personal assistant, I suppose, in a way, reminding me that, hey, tap on the shoulder. You know, we got this thing in like 10 minutes. I'm like, oh, fuck.
Run.
Run. No, usually he lets us know the worst 10 minutes. But Eric is also, as we found out last year, and it might have just been the Toad hat. But he's the way we all find each other.
Yeah.
Look for the Toad hat that towers above half the people there. And it's funny because Eric's not even that tall.
I'm not.
And yet, for some reason, with that Toad hat, he stood out
Yeah, it was a godsend.
I'll bring it again this year.
It'll just be a
I forgot to wear it the second, third day.
Oh, there you go. You
I wanted to, but I completely spaced it. I'll wear it again.
All right.
Awesome. Alyssa.
I actually before I started doing streaming when I was younger as a teenager, I actually used to make like animated videos. I used good old MS Paint and Windows Movie Maker. Definitely got better as I got older, but kind of stopped doing that. And at some, like when I was also younger, I played a lot of Twilight Princess, as I mentioned before. But I really wanted to do something with that. I wasn't really educated on speed runs, and I'm not really into cheating or like hacking and like all the glitching and all that kind of stuff. I also don't really always 100% games either. So as a kid, you don't really know all of these things. But I was just like, it would be really cool to just like play Zelda and hang out with people, because I do that a lot in real life. Not really as much as an adult, but as a kid, I'd always be like having friends over and want to show them something in whatever game I was playing at the time. In 2020, I bought a capture card thinking like, okay, let's do something with YouTube. And I was still living with my parents, and I was just a little weenie about being online and like talking, and if they like heard me, which is kind of weird to say because anybody could click on it. Like, not that I expect 1 million people to watch, but it has access to 1 million people. But my 20-year-old self was like worried about what my parents were gonna think. I when I moved out, then I started thinking about it more. And Nate, he's not here now though, but he actually gave me the push at the end of 2023 to kind of, just try it and do it. So I said, you know what, screw it. Because I really wanted to play Tears of the Kingdom again. And I was a little miffed we didn't get a hero mode. So I decided to like make my own version. And I don't like too much of a challenge, but I like a little bit of a challenge. So I did a 4-heart run, and it was challenging in the beginning. But once you start to get really powerful weapons and great resources, it's really not that hard anymore. But I started with that, and it definitely wasn't very great. I was using like a shitty HP laptop, and I was sitting out in my living room at the TV there. It wasn't very good until I started acquiring like more, the mic, the studio lights, an actual PC, a desk area, and everything. And then they got a little bit better. But I think like the most fun part of it is just the community and hanging out with people and hearing their thoughts and how they respond to certain reactions. Like right now I've been playing Resident Evil 9 and people are eating it up, but I don't know how much my brain and my heart can take, because I don't like horror. I mentioned that on here before, that the faces melting off and everything is not for me.
That's what makes it great for streaming though.
Yeah. I've cried a few times while I was playing it. I definitely had chat help me, because I like to explore and find things for myself and figure out puzzles on my own. But when there's all these zombies coming after me and everything, I'm like, I don't want to fuck around and find out in this. I'm like, you guys just tell me and I'll go do it. But that's kind of like my little thing. But I'm a smaller channel, but I've been super appreciative and thankful for the growth and experiences I've just had so far, and I'm excited to keep making more.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. ThunderStash, what's your tale?
Well, for me, guys, becoming a content creator and game reviewer really came from passion mixed with frustration. As you guys know, maybe some of you don't, but I spent 20 years in corporate management, and gaming was always the thing that I genuinely, loved to do outside of work. That and basketball. So the two things that I've done my whole life. And growing up during the NES era, gaming since the 80s, living through the entire evolution of gaming from 2D to 3D. Games were always a huge part of my life, as well as my family too. We all gamed. And, I think eventually I got to a point where I realized that I didn't just want to play games anymore. And this was in my teen years. I really seriously considered going to DigiPen, which is the school right next to Nintendo. And at the time when I was thinking about going to that, they were kind of looked at as like the minor league to Nintendo. Like you might get called up to work there kind of thing if you do really well. And that didn't work out. That fell through. Couldn't get financing for it. So never got to do that. Ended up getting in the restaurant business, and then 10 years flew by managing. Didn't expect to do that. And then did another 10 years in mortgage. Did not expect to do that. Went to a Christmas party with my cousin as a +1 because I was told there would be a lot of very sexy women there. I'm like, sign me up, dude. I'm gonna suit up. Let's do this. I was really excited, obviously. I mean, who wouldn't be? He's like, yeah, it's gonna be women everywhere, free drinks. I'm like, we're getting an Uber. I'm like, dude, done and done. Let's do this. And then before you know it, I ended up working there. It actually pretty much happened that night. They're like, we're gonna hire you. I'm like, okay. And so, yeah, I ended up being there for 10 years. So 20 years went by really fast is my point. And this is what happens as we get older. Time goes by way faster. But I never let go of the idea of working in video games ever. I didn't know how it was going to happen for the longest time. I had no idea because I'm like, I didn't go to college. And honestly, I felt I didn't need to. That's just how I've always been. I was like, I don't need to go put myself in debt so I can go try and get a job in a field that pays me shit. Because that's the reality of it most of the time, unless you do trade, of course. That's the best route.
Or you're studying something like law or to be a doctor or something, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Something like that, 100%. But yeah, I saw that play out poorly for, unfortunately, many people I know that went to school. And obviously, I saw that in mortgage because I saw everyone's student loan debt. And it's very scary, some of those numbers that you see. So yeah, all that time went by, and I always said that if I ever left Loan Depot, if I ever stopped doing this, that I'm going to figure out a way to work in the game industry. And so sure enough, started YouTube. Wasn't quite sure how to go about it, as I think you guys know. I had zero experience with any of it. I've never edited a video in my life up until teaching myself, how to use Photoshop. Obviously, I conducted several thousands of meetings on camera, but doing it on YouTube is different. It just is. When you're talking about work is work. But when you're talking about the things you're passionate about, for some reason, it's just different getting used to talking to a camera and looking into it. It was hard for me because it feels insincere to look into a camera and talk versus talking to someone in person. So there was a lot of hurdles, a lot of struggles along the way to even figure out how to do any of this stuff. OBS, recording gameplay, all this stuff. Putting a review together, what's important, all these things. There's a lot to it. So I went back and forth, though, on how I was going to go about all of this. But one thing that really kept pissing me off, and this became my biggest motivator, and that was like the state of game reviews themselves. I started feeling like too many reviews had become transactional. I'm reading it or I'm watching it, and it just feels transactional and sterile. Like people were reviewing games, felt like because it was their job, not because they actually loved video games. And, you could feel it in the writing and the delivery. There was too much focus on negativity, inconsequential stuff, nitpicking, bullshit, outrage, politics, and just, again, what I've said a lot on this channel, chronic complaining. And that was instead of talking about things that actually matter to gamers, real gamers, not people who do this because it's their job and they have to, but like real gamers who love video games, like gameplay, the atmosphere, the music, the replay value, the fun factor, the amount of content that's in the game, the controls, whether the game is actually enjoyable, all the stuff that I cover in all my reviews. And then I also got tired of people treating review scores from the big mainstream outlets like their gospel, when most people don't even know who reviewed the game. Back in the day, we knew. We've talked about this a lot. When you read a review from IGN back during the GameCube era, it was Matt Casamassina, or as Boson. Like, you knew the people because there was only so many of them. Now it's a revolving door everywhere. And, IGN isn't one person. It's dozens of writers. It's people they hire freelance to, write a review of Mouse PI, who complains about it's too much Mohr, but I love Mohr, but it's too much Mohr. And there's too many cheese jokes. So this game sucks now. Stuff like that like totally was my motivation. And so I'm reminded of my motivation all the time, which is great because you continue to see stupid shit all the time. On top of that, it's the different taste as well in reviewers, their backgrounds, their skill levels. Skill level is a big one, believe it or not. Preferences. One person might love RPGs, another might hate them. One person might play cozy games and suddenly they're assigned to review FIFA. Or, the new Call of Duty, and they're a cozy gamer. How do you think that review is going to go? Again, that context matters. But really, most people never think about it. They never look who signed the bottom of the review. They don't look at the name. All they think is, IGN doesn't like this game. I'm not going to buy it now. The 7 years that this developer worked on the game doesn't matter anymore. Because some random ass person at IGN that I don't know doesn't like the game. That's the shit that bothers me. And part of that is just that people got to use their brains more. Okay. Honestly, that's part of it. I can't change that. All I can do is talk about it and hope that it can instill some change and try and lead by example with the way I review games. I'd say, though, that will really push me even more, though, is seeing how reviewers just don't understand the audience that the game was made for. Again, someone complaining that there's too much water in a game, which I know this is used all the time, but trust me, if you read enough reviews, there's quotables on all of them. Docking points because there's a blurry texture in the far distance. Or docking points because the game is too hard, but they're afraid to admit it. Their ego won't let them admit it's too hard. Instead, they just say it's bad game design. But it's like, maybe you weren't up for the challenge because this game's actually really good. And it sounds like you only got to the second world and then you just penned a review. I can tell when that shit happens. And that bothers me as well. It's the vague reviewing too. The word salad reviews with no real substance, and then assigning review scores based on vibe. When an actual website says that the way they get to their number is based on vibes. What? How the hell did we get here? Growing up from what I came with EGM magazine, and GamePro magazine, and even Nintendo Power, all of them, they actually assigned scores and talked about each category and went into detail about everything. That way you can walk away and you can understand whether or not this game is for you and whether you should buy it. And we don't see that. It's rare now. But again, that's why I value independent creators so much. You actually get to know them. You understand their taste, their personality, what kinds of games they enjoy, whether they have an open mind, whether they actually finish games, whether they're reviewing something because they genuinely care about it versus a game that was just assigned to them. In that context will always like matter more to me than some random number, on Metacritic. So when I started the channel, the goal was simple: really approach games from the perspective of someone who genuinely loves games and has been playing games for nearly close enough to 40 years. I want to make reviews that focused on why games are special, who they're for, whether they're worth your time. Because as we know, as we get older, you start running out of time. Not reviews built around tearing games down for clicks, which is what Kiwi Talkz was talking about earlier, or to create fake sensationalism, which again, Kiwi was alluding to that, and he's right. You get penalized if you don't do it. I don't do it. You guys know that. And you know what? It sucks. It sucks to do what you think is right and what you know in your heart is right. It sucks to, for people to not watch your video, not to not watch your review because you didn't make up some bullshit, some fake headline and some fake thumbnail. Like that kills me. Like that kills my soul a little bit every day. Knowing that basically, I hate to say it, but if you look at it from like a good versus bad, a good versus evil standpoint, the evil is prevailing, just like the negativity prevails. Negativity sells more than positivity on YouTube. Now, I have people sometimes ask me about the games I review, and they're like, you recommend so many. Why don't you have reviews where like you're talking mad shit about a game and you're like games that you hate? Like, why would I do that? Why would I waste my time, dude? I'm 41. The clock's ticking. We don't have forever to do this. I want to spend my time wisely. And I'm going to the best of my ability, pick out the best games to spend the time that I have still left here to play those games, right? And if they're good like I think they're going to be, and I should know because I've been doing this for almost 40 years, then I can pass that message along to you in a review, and then you can spend your money wisely that you work really hard to make. That's the whole thing of it. It's not to review games, like try and grab like the low-hanging fruit of these shitty games and then try and totally chastise the developer and the publisher and the review and make an ass out of myself. But that's what sells on a lot of the YouTube channels, And so it's unfortunate, but I totally understand where you're coming from, Kiwi. And, I'm not going to let YouTube change me. If I did, I'm sure I would be making, considerably more money. But instead, yeah, it's like jack shit compared to what I made in the mortgage. I mean, I don't even want to get into numbers, but the amount is very low, right? And look, with all that said, the reason why I do this is still the same reason why I do this. I love gaming. I didn't like the direction things were going in at all with game reviews. My channel, is it going to make a difference in the world? No, it's not. But maybe if it can make a little bit of a difference, that would be a positive, right? And the only way you can do that is by, I guess, leading by example, because I can't tell people what to do. It doesn't work that way. But, if I can make a little bit of a difference, continue gaming, do the things I enjoy doing with video games, reviewing them, going to events. Like I'm going to Summer Game Fest next week, and it feels like Christmas is approaching as a child. Like that's how I felt the last few days. I'm starting to get really excited. And then I'm also getting really excited for PAX, because I know that's going to be like right around the corner. Because when I get back from Summer Game Fest, I'm probably going to be chained to the spot I'm sitting in right now, reviewing or editing videos for probably 15 hours a day. And again, like Kiwi said, the amount of hours you spend doing this versus like what you're paid, it's awful. It's abysmal. I work more hours doing this than I did in the restaurant business and in mortgage. And if you guys aren't familiar, those two industries are known for what's the term that they use in gaming of overworking people again?
Crunch? Are you talking about crunch?
Crunch. Every day's a fucking crunch, bro. Every day when you work in restaurant management, when you work in mortgage, just period. You know, like mortgage, there's a lot of people who do drugs. Me, I never did, of course. I drink my black coffee. Nope, nothing in it. But the amount of hours you work is insane. But the money is really good. I'm working more hours doing this, and the money is just awful. Absolutely awful. Like, I would not be able to do this had I not worked in the mortgage industry at all. And it just kind of sucks, though, because you want this to be successful and you want it to make sense financially, just as Kiwi was saying, you want it to because this is your passion. But it doesn't. And you know that there's a way it could. If you fell into the dark side.
The harsh reality is that in any creative field, right, whether it's music, film, video games, it's the top 1% that make all the money, and then everybody else fights over the breadcrumbs. That's essentially what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. And look, I mentioned this in my 100K video I did. Like, that video, I talked about a lot of the things I did, like all the struggles that I had. And I made that video because, one, everyone kept saying you need to do a 100K video. I'm like, well, I don't want to like go on there and be like, yeah, look at me, I got 100K. You know, I'm not comfortable doing that. I didn't get into YouTube to be popular. I've been the popular person in life, and I'm good. I live in the mountains now for a reason. I'm done with that. I'm 60 years old at heart, even though I'm 40. So I'm done with that stuff. But I made that video honestly to help other people who might be thinking about doing this or might be having these same struggles that I was having, and they have nobody to talk to about it. Because when you start YouTube, I didn't know anybody, and there was nobody to talk to. There's nobody to ask questions. There's literally nobody. So it sucks.
Just a bunch of YouTube tutorials that all say the same thing.
The same bullshit. Yeah. And you have to sit through them only to get to the end of the video and find out that they fucking lied with their headline. They lie with their title. They lie with their thumbnail. They didn't answer the question. I just lost 15 minutes. On to the next one. I just lost another 15 minutes. On to the next one. It's like, you're killing me. Yeah, it really sucks when you're like trying to get answers to figure out like how to do your job, because there's nobody to ask. So look, I guess that's the long of how I got into this. But I always wanted to do video games, guys. And I'm here and I'm fighting. I'm working insane hours. I'm not making any money. When I say any, like, it's very small. Like, very small, guys. It pays a fraction of my mortgage. And I have a very good interest rate because I worked in mortgage. And it pays a fraction of it. So yeah, that's the reality of it. That's just the reality of it. Unless you go to the dark side and you want to lie, cheat, and steal, as Eddie Guerrero used to say, right? Remember Eddie? Prime. I got Eddie Guerrero. Yeah, lie, cheat, and steal. I don't mean cheat and steal, but if you want to lie and you want to bullshit people and just create sensationalism and be negative, there's a way to make money. But I will not go that route. I would I'd rather do anything else in life than that. Anything. I go bag groceries at 40 years old if I had to. Over doing that. That's my story. Hope it wasn't too real.
I mean, I've heard them mostly all before, so.
But, well, not for you, but for
the audience. Yeah,
it wasn't too dark.
Dark as fuck. All content creation is a struggle. Everything sucks. Fuck this place.
Primal, you're up, my man.
Oh, so now we want to go to the dark side. I see. Because I'm the only person up here that legitimately makes a full-time wage working on YouTube. And even then, yeah, I struggle. The finances of this are very all over the place. But my YouTube journey is an interesting one. You could argue, if you go back 20 years, and you look at it, you could say that it was probably inevitable that I would end up on YouTube because I've been making content since 1998. I ran fan websites for Zelda stuff. I made guide content, news article content. Ended up working at all the major Zelda websites you guys can think of, including a bunch that no longer exist and ones that still do, like Zelda Dungeon and Zelda Universe. I worked at both those places. Zelda Informer. Anyone that still remembers that, I don't blame you if you don't, because it was so damn long ago and doesn't exist anymore. But at the time, it was the second largest Zelda site in the world when I was running it. I ran that place for like a decade. And we became known, if you can't tell by the name, Informer, for our news coverage. And also that we would cover content creators that were coming up with all these really cool Zelda theories. And then we would talk about that. And so I've been involved in the conversation with that for a long time. I did other websites, Shogun Total Gaming. That was like a general gaming website I ran. I've worked at Nintendo Everything. I've met Raw Meat Cowboy from Go Nintendo before.
Classic.
Yeah, he's any old school Nintendo fan knows about Raw Meat, man.
Was his wife's name Mother Brain?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
that was, I think, the names they used. Yeah, classic.
Yeah. So, anyways, I have been like all over it, just in like kind of a self-made journalism, I suppose, in a way. And I'm the kind of person that comes up that everyone talks about, like how journalistic standards have gone down the toilet and everything. Well, people blame people like me, who never went to college and got degrees in this stuff, for that. But ironically, they get mad at the people that actually did go study journalism. It's really interesting how that kind of flip-flopped over the years, where it's like, well, the standards are the problem, but the standards should be known by the people who went to school for it. But then they're the ones you're mad at. So, somehow the Zelda Informer stuff and all the Zelda stuff was coming to an end. I'm not going to go over that whole story because that's a whole nother kerfuffle. But it led to me acquiring the Zelda Informer YouTube channel, because one of the things I said at Zelda Informer, one of the last things I really wanted to do over my final year there, and I talked to the owner at the time. I tried really hard to convince him, and he just did not believe me. I've always been very good at social media, at growing followings on social media. Zelda Informer Facebook page, 1 million+ followers. You know, the Zelda Informer Twitter account, 50K+. A lot of it was ideas and stuff that I ran with after studying what was working on these various platforms. And obviously grew Zelda Informer from 200 views a day to millions a month. So I think we had over 3 million views on a single day at one point, back during the Skyward Sword days. So, and then obviously as the site grew and beyond, what led to Zelda Informer being bought by the new owner that got rid of me was, maybe I got a bit greedy. We were already the #2 Zelda website in the world for views. We were the #1 Zelda website in the world for views on news. And I wanted the walkthrough pie that Zelda Dungeon had. So we started making even better walkthroughs than they did and started ranking higher than them. And they didn't like that. So before we got too big, good old Zelda Dungeon came in and bought out the place. And that was really the sign of the end for me there, because the owner of Zelda Dungeon doesn't like me. And he doesn't like me because him and I don't see eye to eye. I'm pretty much any way to run a website, but also I am very good at growing things back then. Now, YouTube was a whole new venture.
Tell me more.
I had no fucking idea what I was doing on YouTube. Okay. We had a podcast we had been running for a while on YouTube. The Nintendo Prime Podcast. That's where we ended up taking that name and turning it into the YouTube channel. But we didn't know what we were doing. You can go back and find those episodes. They're still out there on YouTube. It's me and Eric looking young as shit and sounding like shit and looking like shit, even though we look young because we had no idea what we were doing with cameras, no idea what we were doing with mics. You know, I remember our first ever XLR mics. We're like, oh, this would be such a huge upgrade. They were the most finicky bullshit things to work with. Didn't want to work half the time. Learned a lot. You know, as Stash said, there's nobody to really talk to when you're starting out about YouTube and how to even set up things like OBS, or how to even, what software is there even available for editing, and which one should I go with, and am I gonna screw myself long term if I go with one versus the other? You know, and plus the learning curves. You know, one thing I wish I did was I wish I used DaVinci Resolve earlier, because it's a steep learning curve from that to Final Cut and or Photoshop, or Adobe Premiere or whatever. And then also, I guess, Vegas Pro, I think, is still around. That's what I got started on, was with Vegas Pro. But I wish I would have went to DaVinci Resolve sooner, because it does more than all those other video editors do, but it's also does everything differently. So everything you know how to do in the old editors doesn't work in this one. So you got to like learn a whole new way. And that's one thing that I regret, but it's interesting because there is no teacher for this. There's tutorials. Sometimes they're useful, sometimes they're not. If you look at enough of them, you can eventually figure out who's actually making legit tutorials and who's bullshitting, because they don't really know what they're fucking doing either. And when you see like a lot of those YouTube channels, like if you guys decide to become a content creator and get started out, you might be tempted to watch all these, here, how to get your first 1,000 subscriber videos. Dude, I have watched hundreds of these, even after I was well past my first 1,000 subscribers. The advice hasn't really evolved in 10 years. And I can tell you right now, in doing YouTube content for 10 years, YouTube's changed a lot. And so the advice should be shifting and altering. And it's not. And the questions I often get privately, lots of DMs, hey, I'm a new content creator. Do you have any advice for me? In the end, and you're seeing this from the panel with like some of the money struggles and all that, never do YouTube for the money.
Yep.
That's number one. Never do it for the money. If you happen to get successful and happen to get into that upper 5%, that upper 1%, awesome. Congrats. And yes, as YouTube has shown, the cool thing about YouTube is literally anyone could get there if you figure shit out. That's what's really cool. You could be a teenager that figures it out. It could be someone in their 50s that grows to 1 million subscribers. Like YouTube is a land of opportunity, but very few people make it to a point where they can actually live off of it and live comfortably. I think that's the bigger point, is comfortable. I'm not even to the point of living comfortably. I live off YouTube. I make good revenue. I actually make more money in total than I have made at my prior jobs on a yearly basis last year. Not this year, but last year. This year, I'm making a lot less. But
so you know what's interesting? I'll just quickly interject.
Yeah.
So I went to an event. I got invited to a private event at Google's headquarters here in New Zealand. I didn't even know they had one. But anyway, I met the CEO of Google for New Zealand and Australia, but I met the worldwide marketing manager for YouTube, Ruben, I think his name is. And he said, he's like, oh, what do you do? And then I told him what I did. And then he said to me, gaming is one of the hardest areas to make money in on YouTube because it's oversaturated.
It is.
Yep.
And MySpace in particular extremely oversaturated. News channels
Still?
are
I didn't even know it was up. Still.
MySpace is still up, actually. My page is still up on there from high school, actually.
Really?
Yeah, MySpace still exists. They didn't get rid of the place.
They must have it audit because one of my
hang out
good friends, one of my good friends worked for MySpace for like 20 years. And when he got laid off, I want to say this was maybe like 7 years ago. He told me that there was like 10 people left at the company, like 10 employees left, like keeping the site running and alive. But I'm sure they've automated away a lot of shit.
Yeah, I think last time I went to MySpace, the front page was like news aggregation or some stupid shit. Yeah. So whatever works for them. Obviously, if they're able to make enough money still off that place to support 10 people or less, cool, good for them. But yeah, the journey has been a rough one. I didn't always know that I was going to end up doing news. I guess I should figure that was probably going to be the case because that's what I was doing primarily at Zelda Informer was news. And I always, look, you can talk about Zelda. I can talk about Zelda all day, but I've always been playing a hell of a lot more than Zelda. I play a hell of a lot more than just Nintendo. But one thing that was very clear back in 2017, and this is just based on early YouTube advice, why I didn't just do a general gaming news channel, is because all the things that were trending on YouTube at the time were niches. You need to hit in a niche. You need to find your niche. Don't try to go too broad. You need to find a specialized niche. Well, screw me for thinking that, hey, I might have people who might follow me from my previous work, which was Nintendo related. They might actually watch a channel about more than Zelda. So screw me for going that route, because now the entire world thinks I'm like super biased to Nintendo, despite the fact that I'm playing on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC every week. So it's funny to me because I just happened into Nintendo because that's what I had in my past and that's the following I wanted to bring with. But I enjoy way more than just Nintendo. So it's really fascinating how that's evolved over the years. But the news thing just came natural to me because I was already doing it. And I do like talking about news. I've talked about this many times. I've been talking about video game news since elementary school, at least, with people on the playground. Yeah, you had your console wars, your Sega versus Nintendo, and then PlayStation came in, and then Xbox. And that was all fun. But it was, a lot of conversations about the news and the rumors. You get the latest, like, Electronic Gaming Monthly, and they have a fake screenshot in there of a Zelda game that doesn't exist. And you're like, but they're saying it's real. Is that real? And like, this is early days of the internet. So like, it was hard to look up to find out if that was a real screenshot or not. So like, there are all these debates on rumors. And then obviously, for anyone who grew up back then, you'll remember, because internet wasn't prevalent. So there wasn't quick ways to look up like accomplishing things in games that aren't actually there, but everyone says they are. Like, example, getting the fourth piece of the Triforce in Ocarina of Time. Can't do it, but beating the Running Man, you can't do it, but you'll find people online swearing that you can. Yeah. Stuff like that. And that's not, obviously I'm focused on Zelda because that's what I was covering, but this is true in like a whole bunch of things, lots of conversations and debates about how could we do this thing. I saw one, when I got the web page to load for like half a second, I saw this person saying it's possible on this forum. I'm like, okay, well then we got to figure it out. But there was internet was so slow. Like you weren't going to take the time to read the whole thread because it would take 10 minutes to load one page on the forum. Mm-hmm. So you would just read like the one page that loaded and everyone's talking about this, multiple people saying it's possible. And you're like, what the fuck? So then you and your friends next day at school talking about how the hell you're going to pull this off when you don't think it's possible. Hey, how do we beat the Running Man? What do we do? Do we try this method? Have we thought about this? Have we tried this? And then it just turns out you every time lost. And then as you got older and the internet got faster, and then you check it out, you find out, oh yeah, this was just fake the whole time. Well, shit, I wasted a lot of time trying to beat the Running Man. That being said, I don't regret any of that time because it was such good memories and core memories that, look, I'm almost 40, that I remember to this day. And I cherish that stuff because, and when I was thinking about that back in 2017, before I really knew what Nintendo Prime was going to be, it made me realize that like I enjoy the conversations about video games almost as much as playing them. But I experimented with different types of content. The news content, experimented with reviews. Found out that I don't really like making reviews. Lots of people say you should expand your content. I don't really like it. It is what it is. I don't like the way I play games to review them. I don't like what I feel like I need to do to accomplish for me to put out a review. I need to beat at least the main story. And if there's other modes, I need to spend at least, 10 plus hours in those modes to really get the nuances. So for me, most game reviews are going to take me, 100 plus hours of gameplay combined with having to sift through all the footage. That taking probably an extra 5 to 6 hours.
It takes so long.
It takes forever. Like I don't do reviews really anymore, but even like when I do the preview coverage, like even from like PAX, like sometimes like you're just digging through like hours of footage to find like the one clip for the thing that you thought was really cool.
Yeah, then you're like, this better be worth it. It's probably not going to be whatever.
As cool as I thought it was in the moment, or it's not, or like it is, but like the camera angle, it doesn't look as cool as it felt when I did it. Anyways, yeah, it's weird, but I still love making preview content, to be clear, and it is a lot easier. And the reason I like preview content is, growing up, I had the same dream as a lot of people. I wanted to go to E3. I wanted to play these games before they came out. I wanted to try them. So if I love talking about games, and I love talking about the news, and if I love trying games before they come out, then why wouldn't I talk about that? So I like making content like that. But again, that requires access. I don't get access. I don't get invited to preview events or review events. I know Stash sometimes does now, but I don't get invited to that stuff. So the only shot for me is to go to events like Summer Game Fest and get invited to the Days of Play, which again, that's invite as well. Although I'm pretty confident if I really wanted to, I could get an invite. But I've just never even given an indication I am interested in going. But then there's also PAX East, there's PAX West, there's, too many games, and all these other gaming conventions, Gamescom out in Europe. Like these are places that you can go and play games early. And it's something that I've discovered over the years that as a content creator, I can actually play it more demos usually than anyone else who buys a ticket. Because it turns out they really like content creators. They really want us talking about their stuff. And since I do make preview content, it is actually worthwhile to try to get my attention, because if I like your stuff enough, I'm probably going to make a preview on it. Are you going to see me make a preview on every game I play? No, because as Stash pointed out, why would I spend time working on a video for a game I didn't like? So if I played a game and I really wasn't feeling it that much, I don't want to waste my time making that video. Unless I know it's like a really, really hotly anticipated game and I just feel like people need to know. Like that's a little different, because then that's also crossing over into my news reporting side where I'm like, I got to let people know about this thing because like the hype for this is super high, but there's a major problem. Like that's fine. That's also just part of me doing my job covering news. But yeah, it was like there was all that. I remember I actually did this last year in the opposite direction. There was all these people shitting on the Switch 2 version of Star Wars Outlaws, and we all fucking knew it was wrong. We played it. We knew the game ran great, like relatively great for the Switch 2. Way better than people were talking about with full ray tracing. We already knew, but no one wanted to believe me. I came out because it wasn't really enough time to get a video out, so I just made some tweets about it because I'm like, I really think people need to know, because I've seen a lot of people saying this version sucks, and I'm telling you right now, I don't know what these people that supposedly played it behind the scenes are talking about. Dude, did they even Ubisoft had a game developer there to ask questions? Did they even talk to him? Did they ask anything about what they did to make this game run? So I gave all the information I had. It was called a liar. Game come out. Oh, look at that. I was right about all of it. I love that stuff because that's part of my job as well. Is like, hey, if I know something that's being misrepresented online, this is, you guys see me want to fact correct all the time, especially if you follow me on X. I hate misinformation. I hate lies. Which is interesting because I get labeled as a clickbaiter. I get labeled as the dark side of the web because I cover news, and everyone knows to make it in news, you gotta kind of go with the algorithm. The algorithm wants you, and YouTube even tells you, Kiwi Talkz said it himself, YouTube's own AI will tell you it wants you to make certain types of titles and thumbnails because that will hit in the algorithm and that will get you views and thus subscribers and thus money and success. And it's really hard as a news channel because, as we all know, and we've all been frustrated by it, news in general, not just video games, all types of news, whether it's music industry, whether it's politics, whether it's religion, whether it's obviously video games or sports, it's all very sensationalized to the extreme level. The internet's really to blame for it because the internet only clicks on extreme headlines for some reason. I don't know why. I'll click on any headline that's about anything I want to know, but most of the internet will only click on the extreme stuff. I don't know why. It's the way social media has just trained us over the last 20 years that, hey, we're only clicking on the stuff that looks wild and crazy. So as an example, do I like the title of my video today? Big Nintendo Switch 2 news just dropped. No. It's generic. It tells you nothing. You have no idea what's in the video. The only clues you get are that it has something to do with Switch 2. And then the thumbnail has things related to stuff talked about in the video, but it doesn't really say what's talked about. Now, is there big news in the video? Sure. You can always argue there's big news. It's subjective, right? I think the Dragon Quest news itself was big enough to use the term big news because I've been waiting forever to see Dragon Quest 12. I thought the little quote for Aonuma was very fascinating because I love Zelda so much. That I would argue is pretty big news because we only have that information because of what Kiwi Talkz does, which is why I'll be sad if he walks away from interviews. Because he does a service that I think a lot of us in the industry, and when I mean in the industry, like making content with a following, a lot of us know and appreciate the work that Kiwi Talkz does. And we all think he should be getting a lot more views. But we also know, all of us know why it's not happening, and we all hate it. We all.
It does if it's Rockstar. Then
yeah, well, yeah,
yeah. It depends on what the subject matter is. Yeah.
But you have some interviews with some people that I think should have way more views than they do. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. But it's just the way the algorithm is. As he says, he's not going to play the algorithm game because it'll also potentially get rid of his ability to get new interviews. So it actually be detrimental to what he does. Whereas for me, being a little sensational, being a little dramatic at the titles and thumbnails doesn't really hurt the channel. Because I'm a news channel. And if you're a news channel, you either play ball or go home. Now, I really enjoy what I do. So I was, regardless if I never went full time, I was probably always going to be making news videos for as long as I felt like it. I had careers before this. I worked in IT. I've worked out a lot of different jobs. IT was the one that I worked the longest in as an adult, and didn't like it. It's just easy for me most of the time. Dealing with customers and clients, not always the most fun, but the actual, like, what I'm doing when I'm solving a problem, there's some fun to it, especially when it's a problem that, I've never actually encountered that. It's kind of interesting. Let me see if I can fix that. I have no idea. Hey guys, I'll tell you right now, when we work in IT, we use Google too. We don't have all the answers. We can have a lot of them, especially when it's about like if your company provides a software and you're like IT support for that software, we can provide a lot of answers, but we don't always have all of them. We just the way that a lot of people on IT's minds work, we just kind of are really good at solving problems. And sometimes, we'll look it up to see if anyone else in IT has encountered this problem because we can learn from each other. That said, I didn't really like the job. I just did it because it paid the bills and I had a family. Went full time on YouTube and it was scary, especially early on. Made no money. Then I got lucky with Tears of the Kingdom. So I today make a full time income on YouTube, but it's very scary. You pay a lot more taxes as a content creator than you do being a W-2 employee. You get no benefits, 0 benefits, because you technically don't work for YouTube, you work for yourself. So there's no health insurance, there's no 401k. You want that stuff, you got to provide it yourself. And what you'll find out when you provide it yourself is, holy fuck, is it expensive. Everyone already bitches about healthcare. And guess what? When you have like half of it or all of your monthly bill covered by your job, your employer, you don't know how expensive it really can get. But when you got to get private health insurance in the U.S., and I got a family, so shit's expensive. But I love it, man. That's the thing. I do it because I love it, and that's why I still would have been doing it even if I never went full-time, even if I never made good money. Because I wouldn't be making content since 1998 when literally there was no money. I was a fucking 12-year-old. If I didn't enjoy it, I just found myself enjoying making content and talking about games. And it's actually a very stark contrast because on this podcast, we have a really good mix of guests and hosts that are all very different. Like Eric, the casual gamer, the tag along, you got GameBird over there that makes some of the best content on YouTube. Unfortunately, he has no time to make that content.
Duh.
So when you see a video,
tell me more.
It looks amazing, like the solar eclipse, but that's also about how often a video comes out. To be fair, he's been streaming every Tuesday lately, so he's at least got that going for him. But yeah, he makes really great content, just needs more time. Stash over there, big review guy, playing games all the time. But also, doesn't believe in wasting a lot of your time online talking about games because he'd rather be playing them. Nothing wrong with that. He does want to talk about games, hence being on the damn podcast, right? But that's enough. That satiates his weekly need to really talk about the news and the games because he's paying attention to the news and all the league. He knows about all this stuff. He knows about it sometimes even before I do. But it's it's just not in his interest level, in his peer view to do that. Whereas for me, I'm a news channel. And so it's a talking head kind of channel. So very much the conversation is something I got to, whether I want to or not, force myself to be in. People say, like, why do you interact with some of these negative accounts on Twitter? Why do you do this? Because all of it's about building the brand and building the business. All of it's about driving the conversation and bringing people back to what I'm making on my channel. And if you stop that and you're not as involved, you're just not as successful. It just is what it is. I've seen a lot of other content creators not get involved in the conversations, not talk to their fans that much. And you really see them hit like a ceiling in my space where they never really get through and break through the mold because in the end, people come to your channel to get the news because they like you. They can get this news from 10,000 other channels as it's an oversaturated market. So if they're coming because they like the way you do it, that means they want to talk to you. So let them and talk back. Build a community. And that's how I got to where I am. And that's how I got to doing this full time. I literally couldn't do this full time if it wasn't for my community and the support of my community, the memberships, the super chats, all that stuff. It's literally like 60% of the revenue I make. Without it, I can't do this full time. Because the videos, Kiwi talks about, he's got a smaller channel, like 25,000 subs. Oh, I did a video that made like $10. I made a video last week that made me $3. This is my job. I put a lot of time into that video. It sucks. It really sucks when you put time into stuff and then it doesn't get views and makes no money, especially for me, because the money now matters for me. Like it is, I need the money. But you got to balance YouTube's algorithm bullshit with your passion and trying to find, for me, the happy medium of I don't want to clickbait too bad. Because I don't really want to lie. I don't want to lie. But trying to like skirt the truth, to technically not lie, to make your video clickable, I hate it. Dude, I hate it. Like my video before this one, didn't do as well, but like the title, this year just got exciting for Switch 2. What does that even mean? The fuck does that title mean? Does it pique your curiosity because you want to see why it got excited? Maybe, I don't know. And that one didn't even do well. A game-changing update just happened for what the fucking game-changing update happened? Do we have a Switch Pro? Did they add a new tier to NSO? Did they knock the price of Switch 2 down? Like, it's really interesting because as critical as people are of my thumbnails and titles, I am way more critical than they are. They have no idea the shit that I say about my own stuff behind the scenes. Eric's heard me say some shit about my titles and thumbnails, and I'm like, dude, this is fucking bullshit. Dude, I fucking hate this. Okay. That being said, doing all this full time while being a parent means sometimes I got to walk away, and that's a whole nother challenge to being a full time content creator. My daughter needs me something to do with her finals, so I will be back. But that is basically my journey. I love this shit. I'm always going to do it, regardless if I ever leave it full time. And this podcast, I hope to do till I die. So,
hell yeah.
Literally, I hope
Awesome.
the episode I miss is when I'm dead.
Mm-hmm.
That's my goal.
There you go. Awesome. I'll be super quick for the sake of time. I know Kiwi's on limited time right now. The legend of the GameBird, my friends. Where does that start? I mean, it starts from the most humblest and equally the most noblest beginnings. Born as possibly the most talented person within, the community that I lived amongst, the nest. Yeah, no, I've always just been an extremely creative person, and just loved entertaining since a very young child. And I remember as a young kid watching, early Jim Carrey and Pee Wee Herman. Pee Wee Herman was like a massive influence on me growing up. I remember watching Pee Wee's Playhouse for the first time and thinking the character was so badass. I was like, I want to do that. I want to act like that guy. That was I don't know. Those two actors really, really motivated me. And then at a very young age, I started, maybe even like, I want to say like 8 years old, back when we had like the old Stash will remember the VHS camcorders. Do you remember those VHS cameras that you'd record your Christmases and birthdays, putting together like weird little shorts and stuff? And I remember one of the first short films I did, I played like this villain. I forget what the name was, but I remembered checkbooks and like a parent or an uncle or relative being really concerned about theft and their checkbook. So I created this villain whose goal was to steal every checkbook in the world. And then as I got older, and I entered high school my freshman year, I got into video production, learning about that side of stuff. I had done theater and all that stuff growing up throughout the years. And when I got into the production side, started learning Adobe Premiere and editing. And that's when I started getting really creative and leaning more into my quirky side and my comedy. And I went through a weird run of making like really weird, goofy, like horror short films. And I wrote some down just like off the top of my memory that I had made. I made one about this like chef who basically went nutso and would kill people with a bladed spatula, called Flipping the Patties of Death. It was like one of the first little short films. Then I made The Milker, was another short film. Then there was The Night Creamer. That was another short film that I made. And that was like a trilogy. It was like a weird little trilogy. And then I had this idea for this kind of special called The Director. And in it, I played this director who was very self-indulgent, but treated everyone like absolute shit, like they were so far beneath him. And like the whole gist was I would have like this crew follow me around everywhere. Like it was like this very important documentary about me, this brilliant director. And I did a sequel with my friends, The Director Part 2, the producer. And then, I went through high school. I was mastering my craft, doing a lot of editing, volunteering to edit for like people who had projects at school and stuff like that, and in college. And then I saved up my money and I moved back to LA. That's where I'm originally from. And I was like, you know what? I want to pursue acting and do that. And I had a little bit of fun doing that for a short while. I went and I started off, I did a little bit of like extra work here and there. And I ended up really hating it. Not the acting side, but I hated basically what the industry puts you. I was forced to work a shitty restaurant job because you need to be on call basically 24/7 if you get an audition that you might find out about midnight and the auditions at 8 a.m. the next morning. And they'll specifically have it in a place with no parking, during rush hour traffic. And it might be for, I don't know, a Rosetta Stone commercial. And it's like a product that you never even used. And I ended up really just having a bad outlook on the industry and everything that you have to go through for these jobs that you don't care about, or all the jobs that don't pay. Your pay is the experience and all that bullshit. So then I was like, I'm going to get more into the live stuff. And I started taking classes at Groundlings Theater, which was remarkable. And if anyone's ever heard of Groundlings, it's where like most of the cast members of Saturday Night Live came from there. Conan O'Brien went there. Pee Wee Herman. That was a big reason why I even learned about Groundlings at a young age. And I absolutely loved that. I was one of the very top in my class, and I stopped doing Groundlings because I couldn't afford it. On top of it being insanely expensive to live in Los Angeles. And then I wrote a cartoon with my buddy because I wanted to explore all avenues of creativity, called Neon Phoenix, and it's an adult comedy cartoon. I still have scripts for the first 3 episodes. Who knows if anything will ever happen with that one day, but it's really cool to go back and read. And I still laugh when I read the script, so I think it's still funny today. But ultimately, I just got really turned off by the whole process of why I even moved out there to begin with. And I decided I wanted to be more in control of what I do. And I was more interested in making just really weird stuff and goofy stuff and fun stuff and really challenging my imagination. And so I ended up just making shit with friends, just random stuff with friends. Eventually I left LA, but before I did, I started a YouTube channel, GameBird Classic, and I didn't know what I wanted to do with it. I just knew that I wanted to make content, because if I could create anything, that would satiate my creative needs, my creative desire. So my first 4 or 5 videos, I think, on this channel are unboxing videos, because I had some first 4 figure stuff that I had. And my second love was Nintendo. So as I was doing these unboxing videos and putting together this channel with really no direction, I was also getting into these Nintendo content creators and video game content creators. And I'm like, you know what? I should just make E3 was coming up. And I was like, I should just do an E3 predictions video, because I feel like I have pretty good insight on what Nintendo does as a lifelong fan. And if I'm not doing the acting stuff, this is my big number 2. This is the other thing that I've adored since I was 2 years old. And I held my very first NES controller. So I started making Nintendo content. And then it wasn't long before I was like, man, what if I started incorporating my other passion of the weird skits into this? And that's how that kind of trickled into my channel stuff over time here and there. But no, I love doing this. I love where this has brought me. This is definitely a side thing. I'm very busy. It doesn't pay any bills, but I have so much fun talking about Nintendo. I have so much fun editing and challenging myself creatively, and most of all, hanging out with everyone in the audience, whether it's here on Nintenbyte or GameBird Live, meeting wonderful, amazing guests like Kiwi Talkz, SkySwordsAlisa, getting to create bonds and friendships with Prime, Eric, and Stashman has been unbelievably rewarding. And so I mean, ultimately, to wrap it all up and bring it all home, I really just do it for validation in hopes that people will like me. So that's why I keep making this stuff. Please, people, please like me. Please be my friend. Think I'm cool. Think I'm funny. Please. That's the topic. Thank you, folks.
This is great. I learned a lot about you.
That's pretty good. All right. I guess that takes us right to our next topic. Let's see here, which is the Kiwi Talkz question one. Who had that one?
I did.
Eric?
All right. So Kiwi already made his announcement.
Yep.
So we'll just jump right into the questions. Kiwi, I'll let you choose between Doom the Dark Ages, your what the fuck game, or Smash and Zelda coming to Switch 2. Wherever you want to start.
You've got me for 30 minutes, because unfortunately I need to take my wife to the doctor, post-surgery recovery stuff. Okay, so what was it? Doom, the WTF, and what was the other one?
Zelda Smash coming to Switch 2.
Those are just the ones in the dock. There'll be
The
more.
ones in the dock, yeah.
Well, I'll let you choose. What do you want me to go with first?
All right, since I didn't realize you had to still a half hour, but let's start with I know what most of the people here are thinking, probably Smash and Zelda coming to Switch 2.
The one that I know he's not gonna say shit. There's no way. There's no way.
Okay, so first things first, just a bit of context here. So usually what happens is because I'm so busy throughout the week, I usually make all my tweets in bulk in the weekend, right? I'll draft them all up. Sometimes I don't proofread them correctly. And with the particular one in regards to Smash, Metroid, and Zelda, that was going on while my wife was going for surgery. So I didn't word it properly. And then it got blown up into this big thing. So I will say this. In regards to the Metroid, Smash, and Zelda thing, one of them is new. I won't say which one. The other two might be, they might not be. But it might be a new game. It might be a remaster. It could be something like Smash Brothers Melee on NSO, maybe. But one of them, I will say, is new. I will say that tweet got me a lot of heat from a certain developer. So I do have to be careful.
Which developer?
I had to guess Nintendo.
It was worth a shot, man. It was worth a shot.
Like the individual developer he interviewed.
Which one? Who got mad? What's their name?
One of them got pissed.
No comment.
Anyway.
Yeah. So the WTF game still coming?
As I say, I don't think it's been announced yet.
Yeah, it hasn't been announced yet. As far as I'm aware, I've been pretty busy throughout May and April with a lot of things, so I haven't been able to follow up. But as far as I'm aware, you should be getting it before or sometime in Q3. If all goes according to plan, unless they don't meet the milestone that they need to meet, at which point I would say they would delay it to 2027, because when you get into Q4, you start going up against GTA 6.
Yeah,
I don't think.
If it's still this year, then I suspect we'll see it next month. I wouldn't be surprised if it's announced at Summer Games Fest or a Nintendo Direct or something. Yeah. But it's still there, and I don't know, you guys. And it's not
thoughts?
GTA 6.
Listen,
No, it's not GTA 6.
Kiwi, I asked this the first time you came on the show and talked about the big WTF game. You didn't answer.
Of course I did.
So I want to ask again. You didn't answer in a way that I approve.
Rephrase it to try.
I'm going to ask again. I know it's
rephrase.
I'm trying to see if we're making progress here. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, how WTF is this game?
Well, the thing is, what you have to keep in mind. What you have to keep in mind
would be the ultimate WTF, right? Like GTA 6 would be wild because no one thinks Switch 2 can even run it,
including me. Yeah.
Well, that would be like a 10.
Here, let me add some more variables into this, because yes, Prime, you're right. Like GTA 6 would be like this level 10 WTF, but just to add extra context, a level 10 WTF could be something that we just never thought would happen, like a brand new Earthbound. That could be a WTF game, even though Earthbound isn't this massive mainstream success. That gives maybe a little bit more variables to this question. I don't know.
I will give you something. Okay.
Oh,
so
okay. This is why I ask people.
Next year, there is a game that will come out that's like, oh my God, an oh my God game. Okay. I'll be providing more details on it once the WTF game is announced. Okay.
This is a Nintendo. Oh my God.
Yeah. So this is a third-party game on Switch 2 next year that will make people go, oh my God. So I'll have more info, but I just don't want to drop a bomb yet until the WTF game is announced.
Holy hell.
So this game will trump the first, the WTF.
My gosh, this will WTF the WTF.
Yeah.
Well,
In the ass. Oh my God.
I mean that. I don't even know. Okay, I mean they basically didn't answer your question. He just gave you information on something entirely different.
Yeah. So I don't want to. So because I'm already preparing.
He's got a style.
I'm already
He's got a
because I only found out about this in the last couple of days.
Sure.
Okay. So I still need to verify some other information. And once I have a bit more information, you might see another riddle. Just saying.
Here we go.
maybe some sort of a you might sprinkle some golden jiggies.
Some golden jiggies.
That would be OMG to me. That would be a new one of those coming out next year. That would be insane. Anyways,
but I am going to India in a month. I am going to visit certain people at Rockstar next month. So maybe the OMG could be related to that. Maybe I'm like throwing bait out.
Bully 2,
Look, I will say
Bully 2.
I know people get annoyed with how vague I am sometimes, but there are a number of reasons as to why I do that. Number one, obviously, is like if I just come out and say it, I think that ruins the surprise. Okay.
Sure.
Secondly, like if I say it, game developers get pissed off.
Yeah.
The third thing is the marketing aspect, right? So with a lot of these companies, they plan out specific marketing campaigns for a game, right? So when you come along and you just leak it, you actually sabotage all of their work. And depending on the company, so like with a lot of Western developers, they actually start the development process and the marketing campaign at the same time. They work in tandem. Sometimes it feels like the developers are actually working for marketing as opposed to the marketing working for the developers. That's why Jason Schreier got blacklisted after he leaked Fallout 4. That's why Rockstar hate him, because he leaked the trailer 1 was coming out before it came out. So that's why, like, when Nate went as far as he did, I think he went a little over the line. He should have restricted a bit. I mean, imagine how that Star Fox trailer would have hit if nobody had known about it.
I think with the Nate the Hate stuff, I would have just. It's the most he put out at once. I mean, technically, it's just 2. Well, he says 2, but no one knew about something that was Switch Sports.
Yeah. And didn't he mention Pikmin 4?
Yeah, there's been a rumor about that one for a bit.
Yeah, so like, because there's a big difference between me saying Metal Gear Solid 5 is coming to Switch 2, and then Nate the Hate going, hey, here's Ocarina of Time remake, Star Fox, Switch 2 Sports, Pikmin 4 Deluxe Edition, and 3D Mario is coming next year. Like, that has a much bigger, significant impact on Nintendo marketing devs as opposed to me just saying something about a third-party port like Doom or something.
And my whole thought process too with the Nate the Hate stuff, which for my channel is great. I love it. Leaks, cool. It's great. It's that I think he could have just revealed all the same information, but just spread it out throughout the year, and then people wouldn't have thought anything that bad of it. It's just that he did it all at once, I think, is what led to people being like, "Whoa," because he leaks the same kind of crap every single year. I mean, not the same games, but like different games every year. He just does it throughout the year, and people don't really get mad about it because it's just one-off leak this month, one-off leak next month, and it's like, okay, that people find that acceptable, more palpable because there's been time. Your previous leak maybe has already been announced and come true, so now obviously you're ready to leak your next thing. Like that's, I in general, as a setting my job aside, just as like a gamer. Leaks definitely can hurt sometimes, for sure.
If you put yourself in the position of the marketing department for Nintendo, when Nate announced, they would have been like, "What the fuck?"
Pissed at him.
They would have been, because I can guarantee he will have sources close to the marketing department. I would be very, very skeptical
for him to know what
he would be. He would have direct connections to Japan. It will be someone related to marketing or like someone who's connected to marketing. So he's like second in the chain or third in the chain or something.
Someone that would know all this stuff.
Yeah. And the big mistake that he did was he gave a specific date in terms of Star Fox. I mentioned on Twitter, never, ever give dates. And
now he's not going to do that again.
Yep. Nintendo are petty, man. People think that I'm talking crap. I'm like, no, they're not. They are super, super petty, as are Rockstar. They hate leaks to the point that they will move dates around. So if you give a date, they will sabotage that date just to discredit you. That's why I never give dates. Like I might give a rough time frame, maybe like 2026 or 2027.
Your OMG game is 2027, which tells us it's
exactly. But I never give dates. Also, like Nate the Hate, also he said that Red Dead Redemption 2, the next gen version, was going to be in late 2025. And then it never happened. Yeah. I never gave a date. I said it exists, but that's all I said. I said I've speculated that it will be 2027, but I have no idea.
No, I've heard dates and haven't said anything because one, it's Rockstar. I pissed them off once ages ago. I don't need to do it again. And it pissed them off. They just contacted me. They wanted my source, and I'm like, no. Like that's not happening, because when and it was funny too, because it was something that never even happened. It never got greenlit, but it was about Red Dead Redemption 2 coming to Switch 1. I knew work had been done on it, and I talked about it. Obviously, I'm talking about it now. Let's just say Rockstar might have been in my inbox a few days after I reported on that, and they weren't mad at me. They were just like, "Who told you?" I'm like, I can't reveal sources. What kind of? I mean, I guess I could, but I'm not going. That's no. Like this might ruin my reputation with you guys, but I'm not gonna tell you who told me. Like I don't want people's jobs at risk, and I realize they probably shouldn't have told me, and they told me I could say something. But yeah, just sorry. Good luck.
They're ruthless, man.
You're not
I've had a couple of people from Rockstar scope me out on LinkedIn. And then when I try, because like on LinkedIn, when somebody looks at your page, you can actually see who viewed it. But then when I go onto their page, it's like a dead account. I had all these people from Rockstar looking at my LinkedIn page that were like dead accounts. It was really weird. And then I had someone from Rockstar jump into my Discord. This was maybe 4 months ago. So like they have ninjas, man. Them and Nintendo, a lot of ninjas. So you do have to tread lightly with those two companies because they hate leaks. That's why like when you see any leak in regards to GTA 6, I'm like, bullshit. Like, no way. They're like Area 51. You ain't getting no info out of that company. At least at the moment.
Yeah, if someone wants to lose their job and doesn't give a shit. Like a pissed off employee. Okay, yeah, that happens. It does happen. But
it does happen. Yep.
I'm assuming Rockstar's trying to keep people not feeling that way until marketing the gear.
I'm gonna see because obviously I'm going to India in a couple of weeks' time.
Yep.
And I know a few devs in Bangalore, so I will try and connect with them and see if they can give me any info. Whether they will or not, I have no idea.
Well, we know that one guy will just keep telling you, "I'm buying you to this dinner," but you're give it a month. You're gonna be wrong.
Yeah.
You're gonna be wrong. Well, you're gonna be Venmoing me or PayPaling me some money, pay for that dinner. When it comes,
well, he's taking me out for dinner, so that should be enjoyable. I'll definitely take some pictures for sure.
Yeah. I can't wait to see the plate put on. So I'm gonna be like, yes.
And the other thing you asked about was Doom: The Dark Ages.
Yep, that was one you said last year.
Yeah, so I would just say, well, look out for Summer Game Fest. Look out for QuakeCon. Maybe look out for a Direct. Maybe you'll see it there, possibly.
Oh, maybe Xbox Showcase. They put other platforms on it now.
Which one?
Well, I couldn't see them if they were going to
I don't think
announce.
they're going to. Like this.
No,
this
they
one-
wouldn't announce Switch 2 on an Xbox showcase. I don't see them doing that.
Well, they did PS5 before. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah. And I don't know how strict Nintendo are with like blood and all that in regards to how they portray that stuff in games. Like I know with the Resident Evil they cut around the blood, but like Doom is such a gruesome game that I don't even know if they'd want to put it in a direct. And maybe it's best that it is announced.
It'd be weird because the last two Doom games were in directs and had the blood. They were just rated M. It'd be so weird if under Furukawa they're like, yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it is Furukawa. You could make a different decision, but like Nintendo back then didn't care. They had Doom and Doom Eternal both in directs.
Yeah. I mean, Doom's my 5th favorite franchise, hence the poster. So
yeah.
I am looking to play it on the go.
Yeah.
Because
that's why I want it.
yeah.
I think it's gonna run okay.
I'm playing games more on handheld these days than I used to. Primarily because my wife has been hogging the TV. So
we had a few super chat questions for you. I want to make sure we get to before you head out here.
Okay.
We'll start with the earliest one I see here was this $20 one. It says, "Hey Kiwi, you predict Nintendo's going to have a slow and soft year in 2026. What would you want in a reasonable time frame for 2026 to be a better year?" Also,
Okay.
Nintendo's dev teams are in early Wii U situation.
Yeah, I did kind of answer this in the chat, but I'll answer it again. So when I gave my prediction, that was obviously before all the announcements. But I will say, if this Super Metroid remake and Ocarina of Time remake are a thing, and I'm smiling because I know more information that I'm letting on. If they are a thing, then
pisses me off that I know you know and I don't know.
then that would be a great year for me.
I love Zelda so much. I've been fishing every contact I have. Like, tell me something. I won't say anything. I just need to. I need to know. I know it's going to be revealed eventually, and then cool. But until then, anyways,
I think people should keep their expectations in check regarding an Ocarina of Time remake, though.
All I care about is if it's from the ground up. If it's more like a remaster, then I don't really care that much.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of details that I don't know. Yeah. Like, but I've always maintained that doing the whole like Resident Evil 4 remake type of thing, it didn't seem viable to me, primarily because of the amount of money and resources that would be involved to make it. If you're remaking the whole thing from scratch. I think after seeing Star Fox, I think you're looking at something more in line with that, as opposed to like this massive ground up Zelda. Because I don't actually think they need to change a lot. I think most of it you can keep the same like story, dungeons, music. I think you could add stuff to Hyrule Field. You could do over the combat and make it more like Breath of the Wild. But I think if you keep the fundamental essence of the game intact, I think that would be the way to go, personally. I think that would reap the reward and not cost them as much.
Anthony says, do you know anything about Monster Hunter coming to Switch 2?
Yeah, it's one of the WTF games that's on the on the riddle.
He's not saying it is the coming. He's just saying, oh, it's in the riddle, but that doesn't mean it's that game. Here we go again. Guys, like last time he was on, we drilled him on the riddle, and he for like 40 minutes held his ground and gave us nothing. We rephrased a billion different ways. And people, by the way, I as like a fan who just watched Matt LaFleur get questions rephrased to him a billion ways over Josh Jacobs in his situation and him just refusing to answer, which is the correct way to do it. Same with Kiwi Talkz. The reason that people rephrase and re-ask in a different way is because sometimes it does work. That's why people do it. And the true professionals see that, know that, kind of think it's funny, and laugh it off. Kiwi Talkz has laughed it off quite a bit. Matt LaFleur laughed it off today. Like at some point, it's like, I know what you're trying to get. You ain't getting it, but you can keep asking. You're just wasting your time. Anyways, so maybe. but he's not saying he directly knows shit.
Well, I can't answer it because if I answer it, if I say no or yes, then it affects the riddle, right?
You say no. Now people might be able to. Oh shit! Well, now one less game out of that riddle.
By the way, what do you think it is? Just out of curiosity, you've had time to like stew on this for a while. What game do you think it is?
So I know last time we were settling in on it being something from Sony. I remember that's where we settled.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, I've been rethinking.
Why are you rethinking now?
Yeah, why are you? Because I'm not. That's actually my question.
That's actually a question. Oh, is that a question for me? Why am I rethinking it?
No, it's actually for Kiwi. Was he sort of update on that? A game outside of the show.
A game outside of the show.
MLB The Show from Sony.
Oh yeah. You're still gonna drill him on the Sony aspect. There's gotta be something from Sony.
You know what's funny? It's because you do reviews. You're actually more well connected than people give you credit for. And sometimes I feel like you're asking me stuff and it's actually smoke and mirrors. And it's actually a rhetorical question. You already know the answer, but you're like trying to put on this act like, what is it? But I actually know. It's the mo, man. It makes you look devious.
Well, I have to be careful too.
Well, the thing is, Stash.
Well, yeah, that's why you're trying to use me
more
to keep yourself.
Stash has gotten more and more devious over the course of the show as his channel has grown and he's gotten more connections. Because now I know Stash knows things that I don't, and I've never once asked him to tell me any of it. And I know it, and I can see the smirks he has, and I think it's hilarious. And when we have moments like this where we're asking other people that know things, I do like how devious it comes across as. I know he's not doing it because he's trying to get you to reveal something he already knows, but it does kind of come off that way.
Okay, question. I got a question for Stash. Okay, so when you asked me about Bethesda Fallout on Switch 2, did you already know that it was coming?
Yes. But I didn't know in the traditional sense. And I'm not going to go into detail on how that works. But,
yeah, okay. See, so...
To be fair, though, this question I just asked you, he'll probably raise his hand in chat, but this was Blake's question. He DM'd it to me on X. He messaged me earlier and said, check your DMs. I got a question for him. So I was like, he wanted to know about what Sony games, if there's any Sony games coming out. I said, well, let's rephrase it and say any Sony games outside of MLB The Show. And I'll ask him for you. But
okay, I will say this. I will say this, right? Because some people have reached the conclusion that Horizon's coming to Switch 2, because it's one of the games in the riddle, right?
Yeah.
And they make this claim based on Lego Horizons. But it's important to note, Lego Horizons only happened because of Lego Group. They mandated that it appear on Switch. It had nothing to do with Sony. So if you're basing that on the reason why you think Horizon's coming to Switch 2, that has nothing to do with it. Okay.
Good answer.
And to answer his question, I now think it's Monster Hunter. But I thought this before the stuff.
Are you basing it on the image? Or are you basing it on the image or the riddle?
Can I say something about the riddle real quick?
Okay.
I forget what you said in the riddle, and I forget all of the games you posted. I remember Monster Hunter. I feel like Bloodborne was in the riddle, but
Monster Hunter, Death Stranding 2, Bloodborne, Horizon, Halo, Black Myth Wukong, and what was it? Power World.
Yeah.
So for whatever reason, I remember seeing your post, seeing your riddle, and the assumption I had was all the games that got images are red herrings, that none of them are actually the WTF game, but those are all WTF games that would be a big surprise. But I feel like the clues are a little bit more subtle. And maybe each of those games give clues to what's coming.
Yeah, so when I wrote
maybe
the riddle,
I was.
I basically wrote triple entendres, basically.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's designed that way on purpose. In fact, the funny thing was when I posted the riddle, one of the devs was like, "What are you doing? You made it too easy. You made it too easy. It's obvious what it is." And then when people were putting all these different answers, they were like, "Oh, never mind. Don't worry about it."
See, I was just of the mindset. Well, he's not going to include an image of the game that it actually is. That was the mindset. But maybe again. Maybe it's one of those things where it's like you hide it under their noses, so they're not sniffing over in the corner. I don't know what the saying is. Is that even a saying? That's not a saying. No. Anyways, forget what I said. What game do you guys think it is? He asked a question. He's got to go, guys. He asked one question for the people. Give him an answer. You think it's Monster Hunter?
8 minutes. 8 minutes, and then I'll have to go.
Stash, do you want to throw a game out there? Stash might even know the game. Maybe he knows it, and he's got to throw a bullshit game
I reckon.
out there.
I reckon he does, and he's doing the whole poker face. You should play poker. You should play poker, bro.
I do. You know what?
Well, there you go.
I've won quite a lot in poker.
He thinks that Stash knows. So now that adds another layer to the equation, because what do we think Stash would know? Go look at his channel, see what companies, games he's been reviewing.
Well, I think he knows because I know how devious he is. That's all it is. Like and the fact that he admitted that he knew that it was Fallout, he might be like throwing a curveball for my curveball.
I love Stash's poker faces so much. I was talking about this with Yuli the other day. She's like, "Why don't you play poker anymore? You love it." And I'm like, "Because I think the next time I play, I want to go against Stash in a cash game." Because I'm really good at it, and I bet you he really is too. And it's always fun to play people that are actually good at it. Because look, it is fun when you're playing cash games against people that suck, because then you're just gonna take their money. But then there's a little part of me that feels a little guilty. It's like they invited the big fish to the little pond. I shouldn't be.
If I win enough, I'll usually throw them back their buy-in.
Throw some money back, yeah.
Their buy-in back.
I feel like that's way more insulting.
And I heard them. No, dude, there was one time in the game I heard them talking about like how they were going to get gas in their car to get home after losing, and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Here's $20. Don't fucking worry about it. Well, I only spent 10. I'm like, yeah, dude, you shouldn't be spending your last $10 when you need gas on a fucking poker game.
You got scammed, dude. They did a switch.
No, I know.
They made $20 off you. That was their poker face. The old gas in the car trick.
They don't even have a fucking job. I don't know what the fuck they were doing there. Anyways, it was only $10. I wasn't worried about it until I heard them like talking and like arguing about it, and I was like, "Well, dude, I won like $300 and I just fucking $20. I don't give a fuck, dude. I spent $10 and walked away with $300. What do I care?" But yeah.
So. What else we got?
Nate thinks Monster Hunter. What do you think?
I know you think something from Sony. Yeah.
You think it's a Sony game, right? Stash? Look at the camera, buddy. I want to see your eyes.
Sure.
Sure. He's just going to leave it at that. GameBird, what game do you think it is?
I'm going to go last. I want to hear what everyone else says first. Yeah.
Alyssa?
I honestly have no idea.
Just blurt out a game.
Well, I thought Horizon originally. It's been a little while since I actually read the riddle. I read it when Kiwi first posted
Same
it,
here. I can't even remember.
Yeah. I remember thinking Horizon. I know me and the Discord were talking for a while, and I can't remember what we were all coming up with.
I think it's being revealed next month, and so I've been reading this riddle every fucking day to try to like figure this out.
I'm gonna go look at it real quick.
It's pissing me off. I've asked AI to help, which I never asked AI to help with this kind of shit. I don't want to see what
I ran it through AI to make sure that nobody that ChatGPT or something couldn't solve it, right?
Yeah. They answered the question, and then I said, "Well, can you explain how you came to that?" Then when they explained it, I'm like, "Fuck no, that's not what the riddle is. You're so full of shit." Like that is not okay. So I'll just eliminate this game. You know what? I should just keep asking AI every game it comes up with. Just say, "Nope, you're not it," because that's not right.
So Player Essence thinks it's Spider-Man.
Yep, I know
and
that.
That's not on the images.
Nope, Sony game though.
Yeah.
licensed IP. They need to make as much money as possible. Yeah, they brought it to PC.
I just wish I knew the context.
Even if their future strategy is to keep it on PlayStation, this one already left PlayStation.
So I will say, and this is an important thing to note, right? When I first heard about it, I was like, WTF. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I look at as a WTF, some other people might not consider a WTF, right? So it is from my perspective. So
from your perspective, this goes back to the GameBird question, the super chat. 1 to 10.
So perhaps how much of a WTF is the game? 1 out of 10. But then it also depends. Well, what metric are we using? Like my 10 will be different to your 10, which is different to Anthony's 10.
Well, I would say you said GTA 6 is impossible. That's what you're feeling. So I would say that would be like a 10. That's like the most impossible of impossible games. And then
hold on. I should elaborate. I don't think it's impossible. It is possible, but I don't think Rockstar would do it primarily because they don't like to compromise on their vision. That's the main reason. But I think if you did, if you sacrificed enough, maybe like foot traffic and all that stuff in the cities within GTA 6, you can probably make it.
I'm ready to throw a game out here. I couldn't find the riddle. I have no idea what it says. I had forgotten the games that were on it. But listen, man. I don't think it's any of the games that were posted. I just don't think that he's like, I'm going to put the game here for everyone to see it. I'm also not going to go on the Sony train and say it's a Sony game.
He laughs and he said a dev is pissed at him over it, which means maybe it wasn't the anyways.
No, I'm going to go balls to the wall because I'm going to choose a game that's not been announced, that may not be real. Something that's been rumored, but definitely would be a huge WTF. I'm going to say it's not this game. I'm just going balls to the wall. Maybe this is the WTF squared game that he alluded to earlier. Half-Life 3.
That was one somebody said for sure.
Oh, I love this.
That is definitely what WTF.
I think
that is WTF.
I think, Kiwi, just be honest. You've been really enjoying how people have been doing with this riddle.
It's fun because it brings people together, right? I mean, that's the cool thing to solve it, and it doesn't piss off any devs. It doesn't get me in trouble.
Half my Q&A.
Yeah, I mean, the only people who it pisses off something chronic, which I love, is the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, because I hate that subreddit with a passion. When I saw how they reacted to it, I was like, you know what? I should make more riddles just to annoy the hell out of them.
They hate riddles. They hate riddles.
I
just be straight. It's like, but it's also more risky.
Riddles
Someone has to figure it out. Cool, good for them. But
yeah, it's always been fun.
Alyssa posted the riddle here. So
there it is.
I sit beside legends, though none of my kin. I'm sold their same keys to let players in. I share the same screen and I share the same light, yet my bloodline says I don't belong to the fight.
Oh, that's easy. Fist of the North Star.
Well, my original guess was Bloodborne, but then I'm like, no, not Bloodborne.
Maybe it is Bloodborne.
Yeah, I know. He's gonna. Here's the thing. You see the smirk. It doesn't matter what game I say. The smirk's coming either way.
I learned that from Stash.
He's so good at it. The smirk comes no matter what. You get nothing. Oh, you think it's that? Oh, you think it's this? Oh, you think it's that?
So this is a game. So I sit beside legends. So this is a game that sits next to some juggernaut titles, though none are my kin. So I'm guessing it's
maybe.
Yeah, it's like a standalone title.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave you guys to ponder. Unfortunately, I do have to go. I wish I could stay, but I do have to take my wife to the doctor.
Yeah, you're good.
This has been fun. Alyssa, nice to speak with you and meet you. Guys, it's always a pleasure. I don't know where Eric's gone.
I don't know either, to be completely honest. He's not in the room.
Okay.
He just vanished.
Yeah. Anything on the horizon? Not much. Obviously, I'll be...
Oh, you believe it? He's like, I don't know where Eric is.
Yeah. I'll be evaluating everything with the channel over the next few weeks, and then I'll make a decision once I get back in July. People keep nagging me about my Metroid Prime 4 review with the OG devs. It is happening. I'm waiting on Zoid, the senior engineer, and he's just taking forever to complete it. So once it's done, I will do that review because people keep nagging me for it. On the Nintendo front, not much to report. Although, something cool. I've been in contact with a Square Enix developer who worked there for 15 years. And she's Japanese, but she also speaks English, and she worked at Naughty Dog as well. So I've been in contact with her. She's working on a game at the moment, so she's just waiting until it's ready, and then she'll start promoting it. So that'll be a cool one because she's a Japanese dev, but she can speak English, and it gives insight into Square without breaking NDAs, hopefully. That's the other problem with doing what I do. NDAs, annoying, but
Congrats on getting that.
What's that?
Congrats on getting that. I know you obviously been trying to get that. In over there.
It's a tall order, man. It's a tall order. Very difficult. If I spent like 6 months in Japan, I could probably make it happen. Everyone I speak to is like, you need to go to Japan and spend a lot of time there because they like to build relationships first. I mean, one of the reasons I can't interview Shuhei Yoshida is because he doesn't do interviews with anyone he doesn't know. So, yeah, that gives you an idea. But anyway, I am off, people. Much love. All the best.
Cheers,
Enjoy
man.
the rest of the
I
stream.
was muted, but I did say nice to meet you as well. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, it was nice to meet you too.
Good night, brother.
See ya.
See ya.
Night, dude.
All right. Well, get to our next topic then, shall we? That is on, I think it's on Stash.
Yeah.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
Well, we're talking about why I was up bright and early today after going to bed very late. Just look, guys, normally I'm up around 4:30, 5 a.m. every day. However, I went to bed late because I was working on reviews, working on getting some stuff ready for when I'm gone at Summer Game Fest, some reviews, in the pipeline. And I was like, why did I stay up so late? I have to be up
to see the new episode of Supermarket Sweep, right?
Dude, I wish. I wish there's a new episode.
I've never heard of that.
Supermarket Sweep?
No.
Dude,
one of the best shows ever.
Dude, I fall asleep to
Game
that
shows.
sometimes. I'll put that on like as like a comfort. I'll watch it for like an hour before bed and fall asleep.
Okay, as far as game shows go, it's right up there with Video Power. If you guys remember that, where you had the vest.
Yep.
With Velcro and you stuck NES games to it.
Yeah.
So it's right there with that. And I would say, Double Dare.
Yeah, Double Dare.
Dare's the shit. And probably Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Yeah. What would you do?
Yeah, it's right
Or
there.
what would you do more? Yeah.
This was Supermarkets. Okay. Here's Dragon Quest. So I had to get up early, of course, for Dragon Quest.
Topic quick.
And I also had a hard time getting to sleep though because I was excited. You guys know how it is. And I was getting very nostalgic about it too. It's like shit, 40 years, man. 40 years. And it's just like this wave of 40-year anniversaries with Mario and Dragon Quest, Zelda, Castlevania, like everything I grew up with. It's just wild. And we've been looking forward to this day, right? We've talked about it. Is Dragon Quest 12 going to be shown? Of course, I had that on my bingo card. Nate, I believe you had that on your bingo card to start the year, that Dragon Quest 12 would be shown. Sure as shit, it was shown. Just not the Dragon Quest 12 that we saw last time. It's a completely
no, it wasn't.
It's a completely different game. They scrapped Dragon Quest 12 that they were working on. It was supposed to be a darker, more mature Dragon Quest 12. And of course, we have a different Dragon Quest now. And it's called Beyond Dreams. So Dragon Quest 12 Beyond Dreams. Prior to that, it was Flames of Fate. And it was really cool to see the game in action. You know, we didn't get to see much. I think after we get through all of the Dragon Quest games here, we'll see it. One thing I noticed too that they did during this trailer, and we can't play the sound because we'll get hit for this theme. But for like the NES era, they played the Dragon Quest Overture from NES, and then they perfectly looped it into the Super Nintendo version of the song, like right where it should transition. And then they did it with the PS1, like PS2 era, and then they did it with the current one. So the song they used is like all four versions of the Dragon Quest Overture. I was like, oh, I don't know how many people caught that, but I'm like, that's badass. They did a very good job with that. Then yeah, these gentlemen here, Yuji Horii there on the right, seems like such a nice man. Both guys seem really cool. So they talk about the 40 years. Yes. Thank you guys for the support, going strong. And then they went right into Dragon Quest 12. I was like, okay, like we're taking the gloves off. We're doing this. And they had some other announcements we'll get into. I'll kind of let this play, and while it plays, let me ask you guys, what did you think of what we saw here?
I loved it. It was. I know some people aren't keen on the character design in 12 for the main character compared to prior Dragon Quest entries, and I get it. Everyone's got their personal preferences. I don't know if I love the design, but I don't hate it. I think it's fine. Fits in with Dragon Quest. But like the world that they showed and some of the stuff that like it to me it looks like a game that's still probably a ways out. They joke around in here about how one game that they have coming to Switch 1 and Switch 2 they hope is out before 12 because they're not even 100% sure when the game will be done, which means that they're not sure when 12 is going to be done yet. I think 12 is probably not coming out till like 2028 at this point based on what they showed, because they showed the town and landscape like empty. So like it's still, and they even said they had a reboot development. So guys, this version of the game hasn't been in development for the last 7 years or whatever. They rebooted at one point. So it hasn't been in development as long as we feel like it has been. So I still think it's going to be a ways out. This is kind of like a re-reveal, like they did like 5 years ago. They're re-revealing the game because now they actually know where they're going with it. They have a direction. They have a world being built. So I'm really excited for Dragon Quest 12. And I know it feels weird saying that as someone who's newer to Dragon Quest. I'm still playing 3 right now. And I'm really enjoying it. Obviously, I'm working my way up. I plan to go to 7 Reimagined, and maybe I'll pick up 11S on the Switch 2 version that they announced is coming out in September. We'll see. I know it's got rave reviews, and everyone knows it's a great game. It's been out forever. Even though the Switch 2 trailer didn't look that much improved over Switch 1, I think people forget. Like the game did run well on Switch 1, but it was relatively low resolution and there were some issues. But anyways, I didn't buy it originally. So like this would be a first time purchase for me for Dragon Quest 11. It's only $50. So we'll see. So I thought that was a cool announcement. But really, you're seeing it right here. You're seeing Dragon Quest 12. Looked incredible to me, but I know not everyone's loving it. I have no idea. Dude, Dragon Quest is like, it's a weird IP for me because it's been around my entire life. And yet I've never played one until this year. So, and I love RPGs. It's wild to me that it took this long for me to get into the franchise. But God, and their enthusiasm and like the way they talked about how why they redid it, you could tell like they didn't really want to reboot, but it's just, their original vision just wasn't coming together. And that happens sometimes. And rebooting, that's tough because we're talking about a AAA game. So you're talking about budgetary concerns and all of that. But obviously, their parent company is cool with it because Dragon Quest sells very, very, very well, and could probably more than make up for whatever increased budget they had to do because they rebooted it. Like I'm basically saying, guys, this shouldn't be a Metroid Prime 4 situation. This game should sell very well, especially in Japan. Japan alone probably makes it profitable. So,
did anyone have beef with the character model? I have seen that. I saw that online today, and
I actually love the main character design in this one. Listen, he's got weird looking eyes. The eyes are a bit off putting, and I really like that. I know from what I know of the game, it deals with dreams and stuff. So I love that this character, like, he almost looks like he has been suffering from severe sleep apnea or sleep deprivation.
Yeah.
It's a little bit off-putting, but at the same time, there's also something kind of like uniquely striking and piercing about the eyes. Additionally, someone put a tweet together today that I didn't realize when I watched the trailer for this game, but I was like, oh wow, I do kind of see the correlation there. Someone compared these characters to Chrono Trigger characters, you know, and you know it's obvious that it's like, oh yeah, this doesn't look like Chrono. That chameleon looking character doesn't look like Frog, but it does look like there's a little bit of theming that's comparable, and I think that's really neat. But I think the game looked really cool. This trailer was bittersweet. I mean, knowing for so long that Dragon Quest 12 was in development, and as someone similar to Nate, who, you know, this game has been around my whole life as well, obviously, I've never really dabbled in the series until, you know, really Switch 2 era. And I'm extremely excited to pick up Dragon Quest 11S. I know I've heard glowing things about that game from you, Stash, here on the podcast. And so I was very tempted to purchase the game elsewhere, but we all knew this was coming at some point. So it was worth the wait. So I'll definitely be picking that up. I think it lands September is when it comes out. But regardless, whenever... Yeah, there you go.
Or $40.
I'll be picking that one up, and it will somewhat tide me over. But yeah, it was bittersweet. The game looks gorgeous. I love the visuals. The bitter side is, like I said, knowing that this game's been in development for a while, hearing that there's been a reset, a new vision, a new idea. It just means that we're farther off. And you know what? Let them take their time. Let them make the best modern Dragon Age game they can make. But yeah, I mean, this one could be landing on what, PS6 for all we know. So depending on,
I mean, it depends on.
They didn't mention a year. They didn't mention any platforms. This could be 2 years out. This could be 3 years out. This could be 4 years out. We just don't know. Maybe sooner. Maybe they've scrapped development, but since they have the same engine they were originally working with,
maybe it's next year.
Maybe they're able to. Yeah. We just don't know. It feels far with the limited information. We didn't get to see any of the combat system in this one. So visuals, though, I love how vibrant and colorful and crisp the world looks. And even though I don't have the history with this series that ThunderStash does as someone who's played through all of them, there's just something so iconic and timeless. Not just the overture music that I know we've heard a million times. Regardless, if it doesn't even matter if you played Dragon Quest, you know the theme. You heard it in like 30 Nintendo Directs when Dragon Quest 11 was before that game was coming out. But not just the music, the character designs and the monster designs. They're so, I don't know. It's so cool to see an RPG series like this that has like the monster designs that are so kind of cartoony and out there and vibrant with unique color palettes. Like, I love that sort of stuff. So when I see the footage of this new hero running around this world, I'm like, yeah, this is a world I cannot wait to just like lose dozens of hours in. I'm really excited. I can't wait to see more. The hope is that it's sooner rather than later. I'm hoping we get a meaty presentation of this game next year, by mid next year. But regardless, Square, take your time, cook up something nice and special. It's the 40th anniversary of Dragon Quest. You've got a legion of fans, especially in, the loyal fans in Japan who've been waiting a long time for this. So just, kick ass and do the series justice. But yeah, I don't care what people say about the character designs. I think they're awesome. And I say that as someone who has no bias for Dragon Quest. I've literally, the only Dragon Quest I've ever beaten is Builders 2. So.
Okay. Alyssa, what is your hype level here? How you feeling on all this Dragon Quest stuff?
I'm kind of like mid. I will say that like it looks very stunning and the environments look gorgeous. Like they look real, but it's stylized, and that's honestly my preferred kind of visuals for games. Not super real, but like real enough that it has like a charm to it. I never played any Dragon Quest games, which is kind of odd because I love fantasy and Zelda especially. But I just think I feel as an adult now overwhelmed with how much time I feel like those games take, and I already have like quite the backlog that I'm like I don't even know where to jump in if I wanted to. I have no problem with the character designs though. I think he looks cool, and the story concept sounds really cool with the different visions in his dreams. I'm curious to see hear more about like what that kind of gameplay is like, because to me that sounds like you're gonna experience gameplay in his dreams, like doing certain levels that way, maybe.
Yeah.
Stash, what did you say the previous name was for it? Fate, something Fate?
Yeah, it was Flames of Fate.
And the new one is Beyond Dreams. I think Beyond Dreams is a way better name.
Yeah.
To be perfectly, I think it blows the first Flames of Fate. Flames of Fate just sounds a little bit generic to me. Streets of Rage, Flames of Fate. It could be you could use it for anything. What's that? Genshin, Flames of Fate, new ninja game.
Final Fight.
It's like, yeah.
Flames of Fate. Primal Rage.
Yeah, Flames of Fate.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you could call a lot of stuff that.
It just has like a more generic sound.
Yeah, you got the On Fire.
Yeah, Flames of Fate. I like Beyond Dreams. Gives a little more mystique.
Eric, how you feeling?
I honestly had no clue this was happening.
May 27th.
I love
every year. Put it on your iPhone. Make it reoccurring for 1 year. For every year, reoccur once a year.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, I had no clue. So this is the first time I saw anything to do with anything. Honestly, the art style seems like it fits that type of genre. So I'm good with it. Never played a Dragon Quest game. Don't know if I ever will. So I'm happy for the people who are enjoying it. So that's really all I got.
All right, let me drop a fact here. So Dragon Quest 11, one that they showed today, coming to Switch 2 in September. That is a completely standalone adventure. So there's your jumping in point.
Okay.
It's the most recent one. It's $40. It is a long game if you want to see and do everything.
Mm-hmm.
I played it on PS5, long before I started YouTube. Really just not knowing, like I didn't watch reviews. I knew I wanted to obviously play it. But going into it, just not knowing how many hours, I mean, but once you're in, like you're in. But once you're in, like you're in a good way too, because you're like, dude, I don't even want this game to end. And then you start seeing all the hours you put in, and it's like 150, and you're like,
oh boy.
Yeah. And so, you have to like force yourself to go to the end game. But when you have a game like that, That's obviously really special.
Mhm.
And for me, this was my favorite Dragon Quest of all of them. And it's always hard I feel like it's harder for some reason for the newer games to, and this goes for like any IP, but for the newer games to surpass the older ones. Like it's hard for a 2D Mario today to surpass Super Mario Brothers 3 or Super Mario World, right? It's hard for a 2D Zelda to come out today and somehow surpass A Link to the Past, right? There's many examples like that. And so I wasn't expecting that to happen, but it did. And I'm happy for it. And that's why for me, it's like, man, this is it's like I'm giving away my review because I'll be reviewing this game, but it's such an easy recommendation. I'll for sure be reviewing this game. I had folks ask in chat, very excited for it to return to this. Obviously, I don't know what the calendar is going to be looking like around that time because so much of the calendar is empty for the second half of the year. But that's dated, so I'm doing it.
Stash,
Yes.
so you played this game originally on the PlayStation. Did you end up playing the S version?
Yes.
For what's it like playing this game in the pixel mode? Because I am very
Badass.
interested in that.
It's so cool. It's so cool. So yeah.
I'd love to hear a little more about that. Yeah.
You can play this game completely in 2D. It's not HD 2D like the Dragon Quest 1 through 3 HD 2D and Octopath Traveler. It's not like that. It's like old school 2D, like Super Nintendo style. And then you can go to the menu, change it to 3D and play the game in 3D. So it's not like you have to start a dedicated save or a dedicated game file and be like, okay, I'm going to start a brand new game and I'm going to play it in 2D. You can change it whenever you want. I mean, obviously you can't do it in the middle of a boss fight. There are some restrictions that are logical. But it is so cool to be able to do it. And when I played it, I played like primarily, I'd say like 98% of the time in 3D. And there was a reason why. The reason why I did that is because I was loving this game so much that I'm like, I'm just going to play it in 3D because that'll give myself a reason to play this again and experience it completely differently in 2D because it's completely different. It feels like two games in one. And I only played it, like I said, in 3D. So it's like, I was already enjoying it so much that I felt like, nah, man, I'm going to bank that. I'm going to bank the 2D mode. I'm going to do this for like 10 years. And so funny enough,
now's your opportunity.
Yeah. So I'm really excited, especially because Switch 2, be able to play it on the go, which is always nice and it'll look good and run well. The soundtrack. So on the S version, they added a fully orchestrated soundtrack to the game. The whole thing, not just the overture, the whole entire game. And dude, I'm telling you, there's soundtracks for me in life that just really stick out. This is one of those games. The Castlevania games, right? The soundtracks will always stick out. Mario, Zelda, Final Fantasy 7 in particular. There's just certain games throughout our life that we've played. They just have amazing soundtracks. And this game, I got to tell you, man, hearing everything fully orchestrated was just so enjoyable. Similar to like, with Mario Kart World, where you can just keep the game on and listen to the music. It was like that. It's very, very good. I mean, it's top 10 soundtracks for me. Look, I can't be more excited about this, but I feel like I'm reviewing the game, so I got to stop. Dragon Quest Monsters. Now, I also got asked in chat if I've ever played Dragon Quest Monsters 3, and the answer is yes. I reviewed it on my channel. And I spent like, God, I don't know how many hours. So many hours in this game. I'd have to look. I think it was like over 80. I'm really excited. In the Dragon Quest video we saw today in America, it just said Dragon Quest Monsters with the subtitle The Withered World. In Japan's video, it was Dragon Quest Monsters 4. So just so everybody knows, this is part 4. They just didn't say that here. So this is a sequel to Dragon Quest Monsters 3, The Dark Prince, the one that I reviewed on my channel and that I absolutely loved. Like, loved this game to the point that I'm like, hey, I'm into these games. Like, I'm into these monster taming games. These are really fun, dude. These are addictive. So I hope nobody sleeps on that last announcement, because that was pretty hype. And hey, dude, I would say this. Just remember this. It's Dragon Quest 40th anniversary. Oh, for another 12 months. It turned 40 today. It's 40 for a year. So I don't think this is the end of the announcements. I think there's more to come. I'd put money on that. Look, I've said this a lot. People in the United States, Western, they don't look at Dragon Quest the same way they do Final Fantasy, with that love in their eye. And they should. I'm telling you, they should. You can have two lovers. You can love Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. They come from the same mother and father. Square Enix. You're allowed to love both games, man. It's okay. They're family. They're two totally different RPGs that are absolutely amazing. You can pretty much jump in anywhere in Dragon Quest. As we know, Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3, they're out now. The HD 2D, they're amazing. You can play them 3, 2, 1. Or you can play them 1, 2, 3. Or you can play them 3, 1, 2. It doesn't matter. But they're available. There's more to come. There's going to be more remakes. They'll be here before you know it. So there's a lot to be excited about. I was really happy with everything today. And I will say this. I give them credit to Canna Project. It takes a lot of cojones to Canna Project that has been in development for this long. When you have your fans salivating for an update. I thought they handled it pretty well. All things considered. What else we got? Anything else on Dragon Quest Day? Do you guys think this is the end? Do you think we get anything else for the year? It's 40 for a year.
I'm curious if anyone else here. I'm guessing it's a no. 'Cause I'm sure we would have mentioned it. I know I haven't. I am curious about Dragon Quest Monsters. I know it's like more of a Pokemon like. It's a spin-off. But I don't even recall. Like I remember when that game was first announced back on the Switch, but I don't really recall hearing anything about it, like the quality of the game, how fun it was. So, I mean, it piqued my interest.
I reviewed
wow.
it. So good.
I got to go back and watch your review.
The best thing about it was, like, it's not right off the bat. I forget where it was in the game. Maybe a third of a way into it. You obviously you collect all these monsters. You have them fight for you. You level them up. They evolve, all this, and it's really cool. Here is the gameplay kicker, dude. That was so badass. Is that you can mate with other monsters. Like you put them into I think you put them into a machine, if I recall, and they mate with each other, and then they create a new monster, an offshoot. So you think like, okay, these are all the monsters, right? And you say, all right, I'm gonna have like this king slime and this really rare like metal slime, or a completely different monster type mate with each other to create this slime. And then this slime, it's like, you could have two super powerful ones, right? You can have two super like tanky ones mate with each other, and then they offshoot obviously a super tank now that you have at your disposal that you can build and evolve. That was the biggest thing for me. So I'm like, holy shit, there's so much strategy in this. Like, I feel like someone's probably made an Excel sheet and it's probably sitting around somewhere in a Reddit forum or something, because like there's so many options you could do. It wasn't like overwhelming. You got to think it out because you don't want to waste your time. But I was just like, dude, this game is really deep, and it really earned my respect. But yeah, check out the review.
I'll watch that tomorrow.
Some people weren't happy with the performance, but I even said it in my review too. Like, hey, dude, performance, not great, but damn, is the game fun? So I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. These things happen. Games can have shoddy performance and be really fun. So
yeah, I mean, look at the games we grew up with.
So many,
especially during the growing pains of 3D,
Yeah, that's the slowdown era on the NES. Yep. Too many enemies on screen.
Yep.
Yeah, like I always think about Contra Force, the third Contra. I have it.
Mm-hmm.
Very rare. And the game's like not even playable. Everyone knows this. Everyone who's a Contra fan knows about Contra Force. And it's like not even playable because of slowdown. Like barely. But people still bought it. Because those weren't deal breakers back then. Now if a game's, 50 frames per second instead of 60, people are hanging it up. They're done with the series now. Wild. All right, that's all I got, guys. I think we got to move on. I mean, to the next topic. I can't sit here and talk about Dragon Quest all day, unless you guys want to give some input. I fought a lot of wars against the dragons. Okay, I could drag on for days.
I have a question for you, Stash. If I liked Visions of Mana, how would I feel about Dragon Quest?
You'd feel.
Or do they play totally different?
No, you'd feel good about it. Dragon Quest is turn-based.
Okay.
So I don't know how you feel about turn-based.
I'm more open to it now. Is it a little bit like involved, or is it very much like Pokemon?
It's a tad more involved.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
the deeper you get in.
Yeah.
Okay.
you're turn-based curious.
Yeah, I am turn-based curious.
You should be. There's so many amazing, seriously, so many amazing turn-based RPGs.
I think Pokemon just put like the sour
Chrono
taste in
Trigger.
my mouth. I have a decent amount of time in Monster Hunter Stories too. So I've been playing that. I do like the rock, paper, scissors. It's like just a little different. I like
it is different
when it's more than just let me sit here, pick a move, watch an animation play out, and like be done. Like I really hope not that we're talking about Pokemon, but I really hope Gen 10 Pokemon adds something like really cool, like counter move kind of mechanic, maybe based on like your Pokemon stats and like your evasiveness. Like if your Pokemon's evasiveness is like higher up, it would be really cool if you could do a sequence of button presses to try to like dodge, and maybe you still wouldn't like work. I just think something like that would be really cool for that. But yeah, I am turn-based curious as long as there's like a little bit more to it than.
And Alyssa, you like? I know. Maybe Dragon Quest. It's not like, as far as this narrative goes, it's not like the most emotionally complex like Expedition 33. But I think one of the benefits of exploring the genre is there's just so many rich, incredible stories to be discovered, and ones that like Expedition will pull at your heart or make your eyes glaze over. My whole life, there's been so many that have just like touched me.
That's where we got our start, was turn-based.
Yeah.
I mean, Zelda growing up, sometimes I've heard people call it like an RPG. It's like, no,
sure,
not. Zelda 2 has RPG elements, and then the buck stops there. This is a adventure. Action. It's
adventure.
Yeah. It's not a role-playing game. It's not turn-based. It never has been. And it was interesting. For a long time, I didn't really play much turn-based. I didn't explore much outside of the Final Fantasy and the Dragon Quest and Chrono or like Earthbound. But some of the best games are there. And when I finally branched out and started playing them all, I'm like, holy shit, why did I sleep on this? And it was because I loved Zelda so much. I loved the actual live action of the combat, which, you get in.
That's kind of like my issue too, but I'm branching out more. But that has been like my thing, is like the Zelda bubble is it's just comfort. And I like being involved in the combat and like, controlling when I'm doing certain actions and like dodging, and
I do too.
All that, but
these games figure it out, like, especially as you get deeper into the game with the turn-based games, you may not be like moving around, but you definitely feel it when you're playing it. Like it gets intense, I guess you could say.
And I highly recommend, and I'm sure everyone on this panel would agree, if you ever want to go back and play like just an iconic RPG that has stood the test of time better than such a vast majority of games across such a wide variety of genres. Chrono Trigger, it's got the same art style as the Dragon Quest games. It's a perfect game.
It is perfect.
Obviously, it doesn't have the voice acting.
Legit.
It's not gonna hit the same way maybe Expedition does, but it's a game you could pick up today that doesn't feel dated in the sense that like, man, it's hard to go back to this. No, the game still kicks ass. So if you're ever like curious to go to like the roots of like just an iconic golden era gem of an RPG, I couldn't recommend that one more.
Now I have questions though. Have you played Earthbound or Super Mario RPG?
No.
Oh my god. Oh dude.
I know I'm a sinner.
No, it's okay.
You make me sick.
I'm excited for you
I tend
because
to do that.
I honestly don't know why we invite you on this show.
this
Me
is
either.
cool. This is good because you've never played these. Imagine not playing those games at like the age we are. That's cool. Like you can go experience them now. I'm just saying you should play them.
Okay.
They're so amazing. I'm excited for you. I want to hear what you think when you have time to play them. I know we don't have all the
I know
time
in
in the
that
world.
backlog. I'm trying to do is take your advice and stop the analysis paralysis bullshit and just play what I want to play.
Good.
I mean, right now I've been working through Pragmata because I was really excited for that. I'm close to the end, and it's been fantastic so far. I highly recommend Pragmata. It's so good. I'm sure you've already played it. I'm not sure if you put a review out or not yet, but I'm sure you have.
I
and just
didn't.
missed it.
I didn't yet. No, I didn't.
No.
I have the
Okay.
game. And you just brought up a really sore subject for me because I haven't played it. I've been trying to find time to play it.
It's just more work for.
Well, I'm excited
It
for
just
you
hit
when
me
you
again.
play Pragmata now.
Yeah. I'm excited for it too. And I need to play it.
The
Capcom
good thing
gave
is
it
that
to
your
me.
problem why you haven't gotten to it yet is because you have to play other video games, though. It's
Yeah.
kind of a nice problem to have.
Yes, it is. I agree.
All right. Well, that being said, now I think we can be done with that topic. I hope. I have no idea. Okay. So our final topic that we have here, besides your guys' questions, is about the summer showcase season. So we spent a lot of time on this show, on my channel, elsewhere, talking about potential Nintendo Direct this year, whether it was, when we thought maybe one happens back in February. Now there's stuff for next month. But one thing we know that next week begins is basically E3 season. That's what we used to call it. Gamer Christmas, E3 season. E3, as we know, doesn't exist anymore. However, from the ashes rises Summer Game Fest, which, no, it's not as good. But it still gives us some of that feeling. And it's interesting because Summer Game Fest is different than what E3 was. E3 was individual companies doing their own press conferences, then the big show floor where you can go play some of the games that were just talked about in those press conferences. Summer Game Fest is like a unique event. It essentially is just, hey, the entire industry, do you want to show your game? Do it here. That they're actually, if you look at it, for things that cover AAA and indie, there's no independent third-party showcase that does that besides this. You could talk about, obviously, state of plays and Xbox events and Nintendo events that do it, but they're doing it to advertise games for their individual system. Summer Game Fest isn't playing bias with systems. They're just, hey, you want to show your game? This is where you're going to show it. And it basically, there, and Jeff Keighley's other event, the Game Awards, is the only place that's really like that. So it's different than what E3 was, which was focused more on the individual press conferences, which we still have some. They're just not called press conferences anymore, guys. We got the State of Play, the Xbox Showcase coming up. We have the PC Gaming Show, probably a Nintendo Direct, and all the indie showcases as well, and other stuff in between that I'm probably forgetting at this point because the slate seems to have new things announced every day for showcases next month, because that's the way June is. But it's a really fun time when you're a gaming fan that actually pays attention to gaming news, because we get the most gaming news of the whole year in June. So, which showcase beyond the Nintendo Direct? Because again, we talk about that enough. We've talked about its death. I don't think there's any reason to bring it up again until there's a new rumor and or Nintendo just announces the damn thing. But which other showcase are we looking forward to the most, and why? Doesn't necessarily have to be because of Nintendo. And what are you hoping to get in that specific event?
Hey, I have a whole list of all the showcases. If you guys,
can you send that to me?
Yeah, this list is money because they didn't miss anything.
Yeah, because I'm going to be doing live reaction, so I'm trying to make sure I get everything queued up on the right day.
So this was from good old Reset era. And I pulled it up earlier and I was looking through it for the topic and I'm like, okay, they got that. Like they didn't miss anything. So this is perfect if we want to look at this. You want me to pop it open there?
I don't know what every showcase is next month. So
yeah, because there's so
many.
There's so many. I don't think everyone realizes it,
A lot
which
of them happens on
is
like
good.
the same day. Guys, when I tell you guys that I might have like 8-hour streams coming up to library, it's because the events are all like back to back to back. It's like all day for days. It gets wild.
All right, here we go. Okay.
Dragon Quest, obviously, in the front.
Yeah, we got to focus in on the middle here, not on the ads, not the scared driver here. right here. Okay, yeah. So Dragon Quest today. I watched the French Direct this morning when I was running errands.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to look by. I screenshot my phone while I was driving when I saw some games I liked. So I can go back and look at it. I didn't see the indie dev showcase because I didn't know about this. So I'm gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, I didn't know about that one either.
Okay, so starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like tomorrow, I'm just gonna say right now, before I saw this list, I already had 2 for sure that I was like 100% tuning into. Now tomorrow we got The Witcher 3.
Yep. We're gonna see the DLC.
Yeah. And who knows? Maybe there'll be more announcements, maybe not. Maybe that'll be later.
Witcher 2 edition, Witcher 3.
Yeah, I expect that. The Thinky Direct. I don't know what this is, so I'd have to look into it. Okay.
Thinky Direct. Who's that? Who's hosting it? Usually you talk about who's hosting it.
Yeah.
Thinky Games.
Is it?
Okay.
Wait a second. Stash, is it Indie Quest tomorrow?
Yeah.
As well? Is that on this list? I'm so excited
Yeah.
for Indie Quest.
Yeah, that's one of the ones I'm excited about.
Okay. I didn't mean to jump ahead.
No, you're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah,
I just had the realization. I was like, wait a second. Indie Quest. I'm very excited about that.
The Thinky Direct. It's like a Nintendo Direct. It's a company that makes indie games like Lost in Cheese, Schrodinger's Cat Burglar. I'm trying to see if there's one that maybe people would know more of. They've made a bunch of stuff. They might be a publisher. Yeah, well, I saw. I don't know. So the one that I saw was like the Ace Attorney popped up. But I don't really know. Like, did they work on Ace Attorney? I have no idea. But it's on their website, so I don't know. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know much about this guy. Their company website, like they say they make games, and they have a whole section of games, and they have games listed there that they didn't make. So
All right.
I'm probably not watching it. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. It's not on my list to watch. I probably won't because
I'll watch the Witcher one.
I'm working on some reviews and stuff. But
let me see the time. Yeah, I'll probably live react to the Witcher one, looking at what time it's at. So
okay, these ones right here. Now, I haven't watched the Insider Gaming Showcase. I don't know how long they've been doing it for.
This is their first year.
Okay, I like Insider Gaming.
Yep.
So I'm gonna watch it and see what they got. I don't know what to expect, and I like that I don't know what to expect. It's tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern time, so noon over here and in the desert. But then Indie Quest, I'm super hyped for. Bird, you said you are. We both watched this last year.
Yep, dude.
So-
last year it was so good too.
So good.
And there's still games from that I believe are yet to release. One of the games that I was super hyped on, I still haven't gotten to play it. You reviewed this year, and you personally messaged me and were like, "Dude, Bird, you gotta play this game because this is a GameBird-ass game." The Dump. Oh my
Kingdoms
gosh,
of the Dump. Yeah.
Kingdoms of the Dump.
Yeah, dude.
Yep.
Kingdoms of the Dump is so good. So here's the key thing about Indie Quest is that it's RPGs. This is an RPG direct. And that's what's so exciting about it because I love RPGs. Bird, you love RPGs.
Mm-hmm.
And I got Taylor. Taylor Hoyt is the creator and the host of the event. And I'm friends with Taylor. Talked to him about this. He's very excited. I've seen some things already from the event. I've seen like the rough cut, but I only watched like bits and pieces because I was like, I don't want to see it all. I'm good. I want to be surprised too with everybody else. And granted, that was probably like a month ago. But here's the breakdown. 42 games, 7 game reveals, 73 minutes long. So I can't tell you like how many games I saw at IndieQuest that I put on my list last year. Like it was tons of bangers. And again, as Bird said, there's still some games that aren't out. Like, what was it? Faye?
Yeah, Faye.
Faye, was it Faye of the Fawn, or is that
Something
what it's called?
like that.
This game looks so cool.
There's one that I think's on your Fantasy Critic too. That was an IndieQuest that looks unbelievable.
Oh yeah, the developer posted it on Twitter, the actual developer, and said, "Tune in tomorrow to IndieQuest. Like we got a big announcement."
Yes, that was one of my most anticipated indie games too.
Is it for? Was it Tides of Tomorrow?
Tides of Tomorrow. That's the one.
One that looks like Chrono Trigger.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why I drafted it. Obviously, it looks like 3D Chrono Trigger.
Yeah,
that's why I was like, "Oh, I'm nabbing this game." In a second. So I don't know what to expect, but look, I'm looking for a lot of these showcases to help fill out the calendar, the release calendar for the second half of the year. With IndieQuest, I will definitely get some of that, but I think we'll also get games for next year, which will be exciting because it's always fun to start putting games on the list for next year. So, look, highly recommend tuning into IndieQuest if you're an RPG fan. You're probably going to find a lot of games to wish list. And then, again, I don't know what to expect for Insider Gaming, but I'm in. I'm going to definitely watch that. I know.
Probably indie games, but they got some world premieres they've been marketing. So I'm curious.
I am. Yeah, and I want to support them. I like the work they do. They do have some good inside information. I appreciate that. Okay. This is Inazuma 11 Direct. I'll be passing on that. Okay. Sounds like a bunch of horse shit to me. Oh, because it's horses. It's a joke. Remember?
I get it. I know. Get it.
Yeah. I'm good.
Jeez.
There's enough horse games on what was the Wii?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that was actually funny. It felt like a complete parody.
That was so weird. All right. So the Mix on June 1st. The Mix has a showcase. Now, for everyone in chat, the whole podcast, we went to the Mix event at PAX West last year. We played a ton of cool games. We got to go hands-on games like Toxic Crusaders and Yuko Replay Elite before they came out. There were so many TVs set up with games in there. So this is their showcase. I'm going to the Mix in person on June 5th to go play all these. I don't know what to expect from the actual showcase. I would presume they're going to show like games that will be at the event, but I don't know. Either way, the Mix has like my respect because of the games that we got to play at PAX and how much fun it was. So I'm like, yeah, totally going to tune into that. That's on June 1st. Midsummer Night's Scream. This is it says Horror Game Awards Showcase. So there's going to be some awards, but they're also going to showcase some games. I saw them on X as well. And they got some announcements that'll be worth tuning in for. Oops. No, don't hit me with a pop-up. Okay. June 2nd, Black Voices in Gaming. I've watched this before. Again, more new games. I'm in. The state of play.
Big boy. Beefy
Dude.
one. Rumored
Beefy.
90 minutes.
Yeah. Beefiest. I'm
Lots
really,
going on.
I'm excited, dude. Like, again, it's kind of like when Nintendo has these big directs, especially when we've been waiting for a long time. Sometimes you feel like, anything can happen. And I feel like with the state of play, especially just kind of based on the release cadence of titles on PlayStation, between that and like everything going on with hardware price increases, like, I don't know that PS6 is coming anytime soon after the Steam price increases today. So we need to know what's coming out on PS5 because we're living in the now. I don't think we should be looking to PS6 at this point because of all the pricing.
Is there a possibility we get Wolverine and then just a shit ton of games and services announced?
Well, Wolverine will be there.
Yeah, Wolverine will be there, but it's like, what else?
I don't think it's games as a service. I don't. I think they're walking that back as much as it's feasibly possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Thank God. Yeah, thank God.
It's suicide.
Better late than never, I get.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
Suicide.
I get worked up. I get worked up about that stuff, but
I do too. I get mad. I get really mad about it, dude. It's upsetting because it's like, no, we didn't ask for this. Stop.
Yeah.
We didn't have to. It didn't have to be this way.
It's painful. Yeah, the suits would say, "What? You don't love money?"
Yeah, exactly. This was a suits decision. We all know that. The devs didn't say, "Yeah, let's make a games as a service game, dude."
Yeah,
they didn't say that. They don't want to do that. But hey, we're all excited for it. Sky's the limit. What do we think we're going to see anything crazy? I mean, I think Wolverine, that's obvious. Wolverine's there. We already know this. Final Fantasy 7.
Yeah, I feel like 7 Part 3 is the big one.
Is it there? Or is it at Summer Game Fest?
I feel like it's at the state of play.
Even though it's going to be completely multi-plat.
I mean, we could get the first look in the state of play, and then we could get like a more dense trailer at Summer Games Fest. I do feel like with I don't know.
This
I mean, it's such a
sponsored by Extra, by the way.
Stupid. Like despite Rebirth not being like this explosive seller, I do still think it's an IP that's very important to the Sony brand, regardless of going multi-plat.
Oh, 100%.
So I almost
important.
I almost feel like if anything, you get a nice little story teaser with a little bit of gameplay, and then maybe they do something more in-depth and explosive at Summer Games Fest. And maybe they even say you'll see more really soon. Primal. Get your hand up.
Nate the Hate leaked today that it's going to be Rayman Legends Retold will be in the state of play.
That's pretty cool.
Saw that.
I was gonna say what I love. I didn't hear about that, but what I was gonna say is what I'd really love to see in this state of play, other than Wolverine and Final Fantasy, is the return of an iconic PlayStation series. You know, something from PlayStation's past, whether it's a new team, and it could be any multitude of things. I think Rayman, that's a really cool one to see rebooted or remade, whatever they're gonna do with that. Sly Cooper, Jack and Daxter, like there's just so much stuff from dude, give us a new Ape Escape. I don't care what it is, but I would love to see something iconic that resonates with Sony fans who've been there since the PS1 era or the PS2 era. Kind of make like a return to form, some dormant IP. But I don't know, maybe that's just me.
Okay. Let me list off some IPs. You guys tell me yes or no if we'll see them. Uncharted.
I don't
look.
I don't think so. I think Uncharted would be like some sort of a special collection, but I don't think we'd see anything new from Uncharted.
Okay. Prime.
I don't think anything's going to happen with Uncharted, dude.
Okay.
I want something to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, Uncharted's a great franchise, but I just don't think they're going to be doing anything. Maybe on PS6. I don't know. Like, I kind of feel like the next thing for Uncharted, if there is a next thing, will be a new game. And we know that studio is spending all their time on, was that Intergalactic or something?
Yeah.
That new IP that they're working on. So I kind of feel like anything that happens with Uncharted will be after that game comes out.
Okay. The Last of Us.
Look, I swear if they like remaster it again, just
the
remaster.
Okay, so they've already remastered it on PS5, both of them, and they've released it in a double pack. So they're out of options now. They can't be like, hey, we're releasing it again as a double pack. They already did that.
Ultimate Collector's Edition that includes a PS5 Pro specific PSRR 2.0 update to give you 120 FPS and 4K.
Yeah,
Remaster, release, redone.
Do that.
I'm gonna charge you $100. Have a good day. No, I don't think anything's gonna happen. Again, it's just another one of those. Maybe next gen. Did Sony really messed up this generation by going all in on the service games? Like these are the kind of things we normally would expect new games in every generation. Sony has made that like a normal thing, and then they decided now we're going to go all live service, and now here we are talking about games that we now have to consider on the shelf that shouldn't be on the shelf and were really popular. Like, hey, we have games. Let's just stop making them.
What about Parasite Eve? How sick would that be?
Yeah. That's Square Enix.
Yeah.
There's an indie game that I have on my list that is just like it. I'll have to find it for you.
You know what?
Parasite's even in the name.
You know what I'd like to see come back? A new
What?
Jack and Dexter.
Yeah, I would
agreed.
too.
I think there's reason. You know, you see, they did Astrobot, did Ratchet and Clank. I think there's reason to think that they could revisit it.
My fear with Sony is that Insomniac is gonna just be the default Marvel studio, and I find that to be a real bummer if that ends up being the case. I've got no gripes with Spider-Man. I'm actually very excited. Like, I'm not the biggest Spider-Man fan. I think the game's fun. Just like at the character in general, I'm not the biggest Spider-Man fan. I love X-Men, so I am very interested in the Wolverine game. I can't wait to play that one. But the thing is that Insomniac is so talented, and they have such a creative team. And thinking what they've done with Ratchet and Clank. But even when they've been experimental and done really unique stuff like Sunset Overdrive, there's like a lot of untapped potential with that team that I hope they're not just like, you're the Marvel team and you just do Marvel stuff now.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
I agree it does. And part of
You know what I could see
part
here?
of me is mad too, because they're so creative. They could do so many things.
This is one I think could be there. in a remastered form because they haven't really done anything with it since the first couple games, Infamous 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I could see them announcing a remaster combo pack during this
There's
event.
been some chatter about Infamous being shown.
Yeah. And I think it's a franchise I could understand them bringing back first with remasters before they would do something new.
I agree. Okay.
When did Infamous 2 come out? It's like
Horizon. I don't think we get something major because they're working on that Horizon
The live service.
Gatherers game. Yeah.
The game's a service one.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Well, what about God of War? There is stuff cooking. We got the TV show. So obviously they're going to want to line up game releases just like they did with Last of Us, just like Fallout has done with the TV show. They want to line up game releases with it. So what do you think? We got the trilogy.
Well, here's the thing. I forget which is which. Sony has 2 different shows. They have State of Play and they have the PlayStation Showcase. One of those they treat as their big show. The other one is a little bit more minor. Which is which? Because I forget if you guys remember.
Yeah.
They just call them all State of Plays now.
Right.
They used to differentiate the branding. Because this
Correct.
is an
Okay.
long show, and they've already advertised a huge Wolverine. So like they're treating this like their big show, even though it's called the State of Play, because they've had State of Plays that have been 10 minutes before.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is their biggest
there is
showcase.
So there is no more PlayStation Showcase. It's just State of Plays now.
Yeah, it's
going
kind of like
forward.
how Nintendo used to call the digital events. They didn't call them Nintendo Directs, right? They called them like E3 showcases or E3.
Sure.
And then they just said, "Why are we doing that? We'll just call it Nintendo Direct. We already have a digital event. We do."
Yep. Everything's a State of Play now. And what makes this good is that this is like the longest one.
You know,
I'm going to say it. You sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to say it's a possibility. I think it's more so than anything else we've mentioned, excluding I think Final Fantasy has the strongest chance. I do think God of War is a strong possibility, but I actually wouldn't be surprised to see God of War at the Game Awards this year.
Could be a good one.
I could see Keighley working some magic behind the scenes to snag that world premiere for the Game Awards. But
I could see a new God of War getting announced, but it's not coming. They won't have like a release date. It's not coming out this year.
No.
But I can see them tease because Sony does, at least in the past, like to tease things many years in advance. So like they could even tease it, and then it turns out it's like a PS6 game. Of course, we know it'll be on PS5 too because they're just going to go cross-gen. But
You think we hear about the trilogy remake, an update on it? That was announced.
yeah, that's more likely. to
yeah,
be honest.
probably.
Here or at Summer Games Fest. I think that's more likely.
Yeah,
Astrobot.
I don't think there'll be anything new yet for that.
No, unless they do another DLC for it.
I could see like Team
I think so.
Asobi having something else cooking, maybe. But I think Astrobot they'll wait for the next gen.
What about SOCOM?
No.
SOCOM would be cool though. You know, like,
We're just gonna pull.
How is
random
that not?
out.
How is that not their games of service attempt?
no shit. That
That
should
would have
be-
made sense. That actually would have made sense. That's why it's not.
Yeah.
exactly.
No, we're just
And
gonna
st-
make all
and-
these that copy everyone else's games and assume everyone's gonna leave those games to play our game.
Yeah. Instead, they had Blue Point not work on a Bloodborne remake and instead do a God of War games of service.
Or
That no
any
one asked
remake
for.
ever from a studio that literally did nothing but remakes. Dude, I'm so mad about the Blue Point situation, man. Dude, they had this consistent release cadence of releases. They were doing great. Sony buys them, and now no releases, and they're done. It's so frustrating. I don't know why Sony bought them. Like, I don't know. If you didn't buy them to do remakes and remasters, then why the fuck did you buy them?
Yep.
That's literally all they do. Why?
I don't know.
It's dumb.
It's like, what's the point? You know, just makes me blue to think about. Samir Soriano said in chat, bring back Ghouls and Ghost. Hey man, I love that game.
Yeah.
But I gotta tell you, Capcom released Ghost and Goblins Resurrected a couple of years ago. And like nobody bought it. It did not sell well. So if you haven't played that, I suggest adding it to your wish list so you can get a notification when it goes on sale. Because you can pick it up for like $7. And then you can get your Ghouls and Ghosts fix, which love Super Ghouls and Ghost. All right. So any hardware?
No.
Any special edition controllers?
Maybe. Like Wolverine. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's probably
with some claw marks.
Yeah. There'll probably be one.
Yeah, it'll probably have claw marks
they're
too.
pushing Wolverine hard, so makes sense. So yeah, I mean, I could see them. You can have the special edition PS5 for it.
Yeah.
But in terms of like new hardware, I don't see any new hardware announcements. No, I think they're going to wait as long as possible because they still don't know when they're releasing PS6.
Yeah. I agree with that. All right, so we need bold predictions outside of what we've said, or should we move on?
Probably move on.
I'll do a bold prediction.
All right.
Very unlikely, but you asked for a bold one. The NVIDIA leaks, man. We've seen nearly everything from those leaks come true, but there's one glaring omission. It's a game that I would be very excited to see. A lot of people would be very excited to see. I think there's a very good reason that we wouldn't see it here because of a specific game that we've already mentioned. But Final Fantasy IX remake. That's going to be my bold one. Just
I like that.
Just for fun, for some shits and gigs, and wishful thinking, even if it's a forlorn hope.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. The Shack News Indie Game Showcase is what it's called. But it looks like E4. The sequel
to
E3.
That might be what they're going for. I have no idea.
I hope that's what they're going for.
That'd be great.
Because if it is, that's pretty
cool.
cool.
I was sad in going through all of this because I opened the link and I was looking ahead. I don't see Devolver Digital.
Oh, dude, we gotta have Volvi.
Dude, they're like they have like the best showcase every year. It's so
probably
entertaining.
gonna have something.
A great one.
Yeah, they'll probably have something.
I'm kind of surprised that there's been nothing announced yet.
All right, let me say this.
We can get the next week and they can start announcing it. The Devolver Digital does weird shit.
They do. They do whatever they want. Latin American Game Showcase. So I watched the last two of these showcases. Yeah, they've shown some pretty fire games. One of them, which makes sense that they're showcasing it, is Mariachi Legends. I drafted that game in fantasy. It looks like Symphony of the Night.
Looks like it worked out pretty well for me.
How's your other games working out?
I don't know. They haven't been reviewed yet.
They haven't been released.
I know. I checked in on it today.
Anyways.
So yeah, don't sleep on the Latin American Game Showcase for real. I've seen some real bangers in there. They just had one a couple of weeks ago. And same thing. I was watching it while I was driving. And I screenshot some of the games, and I'll have to go look through my photos again so I can find those games and find them and add them on my wish list. Women-led games. Women-led games. Are you guys hyped for this?
Woo!
Hey,
Definitely.
man, you know what? I don't care if it's a man or a woman.
Yeah.
If you got great games, I'm in. So let's hope they got the games, right?
Yeah. The blushy, crushy ones.
That's all I got. I don't even know what to say to that. Just a head shake.
All right, so everything I just talked about
Jeez, cue the crickets.
is the lead up to Summer Game Fest. Summer Game Fest is on June 5th. So at 11 Eastern, we got the Access Ability Summer Showcase. Obviously, it's accessibility, but you know, they space these words out. I think they want us to say accessibility. Is that how you guys would interpret it?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Then we got Summer Game Fest at 2 p.m.
Dude,
Kayla
June
and I
5th
will
is
be
gonna
there. We got our tickets
June 5th
today.
is gonna be a banger.
I'm hyped
as well
dude.
because I've got Summer Games Fest, and then that evening I'm gonna go see He-Man. So it's gonna be a good day.
Yeah, I would be doing the same thing if I wasn't going to this. I'd be seeing He-Man for sure. So we got SGF and then Day of the Devs. I'm excited. You know, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'm excited for Summer Game Fest every year. I think it's gotten better every year.
I think so too.
And I think there's going to be a lot of really, really big announcements this year in there. So it's just always
Hopefully some release dates.
Yeah, Nintendo fans get disappointed because Nintendo's never part of it, but there's going to be some big stuff in there. Sony takes part in it despite having their own showcase. Xbox always takes part despite having their own showcase. And guess what? You're not seeing Ubisoft or any of these other big third-party games running showcases this year, which means you look to the Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, and Summer Game Fest. That's where their games are going to be.
Yeah, and Ubisoft could have announcements in Summer Game Fest as opposed to having their own showcase.
Easily. Yeah.
But you know, they have obviously Black Flag remake, Resynced coming up. I don't know if they'll show any more. They've shown a lot already. Okay, June 6th, IGN Live. I don't know what to expect.
I won't be watching that one. And that's only because it happens at the exact same time, if you scroll down, as another... the noon Eastern. Oh, yeah, I think it's at the same time as the Wholesome Direct.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just going to watch the Wholesome Direct because I know what to expect with that one. It's usually pretty good.
I'll be missing all of these, obviously.
I know. Yeah, you'll be. I'm top of my stream schedule, guys. I'll be watching that showcase. I don't know about the Southeast Asian one. I've never watched a showcase like that before. Maybe we'll check it out this year.
Yeah. Story rich showcase. Like, look, here's the thing about this. You're going to see names of showcases you've never heard of on this list. Like I've never heard of the Story Rich showcase.
Yeah, it's by it's by Fellow Traveler Games. Seeing if there's like they've released a lot of games.
I like Story Rich games.
Yeah, there's actually like Citizen Sleeper as an example.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a good franchise. Yeah, I might tune into this one. They got The Pale Beyond was good. Yeah, they got some good ones in here. Yeah, I might turn into that one. What time's that one at? That one's at 1? Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of between Wholesome Direct and Green Games. Okay.
So what's the Green Games? Is this like Green Man Gaming doing a showcase, or is this like Energy Efficient Showcase? Energy Efficient Man Showcase?
It is showcasing games that reconnect us with nature, spark hope for the future, and remind us that we're protected. So it's very much exactly how it's advertised.
Yeah,
it's an
the
official
Captain Planet showcase.
It's an official summer game.
Did you say a Captain Planet showcase?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Planet. Yeah, Planet Play is the one presenting it.
Really?
So Planet Play is
that is hilarious. Yes.
Well, to be fair, they show off. This is interesting. So like prior showcases, they've shown things like The Walking Dead by Telltale Games. Imagine Earth, which obviously I understand that one being in there. Hawthorne.
They show Uncharted 95.
No. But
gave them some respect for that.
A lot of their games are obviously, supposed to be about bettering the planet, but I mean, they have some in there that is Walking Dead about bettering the planet. I don't know about that. But they showed it before to showcase, so
this is the thing, though. This is why you can't sleep on any of these showcases.
Yeah, like the ones you don't know of, suddenly they have like the games you care about in it. Like
they all have something worth showcasing in their minds. Like they got some games to show.
When I'm live streaming this stuff, if nothing else, when it's a bad showcase, it's almost entertaining.
I know it is.
Bad at it, like
because I've seen that too. Yeah, I know.
Well, future game show. Yeah, watch it every year.
Show is good.
Just please get away from the robot AI bullshit skits that you keep doing. It's so stupid.
Yeah, we don't need that. We're too close to that now.
Like, thankfully, you show good games, but like, I just don't know what the whole point of that skit is. It's just dumb.
Yeah, that again, I'll get all this news the following week. I'm missing a lot, man. But I'm excited.
I'd say tune into my channel to get it all, but it's just going to be live streams, so nope.
Yeah. But we got the Gaming's Pride Parade. Again, hey, man. Gay, straight, I don't care. Do you have good games to show me?
Yeah.
If you do, I'm in. That's all it takes, man.
Yeah.
The Frosty Games Fest. Now, I'm hoping this means we're finally getting a good Frosty the Snowman 3D platformer. I'm guessing it's not, but you never know. This could be a direct dedicated to Frosty the Snowman.
No, if you go to their website, the Frosty Games, their mascot is literally a cone of ice cream. That's what they mean by Frosty.
Oh shit!
I
had like a half a gallon almost of ice cream last night, so I'm a big fan. I'm on board.
Yeah. So
I'll
it's the
check
indie
all these out.
Yeah, so it's the indie showcase. Last year, I'm not seeing any of these that stand out to me, but it doesn't mean that they weren't good games. But they had games like last year of like Bad Badger, Bento Blocks, Infant, Dracula Lesty or whatever. That's an interesting name. Die by Die, Castle Caps. I don't know if these are games anyone's played that I know, but yeah.
Odds are probably pretty cold.
Yeah. Because I didn't recognize any of them. Now, I don't play a billion indie games, but I cover them, and I don't recognize any of these.
I don't either. They don't ring a bell. All right, we got IGN Live on June 7th there. Then we got
it's at its own time. You know what? Maybe I might watch it that day. We'll see. Because it has its own time that doesn't conflict with other shit.
What's the N3?
N3? What?
You think it's Nintendo?
No.
Under disguise?
What the fuck? I've literally never heard of N3.
Neither have I. This is entertaining and educational.
They should, like, I can't even Google it. Like, they should put links in here to shit. Because I don't know what this is. Hold on, it's got that accent above it. Let me.
Yeah.
I was gonna
That might
ask
make
what
a
it
difference.
was, but I can look at it.
Okay,
I mean,
yeah.
you pronounce that like Enye in Spanish. Like if you
Okay.
just want to say that letter,
So
so it'd be
it's
like
an upcoming
Enye
showcase.
3.
It's an upcoming showcase featuring more than 60 games made by Hispanic-speaking game studios.
Oh, there you go.
Cool.
Yeah. I recognize one of the games in here. But this is from, I don't know if this is actually what they're showing this year or what. Like Moonlighter 2. I recognize that one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Very excited for that to come to Switch, too. I played it on Steam.
So, yeah. So that's, oh, yeah. So this was 2025. So they showed that last year. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Well,
all right. Might tune in if it's not
category's good there.
Yeah, 11:30. I don't think it conflicts with anything that day. No. All right. Yeah, I'll probably watch it.
Okay, we got the Xbox games showcase and the E-Day Direct. I'm excited for that. What are they going to show? What are we doing? Got a new head honcho over there. She's been very active on social media. She's saying all the right things. Can you back it up? Can you back it up?
If the jiggy fits, the jiggy fits, right?
Yeah, I want to know if she can back it up. Know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, this is where
we're gonna find out.
Look.
Beep, beep.
Obviously, I'm excited to see the Gears of War E-Day stuff here. And I suspect Fable will be here too. And that'll be fun to see again. But the game I actually want to see more about is Clockwork Revolutions.
Dude, same. That's been last two years, possibly last 3. I've only done it for 3 years. My most anticipated games that I do every year to kick off the year, that's been on there.
So looks so good.
They announced it too early, obviously.
Yeah.
Are you guys all familiar with Clockwork Revolution? That first-person game. Obviously, it has a
If
big
you want to watch
focus
the
on
trailer
time.
for it, it might jog your memory. It's really cool. Really cool.
Dude.
The way I felt about it, guys, the first time that they revealed it is the way I felt about Expedition 33 when it was first revealed. Like, just very interesting concept,
very
gameplay mechanic. And then obviously Expedition 33 we know turned out to just be a banger. I don't know if this one's going to turn out that way, but it very similar, like just doing some really interesting things that pique my interest.
Yeah, I'm excited. Xbox, they typically have a lot of great games to show. And the good thing about this is that they can also come to Switch too. Right?
Yeah. We potentially could even see logos for Switch 2 and PS5 if they decide to do that. If they decide to.
If they do, yeah.
New management. They have in prior Xbox showcases have shown PS5 logos, not Switch 2. Of course, Switch 2 hasn't been out for that long. It'll be interesting to see what happens because are we going to need clarifications here? Is Asha going to appear on camera and be like, "Hey, we've been hearing you. So here's Gears of War, here's this and that. And by the way, these are all exclusive to Xbox," because that's been a huge talking point they've been having internally. And the letters have been leaking out about going back to exclusives. I don't know if they're going to do that now. And they could literally just be about Project Helix, where they're considering having some exclusive games there. And I'm saying some, guys. I think Call of Duty is never going exclusive. Like stuff like that is going to stay multi-plat. I think it's interesting just to see if, because here's the thing. They're under new management. The new management has said a lot of the right things that makes people get excited, but also this is Microsoft.
Brings them hope.
Yeah, it gives them hope, but we all know that Microsoft corporate came down on Phil. We all think it's probably just a matter of time before they come down on her. And I don't mean they're bad people. I mean, come down on them as like, hey, we want to make more money right now. We're not waiting.
Yeah.
So like if she does the exclusive thing and all of a sudden the revenue drops, which it probably will. Oh, not doing exclusives anymore. Like corporate could just literally demand that. So I'm curious because this is her first showcase and this is also going to be her welcome to the gaming community moment. This is her baby. She's been in charge. This is all on her. and what she thinks is best for Xbox to show right now. So this is actually one I'm more curious about than most years, just because outside of Gears of War, I don't really know what to expect here, or how they're going to present things, or how they're going to show things, or what, because Xbox is not in a good place in terms of their console, and they've already literally recommitted the console, said over and over and over again, they got rid of the everything's an Xbox campaign. They rebranded Microsoft Gaming to be just Xbox, all caps. She's very focused on, we need to build the brand of Xbox. So this is the first big showcase opportunity to be like, all right, what's your vision? What should Xbox fans be excited about? Because we haven't really been that excited in a very long time.
Nothing's an Xbox. And then they announced their cloud future.
I'm really interested in it. I just looked it up to see how long it's going to be. It's going to be 2 hours.
Yep.
That's chunky.
Yep. I wouldn't be surprised if half of that's the Gears of War E-Day stuff, because that's what they've been marketing that. But so even then, a full hour that isn't that, but it's a bunch of other games. Heck yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I hope at the least it's split. I would love to see E-Day just be 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's what ideally for me would be hour and a half Xbox Direct lead into the half-hour E-Day.
Yeah, that'd be cool, because then we're seeing a lot of stuff.
One of my favorite shows is next.
I am meeting with Xbox at Summer Game Fest. I'm not allowed to say anything else.
God damn it.
PC gaming show. Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, hey,
go to PAX West so we can get backroom access.
Hey, I am a Steam Deck OLED owner who bought in the 1 terabyte model. You guys remember when I bought it at the beginning of the year?
Yep.
Remember I said I was going to buy it before it goes up in price. I got him for $519. That same one today is $949.
Yeah.
83% price increase. Holy shit. Like,
that's highway robbery, man.
Nuts, dude. But look, I'm playing a lot more PC games for a lot of reasons. So I'm excited for this show. I'm excited to see what they got. You know, I'm more inclined now that I have a strategy with PC gaming, you know, to cover a lot of these games before they make it over to the consoles. It's been my strategy. So I'm excited for that. Again, I won't be watching any of these live. So I have to catch up on all the news, I guess. The Deutsch Indie Showcase. So
Deutsch?
Deutsch?
Dutch? German? I don't fucking remember. I
don't remember either. I thought it was German.
Yeah, I think it's German.
No.
Is it?
It's actually French. It's douche.
Yeah, it's German. Yeah, you guys see that? Deutsch is the German word for German and is most commonly used in English for the Deutsche Bank.
Yeah. You fucking idiots.
Remember Beverly Hills Cop?
I love that movie.
Remember when he gets the Deutsch notes?
Oh, God. Yeah.
Yeah, he gets killed over it. Eddie Murphy's best friend.
Mm-hmm.
They go to the strip club together. Yeah, classic.
Iconic scene.
Classic.
I remember that. I remember that scene like it was yesterday.
So do I, dude. It's so good.
I was a young boy, and I was like, wow.
Same here. Same here. And Dad said, we can't watch that until your mom leaves for the night to go to bingo on Friday night.
Those may have been some of the earliest boobies I ever saw.
Same.
That's funny.
Same. I remember them well. I still remember the song too, playing in the strip club. You remember that?
That I don't remember. No.
It's called "Do You Think I'm a Nasty Girl"? Do you remember it now? It gets stuck in your head, dude. It's so bad. Okay. So German.
Nate's all adding it to his watch list right now.
No.
The Germans got some games to show. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know anything about this event. So
I'm half German, so I'm inclined to support this. I want to see what my other half's got to show. And hopefully they make a good case for it, right?
Oh,
I don't know what they're gonna have. What have they shown?
Okay, so this was their showcase in December. Let's see. Trig Infinite 2. That one just stands out to me because it looks like Tron. Reminds me of Tron. Let's see, Battle Rights, Tower Alchemist I've heard of. Echoes of Mohr. I think these are probably ones that most people haven't heard of. There's a couple in here I recognize, but I haven't played them, so I don't know if they're any good.
Yeah, I know Echoes of Mohr.
Yeah, Echoes of Mohr is one that I'm aware of, but I haven't played it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So.
And it's all in German, so the whole showcase will be German. It might be English subtitles, but.
Cody in chat brought up that the developer for Constance was German.
There you go.
That's encouraging. That was a great game. Yeah. He also mentioned hopefully more Bradley the Badger, which I was like, oh yeah, right. It would be nice to see Bradley the Badger anywhere, right?
Dude, for real, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for more Bradley the Badger.
Same.
Do you? I hate to derail a little bit. Do you guys remember, like, now that we were talking about German stuff. Do you guys remember that insurance? It was either an insurance commercial or a Coast Guard commercial, and it's the guy, or it's a Coast Guard commercial. Yeah, it was the guy, and he's at the radio and stuff, and he's listening as the Coast Guard, and you hear "Mayday, Mayday, we're sinking," and it's like the German Coast Guard, and he goes, "What you sinking about?" Do you guys remember that commercial?
Yeah, I do.
What you thinking about?
Yeah. We used to quote that.
My head. This is so wild.
Help, we're sinking. What you thinking about?
I love that shit.
Oh, that's funny.
Every movie that uses that accent, I just find fucking hilarious. Dude, and every time I think about Germans, I can't help it but go to Beer Fest. The movie, man. The German is so good. And if anyone's like, "Ooh, dude, this is like the people that did Super Troopers," shut up, dude. These guys rock.
Yeah, that was so good. All right, so we'll see what our German friends have, and then our friends in India, they got a showcase now.
They do.
Hey, dude, they love video games. I'll tell you that.
They have lots of game development studios over there, actually. A lot.
Yeah. What are you guys laughing about? H1?
Yeah. Yeah, so this is the first year of this event. So
what are they holding in the picture? You know what
the world? Is it like just the world or something?
I thought maybe it was Earth.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah, it basically there's like no idea what to expect. They were accepting submissions 10 weeks ago for it. I think it's just it's what you would expect. It's about supporting Indian developers.
All right, well, let's hope they come out swinging.
Everything they've advertised though is in English, so it's probably going to be in English, and it's just whatever games are coming out of India. You know.
Oh, hope they come out swinging. It's about to be game time over there for them.
Yeah.
With Nintendo Switch, baby. All right. And then June 12th, we have the Upload VR showcase. I've actually watched this at least for a few years, because this really is the only showcase for VR games.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a PSVR 2. I have the cable and the adapter to connect it to my PC. My PC can still run those games, thankfully. So if there is something that really catches my eye, I can play it, right?
Yeah, I won't be touching it.
But yeah, there's
no interest.
It's not a lot, man. There's not a lot in the VR space.
VR is just not my jam.
Yeah, I mean, you and many others. It just has not taken off.
It's been more successful than this, but it reminds me of like 3D TV.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's neat. It's a nice novelty, but most people just don't give a shit.
Yeah. I mean, even the Apple Vision, right? I mean, granted, it's very expensive. But even that didn't take off. All right, I think that's all of them.
Yeah, all the ones currently. Like, guys, if a Nintendo Direct happens, it can't get added until it's announced. So,
yeah, I don't know when Devolver usually announces it, but I gotta imagine they got some tricks up their sleeve, because they just keep getting bigger. They keep publishing more games. I know they have what is it? Is it called it's the new roguelite that they have coming out. Devolver Digital Dark Scrolls. It was supposed to come out right now, but they moved their release date because of Mina last week.
Mm-hmm.
It's by Doinksoft is the developer. Devolver's
Such
publishing
a great
it.
name. I love that name so much. Doinksoft. So
I
good.
do too. It reminds me of the clown, of course. Yeah, Doink from WWF back in the day.
Oh God!
Before the Wildlife Association got upset and made him change it to WWE. Rest in peace.
yeah, I looked at the It looks like Devolver Digital has always had their showcase announced by now. So
maybe they really are devolving.
it could also maybe it is possible, and I have to go look at their slate of games. Maybe they just don't have a lot that's actually coming out in 2026. So maybe they just decided it's best if we skip this year.
They're de-evolving. Remember that setting on the Mario Brothers movie?
Mm-hmm.
The 93 movie, of course. I think that's what's happening. If they don't have a showcase this year, we're going to have to start calling them De-Evolver Digital.
Oh God, I'll just miss it. I'm just gonna miss it. That's all. Their entertainment value in their showcases. Forget the games, even though the games are the point in the games, and Devolver Digital publishes a lot of really great games.
They do.
But man, their showcase skit is the best. It's been the best. It set the bar like ages ago back during E3.
Yeah.
And just kept it going. Like every year they put on the literal best actual skit.
It's bonkers, and I love it.
So like if they don't do one this year, I am gonna miss it.
Yeah,
I am gonna miss it. You guys have seen during Prime Gaming Fest, me and Eric just get stupidly excited knowing Devolver Digital is about to go down because it's so hype because they have such a good skit. Dude, they were mocking E3 for a while, making Android robots just for the fuck of it and doing all sorts of crazy shit.
Yeah, I love them, man. They're crazy. You know what? They might have something. They might have something, because I will say, they're gonna be at the Days of Play.
Days of Play, yeah.
They have some games to
demo. The only thing I can think of is if they're not doing a showcase, whatever they have, they're just gonna make it part of Day of the Devs and Summer Game Fest. But we'll see. I'm hoping that we get to Monday, Tuesday next week, and all of a sudden, boom, there's the Devolver Digital announcement for the weekend or whatever, and we're all right, cool.
Yeah,
I
what I said.
Devolver Digital in the past has happened at like the same time as the Wholesome Direct. Look, love the Wholesome Direct. I'm going Devolver Digital every time for entertainment purposes. It is so good.
All day.
So good. It just
Guys,
feels weird.
there's a lot to take in.
They've been on the list for like a decade of having like a showcase.
Yeah, it's weird. And wasn't last year an anniversary year?
I think so, yeah.
I remember them making a deal out of it. With all these showcases, I think what I'm just hoping for is that we can fill out the rest of the release calendar for 2026 and start planning my life past June. It's pretty barren, and that's going to change. When's Masters of the Universe coming out? They changed the release date, but they didn't give us an update. Movies here. Movies getting rave reviews. From what the press has said, they're loving it. So it'd be really nice to have a video game on the shelf to buy for little Timmy. I mean, dude, what I played at PAX was great. What have we been doing?
I just laugh every time you bring up the little Timmy part. I heard it in person. I'm hearing it now. Just keep it going. It's fine.
Oh, man. Honestly, though, like the Xbox thing, I'm really excited to see the direction, the vibe. How are you going to handle this? People got a lot of questions. You have a lot of loyal Xbox soldiers that are still ready to fight the war. It's true. Hey, you know what? I respect it from afar. Like, y'all are loyal.
I respect the loyalty
every day.
It's cool. Just as long as you're aware, this is Microsoft, it's Xbox, they're Poland. Everyone just walks all over them. Don't worry about it. Anyways, yeah, look, the one I'm looking forward to the most is Summer Game Fest itself. Not because I think Nintendo will have anything there. They've never participated, so I have no reason to expect them to be there. Although it would be neat, would be cool, even if it's just to advertise Star Fox. It would be cool to be there. But I'm looking forward to whatever this year's Choo Choo Charles is.
Yes.
And that's a Summer Game Fest special there. There's going to be something. I don't know what it is, but I'm really looking forward to whatever fucking crazy, stupid concept that kind of looks fun ends up showing up. Because Choo Choo Charles made the cut, man. So I gotta see what they're gonna have. Also, was it the Day of Devs that had what's that? I still haven't played it yet. What's that one game that you bought and played and beat, Eric? That was like you were in a book and then you pop out of the book.
Plucky Square?
Yeah, Plucky Squire. Wasn't that at Day of Devs?
Possibly.
Well, Plucky Squire was Devolver Digital, right?
Yeah. Yes. They did show it. The very first showing of it was at Day of Devs, which is right after Summer Game Fest and ran by Summer Game Fest. So, yeah, like that's the thing. Also, I've always kind of considered those almost the same event, even though they're not technically, but because if you guys watch like the Game Awards channel that's going to be streaming Summer Game Fest to the world, literally that channel just keeps the stream going. It just goes right into Day of Devs because they help organize the event.
Well, I watched it last year on your channel.
Yeah, and there's
while I was working. It was fun.
There's always some good games in it. So,
there is.
But Summer Game Fest is what I'm looking forward to the most because it's the one that combines all these big companies and the indies together. Even companies that have their own showcases almost always show something here. Like Microsoft will probably tease something that they'll show more of on Sunday.
Yeah.
Sony, don't be surprised if they kept something back from their event to put it into Summer Game Fest so they could have some spotlight. Ubisoft, I fully expect to be there. Square Enix, I expect to be there. Like Summer Game Fest just has like it. It's kind of weird because it's E3, but it's not E3. It's more like the E3 show floor. All the companies come together.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And Jeff wants to make it bigger and better than E3.
Yeah.
Because he's competitive like that. Like he cares. He wants.
I knew that to be the case
better.
The moment that he created the Days of Play, because that was the thing he didn't have, was the conference where you can actually play games. And he did the thing that was like early, like E3 for many, many years. Invite only, media, etc. Keeps it under control, keeps it smaller. But look, I haven't been to it, but I've talked to people who have been to it, and like they take over like a whole street. Yeah, and it's actually pretty cool. And there's a ton of games there. It kind of feels like E3 Street Edition, and I'm like, this is cool. Like, I think that he's trying to just recreate things in his vision, and it seems to be working out. And the industry supporting. I mean, I know Nintendo hasn't participated yet. I'm hoping that changes, but yeah, like I get excited for Summer Game Fest every year. I know not everyone likes the Jeff Keighley way of doing things and the way he organizes things, but it's undeniable that he's been able to get a ton of world premieres that have been just no one else is getting them.
He's asking for him.
Crazy, and they keep giving them to him. Nintendo's the only one he hasn't seemed to crack yet, and I'm sure he knows, like everyone does, that people would like to see a Nintendo drop a game there. It would be cool. Like imagine this is where you saw Ocarina of Time remake, like perfect audience to drop it to.
That'd be huge.
People will go nuts. Live audience will go fucking crazy. The moment they see Epona on the screen, they're gonna go nuts.
I'd shed a tear.
Like
if that happens, I'll shed a tear. And Michaela will be like, "Are you okay?" Like, no, I'm not.
What I would like to see them do is advertise Star Fox there, because again, I think Star Fox needs any and all attention you can get that fucking game. Yeah, you're trying to find an audience that doesn't exist. To find it, you need to cast a wide net to let as many people know about this game as possible, in case there's someone out there that thinks back to the arcade days and they're like, "Oh shit, dude, I didn't realize they still made on rails games. I got to get Star Fox."
Yeah,
but I just don't think they will, because I know they don't know that the game's going to sell well, so they might not think it's worth the cost of the marketing to be part of that event. I think they would save it for more of a sure thing, like a Mario or Zelda. And even then, Nintendo, they like to save that for their own events. So, but I don't know. New president, we'll see what happens. I doubt is going to be part of Summer Game Fest. But what I will say is I'm stupidly excited. I think Summer Game Fest is almost the crown jewel of all of this. I know for us, Nintendo Directs are a bigger deal, especially for my channel. But as I said earlier in the stream, I like all of gaming. There are entire weeks I don't even touch a Nintendo console because I'm playing other stuff. And so Summer Game Fest is very, very interesting to me. And what makes me so excited about the future of Switch 2, guys, is that I do think it's going to eventually get a majority of third-party games, which means all these other games I like to play that I have to play elsewhere, not only can I play them on Nintendo, I now can cover them and talk about them, even though I'm already playing them. So yeah, this is the event to me that over the years I think has gotten better. I think the Summer Game Fest at the beginning was kind of not great. But it was also still competing directly with E3, and so a lot of companies were still not willing to give Jeff the goods. Yeah. But ever since E3 shuttered down after 2020 or 2021, whenever they did that last digital showcase that was garbage, it became obvious that people aren't going to commit to that. They'd rather commit to Jeff, who seems like he's got his shit together. And so that's what gets me really excited, is just the sheer number of companies and games that we're going to see there. And look, an indie Direct can be the same way. You know, like Wholesome Direct has a billion companies and a whole bunch of different indie games. But there's something about knowing that, yeah, we'll see some good indie games, but I can't help it, guys. Something about the AAA. I don't know what it is. It hits different. Sometimes it hits different in a bad way.
Sometimes it does. Especially when it's like games as service stuff.
Yeah.
No.
It's like, oh, look, Nintendo announced a new game. Oh, they finally announced the game here. And then it's a games as service. Like, fuck off. God damn it, Nintendo.
Yeah.
Not you two with the season passes and all this bullshit. But no, yeah, Summer Game Fest is where it's at for me. It's where it's at every single year. And yeah, it seems to be what my audience is most interested in too, because the Summer Game Fest part of the live stream always has the peak live viewers of anything besides the Direct. The Xbox and PlayStation showcases perform well as well, but not the Summer Game Fest always performs better. I think it's because there's always this faint hope from Nintendo fans that maybe Nintendo, maybe this year's the year. I'm just looking forward to seeing Switch 2 logos like we thought we were going to see last year and then didn't.
The timing was so tough, I guess, with the Switch 2 just coming out.
Yeah.
June 5th.
And Nintendo was controlling dev kits back then too.
June 5th. 1 year
Mm-hmm.
for the Switch 2, and it happens to be on the day of Summer Game Fest. What are the odds of that?
Just saying.
I
Maybe
didn't even think about that.
sign. Maybe it's a sign.
Sign from the gaming gods.
I'm going to say this. ThunderStash is going to his first Summer Game Fest in person. I would love for there to be a tearjerker Nintendo announcement. Because it would just make that first time for Stash that much more special. And it also make me more pissed that when I heard he was going, I didn't decide to go. But it's okay.
Oh man, that'd be nuts. That'd be nuts. My expectation is that that I won't hear anything, right?
He just keeps like barking into his mic. He's obviously muted.
Who, me?
No, GameBird. He's like putting down a little skill over there or some shit.
Okay.
I'm like, what is he doing right now? I'm
like excited to see a lot of great games.
Like muting and then talking to other people.
I would love to see anything extra though.
Stash, if you go to Summer Games Fest next year, if it's a thing, let me know. It's an hour drive for me.
Yeah,
that'd be super cool. I've thought about going like the last 3 years, and I'm like, I go to the Game Awards every year, and that's a lot of fun. So I've just never really had.
I'll say this: if Nintendo participates this year, that now creates the expectation they will participate in future years. Maybe Nintenbyte invades Summer Game Fest next year.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
That would be cool.
That'd be really cool.
It'd be really cool.
Especially because I think next year will definitely be a year that I think more Switch 2 versions of demos might be there. I don't know how many there'll be this year, but next year I think there'll be a lot more.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that's for sure. I meant to tell you guys, I was talking to Vincent.
Mm-hmm.
Remember? So he had told me, send him an email if I was going to Summer Game Fest, and I let him know that at the time, I was like, no, I don't have any intentions of going. I said, we'll be at PAX, the crew. And then, of course, that changed, and I ended up emailing him. And I had asked him if he's going to be at the mix, because that's how they were having one.
Yeah.
He's like, actually, yeah. He's like, I'm the director. I'm directing the whole thing. I'm like, oh, shit. So maybe he'll be doing the same for PAX.
That would be nice.
That would be cool. But I thought you guys liked to hear that.
Good little
because Vincent's a cool dude. I was like, oh, nice dude.
I've met him many times. Yeah. He's a cool.
Yeah.
Guy. All right.
All right. Yeah.
I think we can just get to the Q&A. Get the shindig going.
Hell yeah.
All right. So we got Joey Pitts coming in saying DK64 on NSO June 4th. Yeah, I saw that announcement during the show.
Same.
Finally, by the way, most people surprised we didn't get this last year. But hey, better late than never. Finally.
I'm excited.
One of Rare's last great games.
Yeah. 1999.
Demonic Brawler. Got to keep it going. NFL Blitz, NBA Jam, NHL hits. Got to keep it going.
Man, I was thinking about that today. Because
Exactly.
Summer Game Fest posted, like, what game do you want to see most? And I was going to reply with NBA Jam. But I'm like, oh, if I reply with this, I'm probably going to get a lot of people commenting on how the NBA is rigged. And, like, I don't want to go into those conversations.
I saw that same thing. I thought about posting and just did NFL Blitz. Just come on. But I didn't. I need to stir the pot too bad.
Yeah.
True dude. Just dropping some emojis. Member for 10 months. Nintendo Prime drink, which isn't going to show because that's a custom emoji. But then, is that supposed to be like represent us? Socks for Eric. The bird for Birdman.
Those are swords.
The swords for who? You?
For me. SkySwordsAlisa.
Okay. And then
And then
I'm
the
what,
Kiwis for
11?
Kiwi.
So then, who the fuck am I?
It's
Oh,
a Kiwi.
I'm the Nintendo Prime drink emoji.
Yeah.
That's why. I was confused. I'm like, where's me? Oh, I am there. I'm the emoji that doesn't show up because they use the custom one because they're a member. All right, got it. Pokemon Fan 34, is GTA 6 coming to Switch 2 day and date? Yeah, Kiwi's obviously not here to answer that. And he would tell you no from what he literally has a bet that he's getting a free lunch on this. That he's already won. Well, he wins because of the time of his trip. If it is day and date on Switch 2, it could literally be announced after his trip is over. But, yeah.
Hey, what if our friend from India is telling the truth?
I know. The thing is, what he doesn't realize is he's has this bet with him is you're basically saying your friend's a liar.
Yeah, exactly.
But then you said he's a good guy.
Yeah. They're
Good
mixed
guy?
signals, man.
I don't think good guys be lying.
Nah, they wouldn't be.
But to be fair, he did say while he's there, and he knows multiple devs that work for Rockstar India that he will press a little to see if more of them will confirm this whole Switch 2 situation. But because it is possible that that might have been the part of Rockstar that would have been working on the port, and that's why they knew. But we don't know. He's only got a single source on it, and he's getting a free dinner from them because it hasn't been announced yet. We'll see. New member coming in, Christopher Colaza. Thank you so much for that. Then he said, let's go. Best Nintendo podcast out there. Yes.
Hell yeah.
Hey, all right. He's looking very 80s, 90s in his picture, too.
I know. I feel like that's the crowd we're trying to hit on.
Yeah, way to rep.
Now, maybe when I'm 60 and doing this, I might need to start trying to find a way to get the younger ones in because our audience might be dying off. Literally.
Yeah, literally,
yeah, I'm really glad you enjoy the show. This is honestly, like, I know earlier we were talking about our YouTube stuff. I didn't talk about the podcast, but this is my favorite thing I've ever done. Literally. Like, even setting aside all prior podcasts, like even just the fun we had at PAX West was built off of us being a podcast. Like, this is awesome. I love this shit. Yeah. It's great. Brandon, can't wait to play Donkey Kong 64 one more time at NSO. It was your childhood. I'm so doggone excited. I haven't been doggone excited in a long. I had a pause where I'm like, did he really bring that back? Yes, he did.
Mm-hmm. I'm really excited.
Last time I heard that was a children's cartoon on Nickelodeon. Roger,
when's it coming out again? June what?
I don't know.
I hope I have time for it.
Happy Wednesday.
I hope there's a break.
We got some membership gifting coming in. Demonic Brawler about to dominate here for like the next 7 showings. Gifted 1 Prime membership. Thank you. Gifted another Prime membership. Thank you.
June 4th.
ThunderStash membership. Another ThunderStash membership.
Hey.
GameBird getting into the action. Going around to all the hosts. Showing it up. Thank you so much. Den Demala Brawler for ThunderStash. He misses.
Oh, yeah.
Magazine.
Tips and tricks. Yeah. It's where you go into the store. Mom would be like, yeah, I'm going to be over here. I say, Mom, I'm going to go look at the video game magazines.
Magazines, yep.
And you bust out one of those little memo notepads. Start writing down those codes because I ain't paying for that shit because I ain't got no money. That's what you
Dude,
did.
I am so surprised that like the stores never bothered to walk up to me as a kid. Like, dude, I'm reading the entire fucking magazine. I'm not buying it. Like, no one's gonna say anything. They're just gonna let me read the whole thing, write down all the code. No one gives a shit. All right, well, I'll give a shit then.
Yeah, I'd sit down too and get comfortable. I don't know about you, but
Yeah.
I'd make that aisle my domain.
Dude, I cleared space on a shelf and sat.
Yeah.
Just kept reading. Dude, an employee walked by, just looked at me and just kept going. I'm like, you don't give a shit. All right.
Sometimes I would ask to go to the grocery store with my mom, which
just for
you
the
don't
magazine.
do that in your right mind unless you go in there to read video game magazines.
Now, I will say, as time went on, they started putting some magazines in bags. Why? Because the ones in bags have demo discs.
Uh-huh.
And those are the ones that I'm like, okay, I gotta buy this one because now I gotta play the demo.
Did you?
Yes, I used my allowance money just so I could get all the demo discs.
I know a lot of people who are jacking those demo discs.
Yeah, no, I didn't do that. My stealing
They
days
didn't have SKUs on them.
My stealing days began at Kmart at 18.
Oh, 18? You waited till you were legal?
Yeah, waited till I was legal, committed a felony in the amount of shit I stole, and then got it completely expunged off my record because every item I stole was just in the trunk of my car, still in package, not even touched.
Thank
Just did it
God.
for the thrill. Just did it for the thrill. Wasn't because I actually
For
cared
the
about
rush.
Yeah.
For the San Francisco rush, baby.
Let's just say I handled a high school breakup quite poorly.
Yeah.
Because that's what led to me doing that. So
And you turned to crime afterward.
I needed a distraction. It started with one, there's one item.
That's wild, dude.
Here's how it all started. I'd been working at Kmart since I was 15, so it had been like 3-4 years of me working there, and so they knew me pretty well, and I was pretty well known. I used to announce all the blue light specials because I would make it really fun.
Yeah.
But then one day I was working, and I was feeling really low, thinking about my ex, and I was broke, and I'm like, God, I'm about to go on break. I really want a fucking bottle of water. And it all started with me stealing a bottle of water to see if I can get away with it. Did. Drank the whole thing. No one said shit. And so I was like,
What'd you
all right,
steal next?
let's keep escalating. And the thing that got me, okay, this is after I've been stealing things for months. I almost had no room in my trunk.
Dude, what the hell, dude? Listen, man.
I knew where all the cameras were. Never got caught. And then I the thing that I got caught for. It's almost like I wanted to get caught for it. So it was a DS. I already had
nice.
A Nintendo DS?
Electronics.
Yeah, I already had a DS. I didn't need it. Like, there was no reason for me to take it other than just to see if I could. Because the one thing I had never tried to do is steal something from behind the case.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I gotta see. And then this one day they just happened to put me in electronics, and I was like, okay, so this is really
Do you think
cool.
did they
Really
put you
cool.
there because they were suspicious?
I think so. They wanted to see if I would go for a
Smart
bigger.
play.
I guarantee it. Because I remember because I got arrested that day because I walked out of the store. They waited to arrest me, so they were planning to arrest. They were waiting to arrest me until I walked out of the store with the item because then I'm busted, right?
Yeah.
A cop literally just walks up and says, "Where's your receipt?" I'm like, "I don't fucking have one, man. I just stole this." I'm like, well, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
Dude, this isn't it. By the way, they didn't even know. Oh, dude, this was funny. So after
wait. Can I say something really quick?
Yeah.
As someone who's experienced heartbreak a handful of times in my life, you handled it really poorly. And because you went on a fucking stealing rampage out of control, the last thought your ex had was, I fucking dodged a bullet, dude. That guy was a criminal.
No, actually, she felt bad. I was like, "Oh, you feel bad for her? I'm the dumbass." Anyways, I thought it was funny that the final item I took happened to be a Nintendo console. I'm like, oh, this is hilarious. I thought it was kind of funny that of course that's what I get busted for. Anyways, they didn't even know about all the shit in my trunk. So I don't know what they caught on camera at one point that made them suspicious. It might have been a magazine that I had stolen. because that's near the electronics. So there might have been a camera who caught a glimpse of me taking it. So maybe that made them a little suspicious. And so then they said, well, slap this guy on electronics and see what he tries to do. And then I know they tried to bust me because I did one thing that day. That was the day Eric's dad came to pick up the Xbox 360 for Eric that I was holding for him as I worked electronics because we only had two on the shelf. I took one and hid it behind. So I think they thought I was trying to steal that, but I wasn't. I was waiting for his dad to show up and buy it. And then, yeah, I sold it to him. No problem. I didn't care about that. It was after that is when I decided to take the DS and then, yeah, got busted. The funny thing is after I was arrested and did all that thing and I wasn't really even crying about it. I'm just like, yeah, I know what I did. So they brought me back to Kmart like the next day because I had to spend the night in jail. They brought me back to Kmart the next day to meet with their HR person and with the cops in the room, because they hadn't really decided how hard they want to press charges and what they want to charge for. And then I'm like, well, guys, they said, can you give us, tell us anything else that you stole? I'm like, I could do better than tell you. You want to see it?
So you let them in on it.
They're like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, everything I ever took, well, minus that water I drank, is literally in the trunk of my car that's still out in your parking lot. All of it's out there. Every single thing unopened. You can literally put it back on the shelf like it never happened. That said,
the shitty thing is you walk out there and all of a sudden somebody stole it from your trunk.
So this is supposed to be like a misdemeanor. You walk out there, pops open the trunk, takes all the inventory. He's like, dude, this is a felony. You took so much shit. It's a felony. I'm like, well,
damn.
Yeah, leave it to me to fuck my future. That's cool.
So were you trying to give it back? Like trying to see if maybe they would be like, hey.
I brought it up to be like, hey, look, guys, I literally wasn't like giving this stuff away or selling it. Like it was a thrill thing. The thrill's over now. I'm actually more worried about my future at this point. I knew the thrill would come to an end at some point. Wish it would have happened before it was enough to be a felony, but so and then they just said, well, how did you do it? Like some of the stuff, like how did you? I'm like, well, dude, you guys have, your security camera system sucks. You have like 3 in the whole store. How the fuck do you think anyone steals anything? I have to work here if I wanted to steal this shit. That's how easy this was. Like, you guys just gotta step up your shit. But I'm really sorry. I always meant to give it all back. I just didn't really know how do I go up to my manager and be like, hey, so I've been stealing from you guys for months. But I have everything in my trunk, so we're cool, right? Or what was I supposed to do? Be the dumbass that tries to sneak it back into the store and put it back on the shelf?
Yeah, what's done is done.
Yeah, it's like what's done. It's like whatever. Anyways, guys, all of that said, really shitty time of my life. It got expunged off my record. Now, why did it get expunged off my record? Because in the courtroom, they're sitting there. There's the Kmart people and their people, and there's me with no lawyer.
I was going to ask, did you have mediation or were you able to call Saul?
It was just me and my mom. They made my mom step back because she just wouldn't shut up. And they said, hey, you didn't bring legal representation, or you find to represent yourself. I'm like, I'm guilty. I don't know what I need representation for to tell you I'm guilty.
Yeah. I
did it. I didn't lie about it. They have a full inventory list of stuff from my trunk. I'm guilty. So whatever the punishment is, I accept it. I'm going to be in jail for a while, if I'm going to have to just pay huge fines, both, I don't know.
This is wild, dude.
I was just so calm because I was like, what do you want me to do? Like, if you want me to cry and feel remorse, I do feel remorse, but you have to remember the circumstance. It was just for a thrill. It wasn't because I actually cared about any of that shit. And I gave it all back. So they lost nothing in the end except an employee. And they're just like, well, that's a pretty cocky way to look at it. I'm like, I mean, they got everything back and they lost me. So I was one of their better employees. Sorry to toot my own horn. Although I was the worst employee for stealing, but the best employee for working. I don't really know how to.
I was the best they had. Your trunk just filled with shit.
You can go check out my times at checkout. I was number 1 in the store.
And ladies and gentlemen, the moral of the story is that's how Kmart fell apart.
Yeah, that's how Kmart fell apart. No,
it was all because of Nate.
But what I said had nothing to do with getting my record expunged. So what happened is, they asked my mom one question. you know, as the parent, what are you going to do about this? He's 18. And she just broke down bawling and talking about like how I'm such a good kid and I've just had a really hard time and all this stuff. My mom just was like bawling and I think she was trying to keep me out of jail. I don't know. And the judge was like, all right, you can just get her out of the room. She's not stopping. So they escort my mom out, and then the judge looks at me and he's just like, look, you know that I went to your school musical this year, right? I saw you play Jesus.
No way.
Yeah. And I said, I was stealing while being Jesus. It was happening. Yeah. And he's like, did you ever feel guilty about it? I'm like, every day I was thinking about how can I admit to this, give everything back, and I guess maybe just get fired.
You should have blamed.
No, I'm like, I knew it was a crime. I knew it was wrong. But I just said, have you ever done something that it felt like a thrill, and then when you did it, it didn't really feel like anyone was harmed by it? That's kind of what it felt like to me.
Every time you TP a house.
Yeah.
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 Great
And that,
thrill.
yeah, it can be.
We didn't egg the house. We
Yeah.
just TP'd it. TP's easy
Every
to clean
time-
up.
Every time I watch that scene in Beverly Hills Cop,
Watching egg outside.
Banana in the tailpipe.
Anyways, the point is the judges looked at me and he's like, I know you're a good kid. And I know this is out of character. And you know what? You're going to look back on this one day and even this breakup you had and laugh about how pathetic you were in handling this, because it's going to end up seeming like not that big of a deal. But I understand the way it goes with teenagers, and you have a perfect record. You've been an outstanding member of the community. I've seen you at volunteer things. Hell, you were at a soup kitchen last Saturday. I'm like, yeah. It's like, I also thought about giving some of the homeless people some of the shit I stole, but you know. I'm like,
Hey, if you don't want it, just
so
go
anyway,
hawk it on Craigslist.
the point is, long story short, is in the end, he just said, look, we're going to expunge this off your record. You're free to go. You're not going to have to pay any fines. But just so you know, this is a one-time thing. You so much as steal a candy bar, and we're coming down hard on you.
Damn.
Haven't stolen since.
Good story.
you should have just blamed your job. That's what I would have done. I'd be like, you guys hired me.
Canada.
Maybe you should maybe you should take a look in the mirror and think about your choices.
When you looked at me, you didn't see international jewel thief. My bad. Should have just tattooed it on my forehead. Anyways, kind of funny how that story's come up multiple times throughout my channel history. It's always weird what brings that story up. But anyways, let's see here. They're adding DK. Yep, got that one. Except that one was a new person, Demonic Brawler. So is Metal Gear Solid 5 coming to Switch 2? I know you meant for that to hit Kiwi. The reason I didn't show that while Kiwi was here, not just due to limited time. I don't think when he was bringing that up, he was meaning that it's coming to Switch 2. He was just bringing like examples of things up. For whatever we were discussing at the time. I can't remember if it was the 1 to 10 scale or whatever we were talking about, but it wasn't meant to be like a leak or anything, the way that he phrased it. What he did leak is there's an OMG game that's a bigger deal than the WTF game coming next year to Switch 2. He did say that. Well, we know it's not GTA 6 because he doesn't think it's coming. So I just go like, what could be OMG? I have no idea. Another Sony game? So DK64 again. Lots of people excited for DK64 coming. I'm happy to see that. Karkun says Banjo-Kazooie reboot.
That was just voted like the there's an Xbox poll that they did. The game you want to see the most. It received the most votes. I just saw this like yesterday. And I'm like, nice.
Yep.
I didn't vote on that. Like,
doesn't mean
glad you
anything.
guys voted correctly.
Yeah. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but nice, guys. Thanks. Giving it a shot. The Polito Dojo says, I hope the Dragon Quest devs make another Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game in the future. They made the early Mystery Dungeon games. Would be nice. We'll see. Warren Bowman says, hope we don't get another gaming crash. Nintendo needs to keep Nintendo Switch 2 at $500 and hopefully a 2 Lite at $400. Sadly, PS6, Steam Machine, and Helix are screwed. Yeah, and I saw someone today after the price increases on Steam Deck. There was somebody who has been reliable. I can't remember. There were a content creator that said, "Oh, well, I had heard months ago that Steam Machine's pricing was going to be north of $1,000," and it's like, and that was months ago before they delayed it. So it's like, damn. So the Steam Machine's probably going to be up $1,200, $1,300, $1,400, something like that. So like it's getting to the point where a lot of consumers are going to be priced out of gaming. I feel like in the future. I say in the future because I think people that have their gaming PCs, they'll just hold on to it for longer. PS5, I think the generation is just going to get extended, and there's already 95 plus million people that own it. So just keep extending it until you can maybe get PS6 to an okay price. Xbox, they don't have a choice. They just have to move on. They just have to. They need to get Helix out, and then just hope they nail it. I don't know what that means for them to nail it. I don't know what their sales goals are, but and Nintendo, obviously, they're the ones that most recently launched a new platform, a new generation, and they launched it arguably at one of the worst times to launch systems, right before everything goes to shit, and you end up increasing the price before it's even been a year. So that's never good. And yeah, like I don't even know a Switch 2 Lite. Is it even viable? Can Nintendo even release it? Because maybe they can't get the cost down. Maybe just having the Joy-Cons not detached isn't enough to get the cost down. Because the thing that's cost them so damn much is the RAM and the storage.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't go anywhere on a Switch 2 Lite. Those are still going to be the most expensive components right now. So I think that the gaming industry is in a bad place. I don't think a crash will happen right now because most of Xboxes and PlayStation sales are already done for this generation. So they already have the system, so they'll just keep buying games. And I think Switch 2 has obviously shown, hey, we got some sales capabilities here. We're already at 20 million, right? Like, so they're going strong. So I think Nintendo, as long as they keep the games flowing, will be okay. But what sucks is everything's gone up in price. Anyone who's mad at just the video game companies, I just think are misplaced. Because everything has gone up. Everything's being affected by the same shit. Everything's going up. And it sucks. Because guess what? As these prices go up, our paychecks don't.
Never do.
And even if you get your yearly raise, I know for some people it's as low as 10 fucking cents a year. That ain't gonna make up for the rate, dude. That doesn't make up just for gas prices going up, let alone everything else. So I think that gaming is entering when we get to the new generation, the PS6, the Helix, and obviously Switch 2 for Gen 10. I think it's gonna signal us being in a generation of shrinking the industry. I think we're gonna, I'll give you an example, guys. So during this last generation, we know Xbox moved somewhere around 30 million units, right? PS5, obviously, almost at 100 million. Switch, obviously, at 155. PS5, just due to GTA 6 alone, will end up passing 100 million. I think that when the Helix and the PS6 launch, it's going to end up being the first generation in a while where everything gets smaller. Like, I don't think we're going to have two platforms moving 100 million units. And obviously, you guys know, I think Nintendo's platform has the best shot to do it because they're the cheapest. But will they pull it off? I don't know. Will they go back to back 100 million? I don't know. I think PlayStation 6 is going to have a very hard time getting to 100 million, despite the fact that they've always been able to basically do it outside of PS3. But that's because the realistic pricing they're going to have to charge is just so high. You're looking at PS5 Pro starting pricing, and that's not good. That's going to price a lot of people out. So I think, it sucks because we used to live in times when you could get, a handheld gaming console like a DS or 3DS, and then the games are $40, most of them, and relatively feels kind of cheap. And now we're in 2026, and that world doesn't exist anymore. And even like the Steam Deck that everyone's like, oh, this is the thing that's making handheld PC gaming affordable. Nope, not anymore. You know what the cheapest handheld PC is now? The ROG Xbox Ally that everyone made fun about. It's the only thing that hasn't changed price yet. Of course, my theory, and I told someone this today when they said, why do you think this hasn't changed price? I'm like, because no one's buying it.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the inventory they have of it was probably made last year because they can't sell it. So like increasing the price isn't going to increase the sales. Like they got to get rid of the shit they had before the prices went up, and they haven't done that yet. So that's why I think that hasn't changed price. But that's the thing. People are going to start noticing that's cheaper than the Steam Deck. So if you want a handheld PC, that might actually be the one you go for. Plus, it is a PC. If you don't like the Windows experience that they built for it, guess what? SteamOS is on the verge of being released publicly for anyone to use. So you could just flash SteamOS onto it. That said, I heard the Windows experience is actually pretty good on the Ally. Now, at launch, there was a few rough patches, but I guess they've ironed some of it out. Either way, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that everything's getting really expensive. And I don't know that a gaming crash will happen, because I do think that gaming has gotten, like, when people talk about the gaming crash, they're talking about that one that in the 80s. And that was a very unique situation, and gaming was not nearly as popular as it is today. Yeah. So it's a lot easier for things to crash when it's already not a very big audience. We're talking about an audience when you include PC, we'll set mobile phones aside. You include PC into this PC gaming. And I mean, we're talking about like 500 million gamers. Like, it's too big. Like 500 million people aren't going to collectively decide we're not buying video games. So I don't think the industry will ever crash, but I do think the adoption rate for PS6 and Helix are going to be very slow, like way slower than they're expected. And even Switch 2 may slow down eventually here. Especially if Nintendo has to do a second price increase at some point.
Mm-hmm.
If it starts getting to $550, I think 500 they can maybe weather. 550, you start to get to that where people are thinking about it being 600 with tax, and now people kind of scoff at that a little bit, because then they glance at the games and see they're $70 on that store shelf, and they're like, I don't know about this now. Now I've got to spend like $700 just to have a system with a game. Like, that's crazy. So, yeah, I think that the industry's not in a great place right now, especially for consumers that don't have a lot of money. Guys, I'm on a game buying freeze. I'm one of those consumers right this second. My money train is done, and my bills are going higher. So, done for now, I hope. Hope the money train comes back around someday. But, yeah. Sucks.
I'll give one answer. I said this a month or two ago when I had the price hike topic.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that the next generation of systems, there's going to be a lot of people where you're not going to be able to play. Price of entry is going to be too high, and it's going to become a spectator sport where people watch people online and play. And I know that already happens on Twitch and YouTube, except it's going to be out of necessity now, not for fun. It's going to be because I can't buy this game, can't buy this console, but I want to see it. So I'm going to watch you play it and live through you vicariously.
Alyssa, you're hearing it. Now's your time. Entering the generation of streaming games being the bigger deal.
Yep. Honestly, I think it's an opportunity, though.
If you're streaming the newer Nintendo games, you know,
I do plan to get Star Fox.
Yeah, so maybe you see an increase because people can't afford to buy a Switch 2 and Star Fox.
Not that I want that to happen, but
neither do I.
No, we don't want gaming to be.
Yeah, I'm not saying you guys do either. But I'm just saying.
Outpriced for the industry. Like, even as, like, you know, I've been saying since before launch that I felt like Switch 2 is worth the price they're charging, but that didn't mean that I'm not sitting there aware that, like, at launch $450, obviously going to $500 now, that isn't a crazy expensive starting price for consoles to be at. Like, insane. A Nintendo console's starting price $450. Like, that just doesn't sound right. but it is. And yeah, I thought it was worth it. And I still think it was worth it. Again, in 2023, I spent $350 on a Switch OLED. 2 years later, I spent $100 more for something 10x more powerful. Like that feels like a pretty good fucking deal to me. I don't know. I feel like the 2023 purchase was the bad one. The 2025 purchase was the good one.
It was the Zelda one. That's never bad.
Yeah, it was the Zelda. Like, I can't complain too much because I still have it, and it'll eventually slowly appear back here. But
we're gonna get a Zelda Switch too, and it's gonna be like, I've never bought a Zelda themed console. I do have a Zelda 3DS, but like a home console, I've never gotten the Zelda version. So I like, especially if it's Ocarina of Time anniversary themed, I feel like I have to do it.
I can Switch 2 coming in.
Yeah, you can give one of the kids, give the favorite kid your old Switch for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I already know what happens
That's
in
a
my
joke,
house.
by the way.
They released a special edition Zelda one. I'm gonna buy it. Then Yulia can finally just have my Switch 2 that she keeps playing all the time.
Yeah, Harry's trying to tell me if I get the Zelda one, I have to resell it. I'm telling him, no, that one's yours now.
Well, and Yulia said, "Why did you buy a second pair of the Joy-Cons? You don't ever use them." I'm like, "Because I knew you'd use my Switch too." Like, what do you mean? I'm like, "Well, you remember what you did to my Switch? Went through like 6 pairs of Joy-Cons because of you. So you're a little hard on the sticks, hon. That's all I'm saying. And it's fine that you're hard on the sticks. You're learning." She gets really hard on them in FPSs because she's trying to get good at them.
Sometimes it's good.
Yeah,
they're hard on the sticks.
Sometimes, but Nintendo Switch was not the case.
It means you're really immersed.
And I didn't trust them with Switch 2, so I bought a second pair just in case. Now, I will say, my launch pair hasn't had any problems yet, but I did buy backups in case because I was like, I know that I'll clean the warranty, but while the warranty's going on, I still want fucking controllers for my system.
Yeah, I mean, if it warrants it, you should.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'm glad I did it since now I'm on a game buying free. So if the controllers went bad now, I'm stuck playing in dock mode all the time. So
well, there's always a stick fix. So
it's true.
Yeah, I think I got discontinued. I don't know.
For when you go really hard on the stick.
I'm gonna stop. The kind of jokes coming to my mind, I would get in so much trouble for. Karkun. I mean, not with you guys. Private GameBird. Think of you and me walking down the street talking about cream. Okay, some of that conversation.
No, I don't want to.
This happened last year. Some of that conversation.
Tell me what to think about.
As you admitted to me editing the vlog, some of that conversation not appropriate on the internet. Those are the kind of things coming to my mind that I'm like, yeah, okay, when we're offline, maybe I'll say some shit, but not now. And guys, and my audience is probably shocked, like, dude, you've gone pretty fucking far. How far is it that you don't? Dude, GameBird knows. He was there. There were other people there as well, and they were not liking our conversation. The look on his face. I can't. Dude, every time he looks like scared, almost like what the
And what do you have to say about that? And he just looked absolutely disturbed.
Yeah, dude. I bet you that entire time that he's listening to us, he's like, dude, who the fuck is Josh friends with?
he just projectile vomits.
All right. LCC Gaming says, I wouldn't be shocked if the Switch 2 version of Witcher 3 is revealed soon and then confirmed to be getting next year's expansion. So, yeah, we have the Witcher. I mean, literally tomorrow is the Witcher 3 event. I plan to be live streaming it. So, because I really enjoy The Witcher, and obviously there's every reason for Nintendo channels to pay attention because Witcher 3 is literally on Switch 1. So, in theory, this DLC could be coming to Switch 1. I'm venturing to guess probably not. So when they announced the DLC, they also updated the minimum PC specs. So I feel like the DLC might need a bit more oomph, which it happens. By the way, like Cyberpunk didn't get the DLC on PS4 because didn't have enough power to do what they wanted to do with it. But we did get it on Switch 2. So I do think that it will come to Nintendo. It will just come to Switch 2. And in order to do that, they first got to update the original game for Switch 2. So either announcing a Switch 2 edition or announcing a free patch update, or which would be ideal, or if they report the damn thing all over again, whatever. So yeah, one of those three needs to happen, and I think they will. And who knows? Potentially it could be announced tomorrow. That is also the potential. They could announce the DLC's coming, and then also, hey, for Switch 2 owners, you guys are getting a big update coming this summer. You know, yada yada. We'll have a Switch 2 edition physical available at even a later date. Blah blah blah. Like they could do lots because I'm. By the way, the only reason I'm saying the physical part is it's CD Projekt Red. They fucking love physical.
Yeah, I mean CDs in their name. They love compact disc.
So the point is that like that's why I think if they do a Switch 2 update, they'll probably re-release the game with a cartridge for Switch 2. Yeah. So anyways, so basically what I'm telling you, LCC Gaming, is we might have confirmation as soon as tomorrow. But we also know that expecting Switch 2 logos to show up in any event that's not a direct is it's I used this analogy earlier with Burr, but I think it's even more appropriate now. It is like a solar eclipse right now. Like that when we had Indiana Jones at opening night live last year with the Switch 2 logo, the reason it shocked everyone is because we don't get Switch 2 logos in any of these events yet.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hoping changes with Summer Game Fest this year, by the way. That we just get a bunch of these games confirmed for Switch 2. Chrono Trigger, deep and respect your time, must play. There you go. TARDIS says, assuming June General is real, when can we hear more on it? Did Nate the Hate drop his podcast on the matter yet? I really hope for Animal Crossing or Pokemon MD and, of course, 3D Mario. And you just got off work. I'll just answer the Nate the Hate part because this one we have information on. Nate the Hate's planning to drop his podcast this week. Last week, Friday, him and MVG decided to delay it due to the holidays. They had plans. So they're going to drop it late this week. We don't even know if it's about a direct. He has not indicated anything about what the show is about, other than it will not be a direct prediction show. But he hasn't said what it will be about. So my guess is it's probably about all of the upcoming events and some expectations. And then maybe somewhere in there he updates people on the direct situation, since he hasn't outright denied Jeff Grubb's claim to there being a direct in the middle of June. So maybe he will update us, but we don't know. There's no guarantee. I'm trying to say there's no guarantee that there's an update from him. That being said, do you guys want to answer the rest of the question?
Yeah, I didn't even know they were coming out with a Pokemon Doctor game. So does this take place in like the Pokemon Center? Like you heal Pokemon or something? It's like a spinoff. I had no idea. I mean, I know Dr. Mario, but I didn't know we were gonna get Pokemon MD.
I think it plays a little bit more like Trauma Center.
Ah,
You know,
okay.
You
like
play
those
as
games.
Pokemon operating on Pokemon trainers.
Oh, sick. It'll probably give some people trauma.
Well, I don't play Pokemon games that much. I'm so glad that I'm like well versed in them to know that this is bullshit. 'Cause listening to this, I'll be like, oh yeah, they're making a Pokemon Doctor game. That sounds interesting.
To seriously answer the question, yeah, I think it's going to, be about everything, all the showcases. Again, Nate mentioned that. I agree with him. It's about the showcases, Summer Game Fest. Naturally, Nintendo will come up in it, but this is not a Nintendo Direct Predictions podcast.
Yeah. As I said, he might give an update on a direct thing just because of the Jeff Grubb stuff, but it'll just be like a thing he spends like 5 seconds on, because he does that sometimes. And he'll give like little updates, but he doesn't spend a lot of time on it unless the show's about it, and the show's not about a direct. He'll probably make that later when a direct's actually going to be happening. Wise Guy Gaming says, being 47, I've seen most of what gaming is offered. N64 days when games were 70 to 80 pounds each. At least the consoles were well priced. Best Nintendo podcast. How about guys? Keep it up. Well, thank you so much for the multiple super chat compliments. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
It's because Alyssa's here. We all know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's also because he's a wise guy.
I mean, he is a wise guy. It's true.
Yeah,
I've heard it's
47
why
years.
you enjoyed the Nintenbyte podcast every Wednesday. Yeah, people tend to forget when we talk about, like, it was funny. So that this RGB guy that's barely better than that Tripster fellow on X, like this is like last week. He asked me a question, and he said, "Hey, Nintendo fanboy, when was the first game to be $80?" He's trying to like pull the whole Mario Kart World thing out, and my response is like, I don't remember the first game, but I will say there were a number of $80, $90, and $100 games, and I can show you proof of this back in the 90s. So I'm not sure. And notice how none of those prices stuck around and didn't start a new standard, because his argument was that Nintendo will be starting a standard because they had an $80 game last year, despite there being no standard $80 game since. Suddenly, when the next one does happen, it's Nintendo's fault. And it's just sitting there like, dude, we used to have $80, $90, $100 games every fucking month.
Well,
Yeah.
Switch 2 launched a year ago with an $80 game. How many $80 games across all the platforms have there been since launch in the last 12 months?
When it comes to like just like a basic version of a game, none.
Yeah. So I guess they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't set the standard.
It's funny too, because like it's like, yeah, okay, well, what if they do an $80 game? You know, what if there's a new $80 game this holiday? It's GTA 6. I'm like, okay, cool. You know what a standard is? Everybody's doing it. If a majority aren't doing it, it's not a standard. Nintendo.
It's an exception. It's an exception.
I just said, like, Nintendo hasn't charged $80 for a standard edition game since then. So it's not even a standard at Nintendo.
I feel like Grand Theft Auto is not a fair game to even use as a comparison. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Grand Theft Auto, there were already discussions online about the game potentially costing more than $70 well before we knew any price for Mario Kart. Am I correct?
Yes. So
I feel like
the budget of the game is like
for a long time. Yeah.
Astronomical, even compared to other high AAA games.
That game is an exception and an anomaly. And like you said, Prime, standard means it's kind of universal across the industry.
Yeah.
A one-off is not a standard. That's an exception.
Guys, it's a perfect example of a standard. Games in the AAA space moved from $60 to $70. That is now a standard. It was not a standard when Activision Blizzard started doing it. They were just the only ones doing it at the time. Then Sony did it next, and then everyone else followed suit, and it became a standard. So that's what happens with a standard. It's not one game released nearly a year ago. It's not how standards happen.
Honestly, I think if there's anything Nintendo's doing regarding price that's setting a standard, it would probably be variable pricing, depending on the success that they see with variable pricing. Because if it ends up working out really well and Nintendo continues to I think we talked about Mario Kart 8 being the only $80 game so far. And we talked about potential other titles like Mario and Zelda. And I was saying that, like, I'm almost curious if they don't even revisit that again. It's been a few weeks now since that show, because I was gone the last 2 weeks. But with them having to increase the price of Switch to $50, seeing the feedback and the discourse, they might be like, you know what? We can get away with this with Mario Kart. It was our launch title. It was part of a big bundle, but the pros aren't outweighing the cons, and maybe it's not worthwhile. And let's experiment more with this variable pricing. There's a chance we never see another $80 game from Nintendo again, unless maybe they want to try it out with Smash Brothers. But there's a chance we just don't see it again.
Yeah. Look,
we don't know.
$80 games will probably happen someday as a standard. I just don't think it's anytime soon, and I don't think people are gonna, and when it does happen, point to Mario Kart 8 as being that was the catalyst. Like the catalyst is when a major company that releases a shitload of games decides, hey, all our games are going to be this price now. That's the catalyst, because they set a standard with their company, which then usually will spread to other companies if they're getting away with that standard. Activision Blizzard was getting away with it. Sony did it. They were getting away with it, so then everybody started doing it. And the thing is, and I talked about this at the time, I'm not mad about $70 games. I've never been mad about it, ever. I think games staying at $60 for as long as they did, like decades, is insane. Inflation alone, it's insane that game prices didn't change for 20 years. Like, yeah, $10, it doesn't even cover the inflation difference from back in when games first started being standardized to 60. So I think that I've never really been bothered by the increase to 70. Does it make me buy less games? Not really. Because I already don't buy every Nintendo game. So I'm only going to buy the ones I want anyways. And then third party wise, all I've done is change my spending habits. I don't always get them day one. Because wait a month, they'll be like 30% off. And that's their fault because they standardize the fact that they're not going to keep it at 70. They're going to drop the price like a month later. No, they'll come back to it. Like I think Witcher 3 on PS5 is 70 like right now, which makes no sense for how old the game is. But it's because they just put it on frequent sales. That's all. It just makes the sales look better. Like if they lowered the MSRP, then the sale being 40% off when it's, going from $50 to $40, that's no longer 40% off. Doesn't sound as good as going from 70 to 40. Sounds like a better deal to the consumers. That's why they keep the MSRP still high, even if they run sales a lot. A couple more to get to here. The Pluto Dojo says he's playing Chrono Trigger for the first time. Hell yeah, dude. Enjoy.
Dude, enjoy it.
One of the best.
Take it in.
Yeah. Savor
Don't
it.
rush it.
First time through is always just, it's a magical game.
Yeah.
It really
Slow
is.
dance it.
That's why people want it to get remade or something with it so badly, and hasn't happened because they're probably afraid of fucking it up. Because it is considered such a masterpiece. It is, you don't want a Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicle remaster this shit. You want it to be done proper. And this is, by the way, this is a fear people have with Ocarina of Time getting remade too. Such a masterpiece, it's really easy to fuck it up. But most people feel like Nintendo won't let that happen. We'll see. Warren Bowman. I don't think GTA 6 will save gaming. Opinion. I don't think gaming needs to be saved.
That's my opinion. It's not in a place that it needs to be saved.
Yeah.
But to entertain a little bit, I think it will definitely make a lot of money.
I don't think that. Put it this way, guys. I don't think they need to worry about getting their dev costs back.
Yeah.
They're good. They're good. Even if it ends up being bad and panned, they will still be good on the budget for this game.
It'll move consoles.
Yeah.
In a time
I'll
where
say
it's
this.
tough with the prices.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this. I think it's hurting gaming this year because I want those damn release dates for everything else that's terrified of Grand Theft Auto, and it's pissing me off.
If we get past next week through the weekend and we still don't have dates for a bunch of shit that's supposed to come out this year, I literally will be pissed at GTA 6. Well, I'm really pissed at people being afraid of GTA 6, but I'm pissed at GTA 6 because, one, I don't have any interest in that game. And yet, because of its existence, the whole industry is just on pause. That's fucking stupid. It's the most stupid, asinine thing I've ever heard of. But probably it's why I'm not worried about Nintendo, because I don't think Nintendo's going to go on pause. I don't think they're getting GTA 6 this year, so I don't think Nintendo's going to go on pause. But all these other guys running away, like even Witcher 3 DLC, right? All the rumors were supposed to come this year. It's coming next year. Are they running away? Well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow if it looks complete.
I'm sure everything, all the fear is heightened too, just with like record like studio closures. It's like I'm sure some of these teams are like, if we release too close to Grand Theft Auto, will our studio close? And it's a matter of just waiting a few months to survive. But it is crazy.
Yeah, a lot of the studio closures are happening in the AAA space, and my response every time I see it is, one, it sucks. Hope you guys can get a new job. Two, hey, maybe we should fix the game budget problem that's been plaguing the AAA industry for, I don't know, 25 years. Like maybe we should stop spending $500 million to make a game. You know, bigger budgets than blockbuster Hollywood movies. Maybe we should just not be doing that. Maybe make things within the scope of an actual realistic budget for the sales a game can get. I don't know. Just like GTA can afford to spend billion, 2 billion, 3 billion to make a game. Why? Because it's fucking GTA and they already made that money 20 times over on GTA 5. Fuck, we just saw the reports because of the leak that like literally GTA 5 every year, just their online was making them $1 billion a year. So yeah, they can afford to do whatever fucking budget they feel like for GTA. But all these other studios shouldn't be doing that, man. Like Sony, you want better margins on Wolverine and Spider-Man? Don't spend $400 million to make the game. Like we hear all the time. What company was it? Was it Sony? Some company said they wanted to somehow navigate to a 25% profit margin. I can't remember. Someone said that in a financial briefing like last year. The only company that does that in the industry is Nintendo. They have a 25% profit margin for platform holders. And you're like, well, how's Nintendo doing it? Because they don't have the fucking insane budgets. You keep the budgets under control. You sell 3 million copies of Kirby. You make $1 billion or whatever, hundreds of millions of dollars when you only spent 20 million to make the game. Like that's how you do it. You diversify your lineup, and like people crap on Nintendo's smaller games. Nintendo's smaller games are probably the most profitable because they don't spend as much on them. Like Zelda, I think this next 3D Zelda is in a interesting prospect because I think Nintendo's going to give it the biggest budget they've ever given a game. And what if it doesn't sell like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but sells more like Twilight Princess? They might not get their budget back. So Zelda is that one that Nintendo is pumping money into, and it hasn't failed them yet. But, you know, I can't guarantee the next 3D Zelda sells 20 million copies. It's only happened in 2 games, and that era is over. There's no guarantee that era ever repeats. Like that Breath of the Wild, the next 3D Zelda might not feel as special. It might not capture people's attention as much. That said, the industry's in a place where I don't view it as in trouble. I think more of the trouble is next generation. But even then, gaming's bigger than ever. I think this idea of saving gaming is overreacting to there constantly being negative industry news. And I'm just going to tell you right now, if you get off social media, you'll stop realizing that maybe there's as much positive stories going on as negative.
Mm-hmm.
But you're just not hearing about it because social media pushes the negative.
Because that's what sells.
So I feel like a lot of this gaming needs saving stuff comes from social media and just not actually having a full picture of the industry. And if you want full pictures of the industry, pay attention to things like Circana. You'll see that spending's been going up, game sales have been going up, hardware sales have been going up, this is going up, and that is going up, and this is staying the same. And this is only 3% down from last year, which was a record-setting number. Like none of this, there's not a single factual statistic out there that indicates gaming's in trouble at all. We just assume it is because the prices on the consoles keep going up. And that will stop someday because either the AI bubble is going to pop, which is what a lot of people think is going to happen, or if it doesn't, it will settle down where it no longer requires every fucking RAM chip that comes off the assembly line. Like they won't need to constantly keep building the networks. When you're first building out all the infrastructure, yeah, you need a lot of shit, but eventually once the infrastructure is built, you're not upgrading it every year. It's not the way these server farms work. They're not upgrading hardware yearly. So eventually it'll get to the point where it's reached maybe the saturation point of what the demand is for it. And at that point, prices will come back down. The scary thing about consoles is if a console is selling at a given price, let's say PlayStation 6 launches at $800. And within 1 year, they sell 21 million units. They even beat out Switch 2. They sell 21 million in that first year. Somehow they have a banger lineup, GOTY games. Everyone's got to get one. Cool. When the bubble pops after they sell the 21 million, do you think they're lowering that $800 price now that it costs them way less to make the system? Of course not. They just normalize you paying $800 for a year. They're just going to keep it. And that's the part. And I use PlayStation example. Could be Nintendo as well. They're not going. We're never going to see Switch 2, the base model, go back down to $450 unless it's the very end of the generation and somehow we've gone back in time 20 years when consoles used to get cheaper over time. So yeah, I think that gaming's fine. We're just in a little bit of a rough, a little maybe sticker price shock is what's happening right now. You know, you see $900 systems on the shelf. It's wild. Makes the PS3 look like a bargain. At $600 at launch. So, last one we got here is from Mohr Moment as well. So I don't think GTA 6 can sell $1,000 consoles. Look, in general, I don't think that GTA 6 is like gonna suddenly move like 40 million extra PS5s. Like, I think a lot of people that want GTA 6 probably already own a PlayStation. But I do think you will see PlayStation 5 Pro selling out this holiday, despite its price, due to GTA 6. But I think it's just this holiday only. I don't think you're going to see this be an extended thing for years to come.
What about just PS5?
Yeah, PS5 is the thing that I don't know.
Digital edition 600, disc edition 650.
Yeah.
I think GTA 6 can move
sure
$600 consoles.
I think this holiday PlayStation's going to sell really well regardless of what price they're at because GTA 6 is a big deal and
Yes.
there are plenty of people
Very
that
well.
will spend $1,000 for GTA. There are people upgrading their PCs right now for GTA 6, which isn't even going to be on PC for like another year or two. So people will do it for this game. It is such a popular game. People will buy whole consoles, whole PC upgrades just to play it. So, and people love the graphics. People love talking about graphics with GTA. That's why people go for that PS5 Pro. But the base PS5, I think it's all going to sell out this holiday. I think PlayStation's going to have a very big holiday. The question is, does it keep selling like that afterwards? And that's where I think it'll slow down. I think they'll get that initial rush for GTA that leads to a big boost in sales, end up having a record-breaking holiday, and then it all kind of slows down after that and gets back more to, okay, the GTA launch rush is over. Now what? Because GTA will continue to sell, but GTA, just like GTA 5 did, but GTA didn't like really keep moving units over time. It just, the initial launch gets you a boost, and then it's just standard game sales after that, standard console sales. All those evergreen titles for Nintendo, they help, but like Breath of the Wild in 2017 that was still selling 1 million units just last quarter or whatever, that wasn't selling Switch 1s or Switch 2s. It's just people who already owned it that hadn't picked it up yet. They bought it for something else. So yeah, anyways. I again, a lot of hypotheticals because we don't know. All I'll say is, man, think about this. At launch, GTA 6 is only available on PlayStation and Xbox. Do you think a lot of people are going to be picking up Xboxes instead of PlayStations to play it? It's the only place you can play the game. And we're talking about trailers that get hundreds of millions of views every time they drop it. So like the level of interest in it is more than PlayStation 5s have sold. And I love Stash laughing at the idea that anyone would buy an Xbox to play it. Series S, baby. It's gonna blow up this holiday. By the way, I wouldn't be shocked if because PlayStation sell out, Xboxes kind of sort of start selling out too. One, they'll have less stock, but two, just sort of the residual, people don't want to wait to play.
Yeah.
If they can't get a PS5, they might buy Xbox. So Xbox also might have an okay holiday. A really good holiday for them.
Yeah. I think anyone who can stand to benefit from GTA will obviously do better.
Yeah. Like, I don't think Nintendo's winning this holiday season when it comes to sales. Even if they have Ocarina of Time and Dust Bloods, and even if 3D Mario was coming out, honestly, I don't know that it would push more than GTA can push on its own. But who cares? I care just about the fact that GTA, its existence, is leading to us not having fucking release dates. And that's what pisses me off. And I'm not. And the thing is, I don't even know who to be mad at. Like, I'm not mad that GTA exists. I'm not mad at like these game studios deciding we don't want to put release dates out because they're worried that GTA is going to impact them. And I can't look them in the face and tell them it'll have no impact. I don't know. The audience that plays GTA is so vast and wide. I don't know what is impacted by it. Is Call of Duty going to be impacted by it, or is that a completely different player base? I don't know. We're going to find out. Because they're not skipping Call of Duty this year, so we're going to find out. Plus, the Call of Duty game's got to be good, to be fair. Yeah. Every now and then they release one that's a dud, and then the sales are lower. Like, still, guys, when we talk about the sales being lower, it still usually is the number one selling game every year. But relative to what Call of Duty can sell, yeah. All right. Let's go around the room, let people know what we get going on, where they can find us. First, shout out to Kiwi Talkz. Go check him out. Links are down in the description for that. Great guy. He's still dropping interviews. He had the big announcement today for his channel that he is basically going through a lot of self-reflection on the future of the show. We're talking to game devs and trying to figure out if there's a way to keep interviews going that's viable for his life, or if he's going to pivot to doing something else with developers. He had actually one really good idea that a developer told him that I hope he just does it anyways, even if he keeps doing interviews, because I think adding live streams to his channel with developers is also a highly unique kind of content. One that we got to experience firsthand, having the Mina devs on. Now imagine someone dedicated to doing that. That's awesome. So, yeah. Then let's go to SkySwordsAlisa. What do you got going on? Where can they find you?
Hey, as Nate said, I'm SkySwordsAlisa here on YouTube. I stream games right now. I've been getting through Resident Evil Requiem. I think I'm going to do another stream of it. It's getting really stressful. It's been pretty entertaining for the chat, though, so I made a few shorts of that. So if you like scary, I recommend you checking them out, because my reactions are a bit ridiculous, I'll admit it. Nate was there for part of it, for the first one.
More than just the first one. It is very funny.
I'm traumatized, but it's also somewhat thrilling to like get through it. I'm like, look, I'm capable of doing it. Even though you guys are helping me, I'm still doing it. I do have a goal for 710 subscribers. We did 420. Can't leave out 710 to do Skyward Sword in an entire start to finish of that one, which should be pretty fun. But the big best announcement for tomorrow is I'm starting Split Fiction, and I'll have a new guest on each week. Tomorrow we have the lovely Birdman, GameBird Classic himself coming on. So look forward to a little SkySwords and GameBird collab tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's what I got going on so far.
Nice.
Not that I ever have time, but I own the game. Not that I ever have time to actually do these lab streams. But it sounds like a really fun idea. It like makes me want to make time.
But don't ask me, because I don't.
I'm not going to say don't.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. I might find a way to make it work, even if it's not like one of my stream nights. I'm like, I'll just stream too. Whatever, screw it. Be fun.
Yeah, I'd definitely like to work something out with you sometime. I just know you're really busy, and I get a little nervous trying to ask you stuff sometimes.
I know a lot of people get nervous asking me because people have started to realize how busy I am, and it's like, look, just ask. This is what I tell everyone. Yeah, you like a girl and you're afraid to ask, just fucking say something, because in the end, look, you're in the same position if you say nothing, and that is that nothing happens. So just ask. Who cares? Worst that happens is a no. Well, I guess worst that happens is I hate you.
Or you just leave me on red. Yeah. That's even worse than a no.
That's ghosting. I'm like, actually, no, ghosting's where you read it and then didn't respond. right? Yeah. So unread worse. Unread's worse because they probably did see it in their notifications and they decided to ignore it.
Didn't even click on it. They're like, they don't need to know that I actually saw that.
Yeah. As you're looking at your phone and the text message keeps saying one unread, you can just know subconsciously he's never gonna. That one unread's gonna be there on that phone forever.
There's a third that's worse than being left unread. It's when you just give a one word, like really vague response that doesn't answer the question. So if you just responded with interesting and that's it, and just left it at that.
Dude, I want that Yulia if she wanted Thai or Chinese, and her response was maybe. I
like those odds.
Yeah, like I don't really know what to do with that. They're like, maybe I should get you food, or maybe you can't decide, or are you having the same conversation I'm having? I'm like,
maybe.
Maybe. I get really confused at times with some of the one-word responses that she gives. She doesn't do it often, but usually I'm okay. She's playing a game. She's just fucking distracted. She barely read the text. All right, GameBird. What you got going on? Where can they find you?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I'm back in the saddle. Had a fun little live stream last night on GameBird Live. Got to hang out with the chat, kind of catch up with everyone because I did miss a week or two. I don't even remember. I've been so scattered, but a lot of fun. I also did my first Let's Play last night. I did the first hour and a half of Opus Prism Peak, which is a really, really neat indie game. One of the, I think, up there for one of the highest rated of the year. So dropped a little bit. It was at like a 90. It's at an 87 or 88 right now. But it's a nice little game so far. Has a very emotional and thoughtful intro, followed by some mystery and mystique that it's entered into the fray. So looking forward to jumping back into that game soon. And I've got the little collab rolling out tomorrow with SkySwordsAlisa. That should be a lot of fun. I absolutely loved It Takes Two. I have yet to play Split Fiction, so I'm really looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be a fun time. Other than that, guys, I'm working on myself right now. That's really what I'm working on, is myself. But that being said, I'm glad to be back on the podcast, and you guys can look forward to more GameBird Classic coming at you very soon.
All right. Stash Man.
Please go check out my review for Mina the Hollower. Guys, don't sleep on this game. Very special. Just check it out. Comes out it's out tomorrow, right? Friday.
I guess technically right now for us. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, it's the 29th.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't be out yet.
Okay.
Should be out Friday.
Friday. Gonna be a fun Friday. So I'm gonna try to get as many reviews as I can before heading out to Summer Game Fest. Let's see some of the games on the docket. Let me just read these off real quick. First, I reviewed Forza Horizon 6. If you're interested in racing games, check it out. The biggest takeaway of Forza, even if you don't like racing games, this game's really fun. I stand by that. All right. And then Tales of Arise Beyond the Dawn Edition for Switch 2. Reviewed that. All those reviews are up. Incoming. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Rebirth, yeah.
Comes out June 3rd. Embargo's June 2nd. So plan to have that out in time for the embargo. Little Nightmares 2, Switch 2 edition. Be getting my review copy tomorrow. That's coming out soon. The 29th, yeah. So thankfully it's not a long game. I should be able to knock that out probably all tomorrow. Have that ready. 007. That's the other one I'm working on. If I get anything else outside of that, it's a major bonus.
Some of those games are long.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. So that's it. I'm just getting ready for summer Game Fest. I'm really excited, and I'm sure we'll talk more about it next week.
Stash, are you going to review Bubsy by any chance?
I did.
Oh, you did already?
Did.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch that one. I'm curious your thoughts on it. I know it's some of the reviews have been a little mixed, but I'll
tell you what. So I had my Bubsy review right at embargo, and this happened twice this week, right? Clicked off, was on social media, getting ready to go do something else, and I see like advertisements for other places review of Bubsy. Just pops up in my feed. And the advertisements I saw there just talking mad shit about Bubsy. I'm like, did we play the same game? This is so, like, it was just mind-boggling to me. And that's why when I was playing Mina, and, same thing, I posted the review right at embargo, I click off, and I'm just like, I hope this doesn't happen again to where people just don't get it. Thankfully, Mina wasn't a casualty. But Bubsy was by some outlets. I saw some weird stuff, man. I also read some of the highlights. And I think it could be defined as a skill issue. That, they blame on game design. It's poor game design. I keep dying. Shame. Shameful. Bring out the shame meme. What was that show? Handmaidens? Handmaid's Tale?
Mm-hmm.
Shame. or was it that? Or was it
is that Game of Thrones?
Game of Thrones.
Yeah, Game of Thrones. Shame.
I think they both shamed though. I think there was some shaming in the Handmaid's Tale or whatever. But yes. Check out the review, man. Check that out. Bird.
I will.
Like it. That's all I have, man. I'm so tired. I'm beat to hell and back. I need to get some sleep before next week. I don't know if I'm going to sleep at all this week, but I need to have a little bit of energy going into Summer Game Fest. I'm going to be working nonstop, as you guys know. That's what we did at PAX. We went hard the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Hardcore Holly.
Hardcore Holly.
You remember him?
Oh my God.
All right, we cannot start talking about wrestling.
Yeah, no. We gotta get out of here. Eric, what you got going on? Where can they find you?
Yeah, you can find me here, the Clips channel, and the audio podcast. Other than that, I got nothing else going on.
There you go.
Work.
Yep. Classic. All right, so guys, I'm Nintendo Prime. You guys know what's up. I cover news every single day or most days. I know this week I kind of had like a 3 or 4 day break in there where there was no video. I had some streams, but just some sorting out with the fam towards the end of the school year, right? Just lots of stuff going on with finals and having to be a dad and help the kids. Have a kid dealing with high school finals for the first time. That can always be rough. So spent a lot of time having to help the fam out this week. Plus, it was my son who almost died birthday. So lots of stuff that I just had to prioritize over work. But that said, back, baby. I got a video out today. Should have one out tomorrow. Should have a stream tomorrow as well. Things are kind of slowly working back to where I want to be. I will note, though, guys, that in terms of stuff coming up, I know normally I just say, hey, whatever the news is, that's what's coming up. Well, actually, there is a bunch of streaming events coming up, a bunch of showcases. I plan to live stream a vast majority of them. Some of them, there are certain days where like the showcases I care about, like there's like one at like noon and the next one's not till 5. Probably just stream all the way through. Just screw it. Why not?
Won't be the first time.
We can literally have fun in between. I know it's not Prime Gaming Fest, but we can have some fun. It'll be fun. We'll do some stuff. I'll make sure the streams are fun. And yeah, there may, I don't want to promise anything. There may be some giveaways during these streams as well. I'm just saying may right now, working out some stuff that I don't know if it's going to come to fruition, but if it does, I'll know. Hopefully I'll know before the Sony State of Play. All right. That's it. Thank you guys for tuning in. We'll catch you same time next week. We currently do not have... Wait, no. Next week, I think we do have a guest. It's the week after. No, next week we don't have a guest scheduled right now. That may or may not change. If you guys know, when we were advertising the show, Switchforce was originally supposed to be on this episode, but he informed me for the show that he couldn't make it. But one of the other dates that he was talking to me about before was next week's date. So I did ask him, if he wanted to reschedule for next week. So he might be the guest next week. We'll see. And I'll keep on him so he doesn't forget. But I don't know yet because he's in bed. So I sent him the message and I'll find out tomorrow. Yeah, that's what I got for you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Catch you same time next week.
Good weekend.